Cape Department of Infrastructure has introduced a new installment sale agreement housing model at the Mountain View units in Mossel Bay. The department says this is to ensure more families are able to own homes. The department recently came under fire from opposition parties after it revealed that 80% of the first home finance units are unoccupied. Infrastructure Minister Tertius Simmers says they have to ensure that the so-called missing middle in the housing market can have access to home ownership.
Rather than abandoning the project, we are adapting it to meet today's housing realities and creating a sustainable bridge from renting to owning. Affordable housing must respond to the realities facing working families. If the market changes, government must innovate. This approved model keeps homes occupied, protects taxpayers' investment, and most importantly, gives more qualifying families a genuine opportunity to become homeowners.
And finally, Mexico has begun filing criminal complaints in the United States over the deaths of its citizens in U.S. immigration custody and during enforcement operations. 17 Mexican citizens have died. The BBC's Mimi Swabi reports.
Mexico's legal moves come after repeated failures through diplomatic channels. President Claudia Sheinbaum has frequently called for the rights of Mexican citizens in the US to be respected and has sent letters to Washington criticizing the deaths. Last week, following the most recent killing, she said Mexico is intensifying its response, affirming that the government could not turn a blind eye any longer. 17 Mexican citizens have died since President Trump began his campaign against migrants, 14 in detention and 3 during immigration operations.
Recapping the top story, EFF MP Leanne Matthys says the report by Parliament's ad hoc committee should reflect that the conduct of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, who has been placed on special leave, was irrational when he decided to disband the PKTT in 2024. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. Soccer action from last night. It's Spain outclassing France to book their place in the FIFA World Cup final. And in cycling, Tadej Pogačar extends his Tour de France lead with a dominant stage victory. All the details at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Overnight roadworks around Van Buren and N3 North have been lifted. There is a backlog of traffic because, of course, you've got the long-term works at Heldenace, and that earlier backlog just sort of stuck negotiating that. So from Germiston through to Lilies, it is busy, but the overnight roadworks have been lifted. It is clear of any mist around Emiletheny this morning, but a warning of mist further east along the N4 corridor in the Lowveld area. So Middleburg, Belfast, Machadodorp, you need to take it easy out there. A couple of breakdowns. In fact, there's about 3 or 4 breakdowns between Key Ridge and Pinetown on both sides of the N3. So just be careful, extra caution, keep your eyes open around those stationary truck obstructions. Cape Town looks right, the N1 inbound from Belleville, the N2 inbound from Khayelitsha, clear, free flowing. Looks good around the highways and byways of Cape Town this morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:08. Welcome to the National Briefing. It's Wednesday, the 15th of July. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. So today is a big day, whether you're looking at the Madlanga Commission, whether you're looking at Parliament. In fact, let's then start in Cape Town. This is where President Cyril Ramaphosa goes to court to try and stop Parliament's Phala impeachment inquiry before it even begins. The constitutional question is as significant as the political one. Can a sitting president ask the courts to pause Parliament from holding him to account. We'll be unpacking some of the possible outcomes there. I also want to hear from you, your own reflections on this case as it unfolds this morning. In KwaZulu-Natal, the MK party has chosen former eThekwini Mayor Zandile Gumede to help lead its local government election campaign. It's despite her ongoing trial over the 320 million rand Durban waste tender. Now, she maintains her innocence, but as parties ask South Africans for their vote, what should be the minimum standard for those asking to govern? How should we be holding them accountable, and what should we expect of the individuals that stand to be elected for office? It's one of the conversations that we'll also have as the morning unfolds. And then after 8 o'clock, 35, that's the number of young initiates that have died during this winter initiation season. And every year we promise that these deaths will never happen again. And yet every year more families bury their sons. This morning, the minister responsible for the Department of Traditional Affairs and Cooperative Governance will be joining us to answer the question that many of us keep asking. Why does this tragedy remain so predictable? Whenever we talk about initiation season, it's as if we already know that by the time we get to the end, we will be counting lives that have been lost. How do we break the cycle of what we've been witnessing in this country? As always, the conversation belongs to you. We'd love to hear from you as the show unfolds. The number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages on 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. Rob Byrne has your traffic. Zai has your sport. Okay, Zai's not having a good morning, guys. France is knocked out, so it's going to be a rough one for Zai today. And Taoleng also standing by with your market updates.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation.
It's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's quickly move on then to the newspapers and see what's making headlines on the dailies. I'll start with the Business Day this morning. MPs clear Mngunu of underworld links. The draft report finds no evidence of corruption, but the suspended minister is not off the hook. A Parliament's ad hoc committee that was investigating allegations of criminal infiltration into the criminal justice system. It has found no evidence of criminality against Police Minister Senzo Mngunu. It has, however, raised serious governance and integrity concerns against him. Yesterday, the committee deliberating on its draft report. Now, the deadline for that submission before the Speaker of the National Assembly will be later this month. The draft report saying that there is no evidence that was laid before the committee that Mngunu had entered into a corrupt agreement or had acted on the instruction of a criminal cartel. This was when he disbanded the Political Killings Task Team in December 2024. It does, however, say that he faces unresolved integrity and executive accountability concerns. And this is over how he went about disbanding the team. So those are just some of the initial findings. The ad hoc committee also finding serious unresolved issues relating to suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, though including his handling of 121 dockets and implementation of the directive to dissolve the political task team. It does, however, conclude that the evidence does not prove that he acted on behalf of business person Vusimuzi Kat Matlala Brown Mokhotsi or an organized crime network. So those are just some of the findings in that draft report of the ad hoc committee. Also on the front page of the Business Day, Zandile Gumede's defection to MK likely to be the first of many. That's according to one political analyst. And the ANC, it talks about the ANC's efforts to recover from the defeat in KZN would be dealt a major blow by the election of Zandile Gumede and her defection to the MK party. So, yeah, we'll be speaking to the MK party, in fact, in just a short while on this latest move. The front page of the Citizen this morning, pay to drive in your city, is a question that reads on the headline. And it says, woe are you if your car is old, you'll have to fork out a tax because you foul up Joburg's air. That's if one city boss has her way. Lebo Molefe, in charge of air quality, is citing reports on pollution to implement European-style clean air zones and suggests a road tax to limit exhaust emissions. Older cars will even be banned. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine that in South Africa? I wonder what your response to that will be. Citizen also going with a picture of holiday makers in Belito. This is for the 57th Belito Pro Surf competition. And yeah, the water looks so beautiful. The beach looks amazing out in Belito this week. They've got a nice picture there on the front page of the Citizen. And then the front page of the Sowetan, is Mkunu off the hook? Asked the question on the front page. Parliament's ad hoc committee found no evidence of criminality against police minister currently on special leave. Draft report by body tasked with probing allegations of criminality by law enforcement points to Mkunu's unresolved integrity concerns. So that front page there, very much in line with what the Business Day is running to. And then just inside, the latest coming out of the TRC inquiry. Cele pained by claims at TRC inquiry. The former police minister says that he's pained by allegations that he knows something about the 1987 disappearance of a former close associate, an anti-apartheid activist allegedly abducted by the security branch, and that he may have withheld that information. Cele was testifying at the TRC cases inquiry while responding to allegations raised by the family of Musawake Sbo Pewa. They made the allegations in an affidavit submitted by that inquiry. We'll also be following up on the story in the second hour of the show. We'll be speaking to Lukhanyo Galata on how the inquiry has been conducting its work so far. And then finally, the front page of the Star this morning. NERSA faces legal action over 54 billion rand dispute. AfroForum says the energy regulator is legally obliged to explain its decision, right? And this is in line with an urgent application filed before the Gauteng High Court by AfroForum, and it's against NERSA in a bid to obtain answers to the 54 billion rand Eskom revenue dispute. And they also have a front page of Bheki Cele in the hot seat yesterday at the TRC inquiry. And yeah, looking quite distressed. In fact, there's the picture that they've gone with there of the Minister Bheki Cele.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live Now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Well, let's take a look at your weather for this morning. There are no warnings or advisories issued. In Pretoria, the weather's fine, a low of 6, a high of 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Johannesburg, fine, 4 and 21. Vereeniging, fine, 3 and 22. Mbombela, fine, 9 and 25. Polokwane, fine, 7 and 24. Mahikeng, fine, 5 and 24. Vryburg, fine, 4 and 24. Bloemfontein, fine, 2 and 20. Kimberley, fine, 0 and 22. Uppington, fine, 1 and 24. Cape Town, cloudy, wind light northerly, 10 and 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. George, fine becoming cloudy from the afternoon, wind light and variable, 9 and 18. Gqeberha, partly cloudy with morning fog, wind light to moderate westerly to southwesterly, 10 and 20. Gugombo City, fine, wind moderate to fresh westerly, 12 and 19. Durban, partly cloudy in the morning and evening, otherwise fine. Wind light westerly to northwesterly in the morning, otherwise light to moderate southerly to southwesterly, 14 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is very high. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy in the morning, otherwise fine. Wind light westerly to northwesterly in the morning, otherwise light to moderate southerly to southwesterly, 12 and 26. And in Pietermaritzburg, partly cloudy in the morning and evening, otherwise fine, a low of 7 and a high of 25.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
10 chefs, 1 title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl, who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity. Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Time. When you're a kid, it moves slower than a sloth trying to get through airport security. There is just so much of it. Skip forward a few years to your 20s. Time is still your friend. It says have some balance. Go party and have fun. Then your 30s hit, and time suddenly steps on the accelerator like it's trying to catch a traffic light before it goes red. 40s. Now time is moving faster than your 10-year-old on a sugar high. 50. You're desperately trying to save as much as you can, but time is moving so fast. And all you can think is, where did all the time go? That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money, and then money gives you more time for some much-deserved you time. Now, isn't that a compelling enough reason to invest? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Well, let's get into our global briefing for this morning. China is telling the Pacific to relax. The foreign minister, Wang Yi, says Beijing has no political ambitions and doesn't want the region treated as anyone's backyard. However, this comes barely a week after Chinese missile tests unsettled leaders across the same region. Dr. Emmanuel Matambo is a research director at the Center for China-Africa Studies at the University of Johannesburg. Emmanuel, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So, Beijing talking about no ambitions. What do you think the people in the Pacific would believe, and what should we believe, the words or the weapons?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. The test that happened on the 7th of July would have been planned, I think, a long time ago. This is not something that could happen spontaneously, but the timing, I think, was quite unfortunate on the part of China, because the test came barely hours after Australia and Fiji had signed this mutual defense pact. And on top of that, I think the test also comes just slightly over a month before the Pacific Islands Forum, which will be held from, I think, August the 30th to the 4th of September. So what the test that happened just added, I guess, an item on the agenda that will be discussed by the Pacific Islands. It was described by the Solomon Islands as an act that should not be done by friends. And I guess an unfortunate subtext to this was that apparently the missile actually landed near the Tuvalu economic exclusive zone. And Tuvalu is one of the 3 Pacific islands that recognize Taiwan rather than China. So it is difficult at the moment to really believe the rhetoric that has been there. But Australia and New Zealand have actually acknowledged that they were given a head start, so to say, by China. But the New Zealanders said that came a little bit too recent after the test. So that was their only qualm. But it will add more impetus, I guess, for the Pacific Island nations to bond together even more, and then with Taiwan as well, adding a complicated subtext to this occurrence here. But yes, the notice would have been given. It has been acknowledged, but I think it was too short notice for the liking of the Pacific Islands.
All right. In Paris, we're seeing France turning its Bastille Day parade into something bigger than a birthday. We had 25 Ukrainian soldiers marching with about 500 Allied troops. This is of the Champs Elysees. And we know that it also came as President Zelensky received a standing ovation. He was sitting in those stands. Now, what is the significance of this?
The significance of this year's Bastille Day celebrations is to show that Europe will indeed stand by the freedoms that it has always stood by. And the French President Emmanuel Macron said the principles that we defend remain sacrosanct, and if possible, we are able to defend them with blood. I think lurking in the background here, Kathy, is just the withdrawal of American solidarity with its NATO allies in Europe, saying NATO was not carrying its part of the deal, especially even when it comes to Article 5, which talks about mutual defense among its NATO's allies. And we have seen as well that President Trump has had a checkered relationship with President Volodymyr Zelensky. So the Bastille Day celebrations were stage managed to make sure, to reassure, first of all, Zelensky himself, and also to mount a military display of Europe, that it would come to the aid of Zelensky should that come necessary. And we have seen as well that there's been an impetus, a European impetus, so to say, to bond together. Germany has already vowed that it will help Ukraine with about 500 attack drones. So this was just to show that, yes, America might be withdrawing its commitment to NATO, it might be withdrawing its security commitment to Europe, but Europe still has it in itself to actually mount a certain defense of what it considers its principles, even in the face of Russian aggression.
And just briefly, Emmanuel, I mean, just on this issue of the military capacity and capability, right? So the symbolism of the day, of course, has been important, but can Europe actually back it up?
From what we have seen at the moment, it seems they can actually stand up to Russia, because when Russia started its strikes almost 4 years ago now against Ukraine, I'm sure Vladimir Putin expected a very swift rout of Ukraine, but there has been some resolve. Obviously, the United States was backing Ukraine with some military hardware. I think at the moment, if Europe were to bond together, I see them actually mounting a very strong defense against Russian aggression.
Dr. Emmanuel Matambo, Research Director at the Center for China-Africa Studies at UJ. All right, so we're going to be getting into our news headlines in a moment. Before we get to that, though, let's take some of the early voice notes that you've sent through.
Good morning, Kathy. Kathy, that is not fair to Zai. Please, the whole of SAFM family, can we have a moment of silence for Zai and France, please? Please, just a moment of silence, please. From Moshe Zultaba at the North.
Morning SAFM, is Nels from Boxback. The initiation schools of nowadays are being conducted by inexperienced young men who don't have hearts. Their only interest is to collect money from the parents of these young boys. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and your team. You know, Sis Kathy, I am not surprised by what is contained in the draft report, because politicians have shown us on numerous occasions that they have a tendency to protect one another. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, attempted murder accused Vuzimuzi Matlala is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission this morning. His testimony was initially scheduled for last week, but was postponed to allow him time to finalize his witness statement. Action SA MP Derilyn James says the final report of Parliament's ad hoc committee should consist of a finding that the head of the Independent Directorate Against Crime, Advocate Andrea Johnson, should be charged with perjury, resulting from her appearance before the committee in November last year. And Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa has held talks with King Misizulu Kazwelithini and King Ndamase in Harare as efforts intensify to tackle migration challenges in the region. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Two standout queues this Wednesday across the Joburg Highway networks. One is the N3 North from Elands going up to Van Buren. That's fairly busy. There were some overnight road works which have been lifted, but you've got the long-term works at Heldney, so it is slow on that run past Cement Factory and on your way to Galuli's. The Mike 1 from Boyston through to Empire Road, fairly jam-packed. There's a little bit of a pushback on the M2 East coming into the Crown to get into that Mike 1 North as well. A steady start through Midrand. Traffic volumes building between Samrand and New Road, but no major obstructions at this stage. Crossing to Durban, that tricky little bit between Spaghetti Junction and Umgena Road has a crash after Umgena Road and a breakdown before Spaghetti Junction. N2 South starting to pile up back through Inanda Road this morning. Cape Town, a good start. The N2 inbound from Khayelitsha is clear. The N1 moving nicely from Belleville-Brackenfell side as well as you go to the city centre area. The M5 is probably these days the busiest highway, and that's already sitting in a little bit of pressure as you move from Rondebosch up towards the N2 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:32. Yeah. Oh my Zai Khan. You know, I walked into studio this morning, and Zai's body language told me everything I needed to know. One look at her and I just thought, oh, this is not a good morning. Zai, you look like you're on the verge of shedding tears. Talk. This is a safe space.
Oh my word, Kathy. What do I do, Kathy? Our last African team. The last so-called, well, is out.
You know what? You know what hits me? It's the fact that you have you truly believe France is an African team.
Well, we are officially accepting, I think, applications for a new World Cup favorite at the moment, because I don't know. It's gone out the door for me as a, well, yeah, so much for
Jeez,
my
at this point,
adopted African side.
We might need to find somebody else to do the sport updates until the World Cup is over. Zai's tapped out. She's not interested anymore.
Yeah.
All right. Sad news for France, Zai.
Sad news for France. Sad news for Kylian Mbappe. You know, the golden boot, yeah, it just ended like that for him. So, Kathy, now we are back to the transfer market to see who's going to go all the way. It looks like Spain, because they are through. And this is after dismantling France 2-0 in Dallas overnight. La Roja dominated the midfield, and that was through Rodri, Dani Olmo and Fabian Ruiz, cutting off the supply to Kylian Mbappe and limiting the tournament's most dangerous attack. And that was to just one shot on target in the opening 75 minutes. Spain will now face either the champions, the defending champions, Argentina, or England in Sunday's final. In the meantime, the FIFA World Cup will conclude with a star-studded closing ceremony, and that's before Sunday's final, all happening in New York, New Jersey. Laura Pausini, Nicole Scherzinger, Robbie Williams, I Show Speed will perform, while Hollywood star Tom Cruise will make a special appearance. Jennifer Hudson will sing the United States national anthem ahead of the kickoff, as the tournament now is building towards crowning the new world champion. And we come back to home, and it's Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso paying an emotional tribute to fallen star Jaden Adams, who was discovered dead at a property in Kloof, Cape Town, and that was on Saturday, 11th of July, shortly after returning from representing South Africa at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Cardoso described Adams as a player who made everyone around him feel better, both on and off the pitch.
This moment we live is devastating, and all comes back to me. Miklos Feyer in FC Porto, Maicon in Shakhtar Donetsk, Emiliano Sala in FC Nantes, and now you, my dear boy, Jaden Adams. We just spoke a few days ago. All looked normal, all looked peaceful, exactly like you were. Life teaches me every day that the coach must be much more from the players than from the game.
And finally, cycling. Tadej Pogacar strengthening his grip on the Tour de France yellow jersey with the dominant solo victory on stage 10. The four-time champion attacked with 15 kilometers remaining to claim his third stage win of this year's race, extending his overall lead over Jonas Vingegaard to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. That's your sport. We'll be back in the saddle at the top of the hour for the national briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
A very good morning to you, Ndauleng. So we'll start off this update looking at China's economy. It's cooling as domestic demand remains fragile.
Good morning, Kathy. Now, China's economy lost momentum in the second quarter, growing 4.3% year on year, slightly below expectations of 4.5% and slowing from 5% in the first quarter. Now, the weaker than expected performance is piling pressure on Beijing to introduce fresh stimulus as the country battles sluggish domestic demand and a deepening investment slump. Now, property and infrastructure investment remain under strain, with local governments focused on reducing debt rather than launching new projects. Now, while retail sales and industrial production improved in June, consumer spending remains subdued and confidence downbeat. Economists now expect policymakers to cut interest rates and step up support measures to help stabilize growth in the coming months. Still sticking with macroeconomics, but over in the US, inflation slowed more than expected last month, with annual consumer prices easing to 3.5% from 4.2% in May. Now, the decline was driven by lower energy prices after a temporary ceasefire in the Middle East reduced pressure on oil markets. Core inflation also moderated, pointing to easing underlying price pressures. However, the ceasefire has since somewhat collapsed, with renewed conflict between the US and Iran pushing oil prices higher again. Now, that has raised concerns that inflation could accelerate in July as higher gas costs feed through to the broader economy. Now, financial markets continue to expect the Fed to leave interest rates unchanged this month, while keeping the possibility of another hike later this year open. And then looking at those equity markets, that softer than expected US inflation, as well as strong earnings out from big banks, helped offset lingering geopolitical concerns, with Wall Street closing in the green overnight. Asian markets are also trading higher this morning despite weaker than expected Chinese GDP data. And then back home, the JSE rebounded, supported by stronger precious metal prices, with the all-share index ending 0.3% firmer overnight. High gold and platinum group metal prices also giving the rand a lift this morning, with the currency starting the day on firmer footing at 16.34 to the dollar, 21.91 to the pound, and 18.70 to the euro. And that's your market brief for this hour. We'll unpack the local stories moving markets just after 7:30.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
Refreshing to you, Advocate Mantula. This morning we're going to start off in Dakar. Macky Sall is setting his sights high.
Refreshing morning, Sister and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. Indeed, the former president landing just yesterday for almost 3 hours after 2 years since leaving the office in 2024. Now, this brief visit, there are two angles on it, Sister. Is the issue of endorsement of Sali for the UN Secretary General position. Secondly, is to deal with the strained relationship of the sitting president and the former president on the issues of the crackdown that has been on his supporters post-2024. Hence, I said to you, he landed in Dakar yesterday in around afternoon, 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. he was out. But his main issue was to engage with Faye on the support of Senegal. Remember the last bid, there was no even African country that supporting his bid. Besides, it was brought by Burundi. So hence he had to visit his country and get a support from President Faye.
Let's talk about the latest taking place in the National Assembly in Benin. They've passed a law to temporarily abolish the National Autonomous Electoral Commission. What does all of that entail?
This entails that they are now restructuring, reconfiguring, but the main issue, it is either the budget or is it the collapse of what you call the midwife to political transition of power. Remember the electoral management bodies, Casey, they are very important. Now, when you abolish, and yesterday was the main day actually when the mandate expired of the Electoral Council of Benin. Now the government says that no, what we'll do, we'll manage the assets, we'll settle financial issues, we'll redeploy that staff to public administration. This is very sad because you need an independent electoral management body whenever you have what we call political transition of power. And in this instance, they are saying they will still come back with what they call transitional measures on a new institutional framework of an electoral management body in Benin, Porto Novo.
And in Cameroon, we have a country there that is uncertain about the status of its leader, in particular, the health status of its leader.
That is quite true. We are talking of the elder here, Paul Biya, who has been absent, and this is not for the first time, by the way. He has been ill-disposed. In a legal term, we use the word ill-disposed. He's sick, but there's no clarity. The media doesn't have access. And our sister Channel Africa at SABC, they broke this story actually last week by saying that even the family was asked to urgently go to Switzerland because it seems that they are lingering on whether Paul Biya will still be alive this year. I mean, his health conditions, he just disappeared in June after an event on the 20th of May. So this has happened before. Hence I said out of sight. Others are saying what will happen, but as you know, there are issues that when you have a sitting president, whatever happens, there will always be who will take over. He's at the age of 93, by the way, has been in office since 1982 for more than 43 years.
Yeah, I mean, some of these things are just so bizarre, Advocate Mantule. Yeah. Let's get into our historical archive. 15 July 1953 is the date we're zooming in on.
Yeah, when we go into this, let's just hear what this man was saying about their long overstay when they were arrested. But this time, they escaped the country without passports, but with false names.
We had used Rivonia too much. The fact that we could all be arrested there, I think it was a mistake on the part of some of us who felt that let's have that last day rather. But these things were inevitable. We had to be arrested at one stage or another.
That was Ntate Walter Sisulu Siskhethi. Now, on this day, Walter Sisulu Dumanokwe traveled to overseas under false names. I've been trying to get those code names. I'm not able to track them, but without passports. And they went also to London. They went to Romania to the World Festival of Youth and Students for Peace and Friendship. When they came back towards the end of the year 1953, they went to the ANC conference where they have started with the boycott campaign in the late 50s. Hence, I said to you, it's a very important day. But that clip was just talking about their overstay, and that's why they were arrested in Rivonia, not far from where SABC is, just in the north of Gauteng City. Asante sana Siskhethi, as was still leading the conversation, SAFM observing the International Mandela Week.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Some trouble coming out of Victoria's Montana area. Sefakamakata, quite a heavy delay exiting Montana down towards the N1 highway. And just a little bit further east, a crash at the bottom of Moloto Road and Sefakamakata as well. N1 south looking fairly moderate through Midrand. The N1 north coming out of Soweto through Four Ways, busy but moving. The bike one's jammed today from Boyson through Parktown, and the N3 staying heavy on that run out of Alberton and Germiston. Elon's up to Van Buren. Bit of a pushback as well approaching Galuli's N12 and R24 route starting to jam up. A little bit of congestion around the Bayhead, Rochborough areas of Durban again today, and Umbilo. A lot of trucks into that area. If you're moving in or out of the Bluff, or you've got to get towards the harbour and you're not driving a truck, just give yourself extra time to negotiate that. Stationary vehicle N2 south before Spaghetti Junction. N2 south is backing up beyond the Inanda Road exit, so very slow coming down into 4 level this morning. Ashburton, Petermaritzburg, that check's fine. No major problems there. Cape Town down those traffic lights on Broadway Boulevard at the M2 and Broadway Boulevard at Somerset Mall exit. They are still out. I think we're into day 3. That'll be pretty congested around that Somerset West area as we go through the morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Argentina have a title to defend.
Football fans, the biggest night in world football is here.
Lionel Messi's rescued them again.
SABC Sport and Good Hope FM is taking over Greenpoint in Cape Town.
It's another one for the record books.
On 19 July 2026 for an unforgettable watch party of the FIFA World Cup 2026 at McDonald's Greenpoint.
His greatest moment.
Good Hope FM gets the party started at 6 p.m. leading up to the live broadcast of the match. Come out and join the stars. Andile Ngube, Lerato Khanyago, Linda Mtambo, Dalron Buckley, and Good Hope FM presenters. Bring your friends, wear your team colors, and be part of football history as the world crowns its champion.
The finest hour.
The FIFA World Cup Final Watch Party, 19 July at McDonald's Greenpoint. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:50. You're listening to the National Briefing. Let's get into this story now. Zandile Gumede is back nearly 7 years after she was removed as mayor of eThekwini. The MK party has unveiled her as its deputy convener in KwaZulu-Natal, one of the most senior posts in the party's most important province. And of course, the context there, Gumede is still on trial with 21 co-accused over the 320 million rand Durban solid waste tender. She's pleaded not guilty and says she's waiting for her day in court. In the ANC, the step-aside rule kept her out of office. Joining us now is the MK party spokesperson, Sfiso Mahlangu. Sfiso, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So let's start with the decision, right, to bring Zandile Gumede in. Why was she the right choice?
Good morning to you, Kathy. She was the right choice because she is a stalwart of politics and good governance in our view. And we've got a big explanation on why that is. Nobody can pull numbers in KZN better than Ms. Zandile Gumede. She's won one election sitting at home. She's won another election through a clean sweep when she was eThekwini mayor. She's got a good relationship with President Jacob Zuma and has been key in the MK party, I think, from its inception. She's enjoyed the policies and so on. She never joined until recently. But we've viewed that she was, of course, victimized, as many have been. The court has, the NPA has to this point not concluded her charge sheet 8 years later. She has asked for her day in court numerous times. Throughout 8 years that the NPA has not concluded the charge sheet, as I say. They've not provided her with her day in court. In fact, the NPA has claimed that they are still investigating and made a refusal to withdraw the case. So I think she is, of course, a victim. She suffers the victimization many have suffered from this government of President Cyril Ramaphosa. But basically, an election is a game of numbers. And Ms. Zandile Gumede will win us eThekwini. We believe in her skill on the ground. We believe that she didn't commit fraud at any point. We believe that this was just the mischaracterization by the Cyril Ramaphosa faction, oozing out the President Zuma faction, or the proverbial RET faction in the ANC, and she became a victim of that. But an election, as we all know, is a game of numbers. We believe that eThekwini was cleaner under Ms. Zandile Gumede. We believe that what the city that you see now is an absolute disgrace. And if you make a comparison from the days she was mayor, people prefer her. And those numbers will be exhibited on the 4th of November. And for that, we believe we made the right choice.
So I'm looking at the time. We don't have a lot of time for me to get into some of the things that you're saying about eThekwini, but I don't think that is necessarily a fair reflection of the reality on the ground. Part of the reason why we have this waste management tender corruption scandal is about it speaks to the very state of eThekwini and the decay that was being experienced in the city while Zandile Gumede was still mayor. Those protests started while she was still mayor, so I don't think that's entirely true. But let's come back then to the issue of the public standard for leadership, right? Because you have South Africans that have expressed a genuine frustration with having leaders that are having to be hauled before the courts to account of allegations of corruption. What do you think is going to be the reception to that by voters in eThekwini, voters in KZN?
You and I are going to have this conversation on the 5th of November when the numbers start coming up and the people of eThekwini and the people of KZN are going to show that they really appreciate Mrs. Zandile Gumede. Of course, it is a concern that people are charged. It's a concern also why other people are not charged, why the likes of Senzo Mchunu and Morgan Maumela are not charged for a variety of reasons.
Not a concern enough to not be standing for public office?
Let me finish. I think we know why those particular individuals are not charged. But the point I want to make is that if the NPA had a case, she would have been prosecuted by now. I don't think it takes 8 years to complete a charge.
Her trial is still ongoing. Just this past week, there was evidence continuing.
Kathy, I think the state, as we know, should investigate, charge, and convict. It doesn't take 8 years to run that process. I think we must not pretend South Africans are that dumb. They know the reasons why this woman was removed, and they know the reasons and the political reasons behind this case. But we must trust the electoral system. We must trust democracy and let South Africans vote. Why do we want to dictate to them about the charges and who perhaps they should vote for and why perhaps not Ms. Zandile Gumede? This is a democracy.
Okay.
Let's leave it up to the people of KZN and eThekwini to test whom they want to elect.
Sfiso Matlangu, we're going to leave it there. He speaks on behalf of the MK party.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You're still listening to the national briefing. So just in the past week, one of our listeners in Alex called in making allegations against a local councillor and collusion allegedly with a city power official demanding large sums of money to fix a main electricity box. And he says that they control who in the community gets power and who doesn't. It also comes as Alex residents marched on City Power's own delivery centre, accusing the utility of not electrifying one of the areas in Alex. Isaac Mangena is the spokesperson for City Power. Isaac, I was hoping to play you that complaint from our listener, but I see we're chasing against time. You, however, want to respond to the allegations made on air.
Yes, good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Yes, I did listen to the recording, and I would like to categorically deny the allegations, especially that the councillor and City Power are in collusion, and the councillor is basically dictating terms as to how and when we should be switching on and off electricity to residents. What I want to say is that the area that they are talking about near Gautrain station is having very serious problems of overloading, especially around those peak periods of 5 to 8 in the evening, if you were, because of the high demand during this peak period of winter where people are trying to cook or even warming themselves up and so forth. And that overloading of that network around that area and in most parts of Alexandra is mainly because of the mushrooming of the backyard rooms in the township. So you will find that the network or the box or mini substation that we've put in is meant for a 4-roomed house. But now you've got 20 more backyard rooms that the resident has basically built to try and obviously get people rented out and making some extra cash from that renting out. So that is one of the problems that we're having, but also the issues around a settlement that is illegal around that area that is actually built under the electricity pylon lines and near that Gautrain station. That is something that we've always complained about, that we need to make sure that those people are removed. Of course, it's not a city power responsibility, it's mainly human settlements, but those people are there and they are connected illegally to the network. So that is mainly the reason. So there's no payment that has been made. We don't listen to the councillors. We do listen to the councillors, but they don't tell us when to switch on and off.
And Isaac, in terms of the calls for Mahausana flats to be electrified, it's been over a year that residents have been making this call. They marched just in the last week to your office.
Yeah, in fact, it's been almost over 8 years. They've been there for close to 10 years, I think. So what we did is we received their memorandum yesterday, and we agree with what they are trying to say, because the issue there is that when they do not have their own legal electricity, they connect illegally, and hence you find that the residents nearby are suffering, and those are the paying residents and customers of City Power. So City Power is losing money there because of the illegal connections, but also because of the people that are supposed to be paying for electricity at a certain time are not receiving that electricity because of the Mahausana flats. What we've done over years was that we tried to engage Department of Housing, because those flats, those people there are not registered customers of City Power, and secondly, they have illegally occupied those flats, and the flats belonged to Department of Human Settlements, who did not distribute them and they did not complete them. So the residents decided to move in, complete them themselves, put on the window panes and glasses, and make sure that they connect to the nearest points, which is really giving us serious problems. So what we are doing is to try to ensure that Human Settlements comes on board, and they've agreed to come and meet with them so that City Power can then supply bulk meter, and we bill the Department of Human Settlements while the residents are also freed up of the illegal connections that are happening around that area.
All right,
that is
Isaac,
what we have done. I did receive that memorandum myself.
We're going to have to leave it there. We're completely out of time. It's time for your latest 7 o'clock news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Kat Matlala to appear before the Matlanga Commission, and the US carries out more strikes on Iran. Good morning. Attempted murder accused Vuzimuzi Kat Matlala is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission this morning. His testimony, initially scheduled for last week, was postponed to allow him time to finalize his witness statement. Matlala is expected to face questions about the 228 million rand Medicare 24 Tshwane District SAPS tender and the controversial blue lights allegedly fitted to his private vehicles through agreements with the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. Sibahle Mota reports.
Vusmuziket Matlala is expected to testify at the Madlanga Commission this morning after investigating Directorate Against Corruption senior investigator Colonel Brian Padayachi concludes his evidence. Matlala is central to corruption allegations before the commission. It is alleged that he was unlawfully awarded a multi-million rand Medicare 24 SEPS tender. He is also expected to answer questions about the controversial blue lights allegedly installed unlawfully on his private vehicles. The commission is expected to examine 2 memorandums of understanding allegedly signed with the city of Ekurhuleni and Matlala, where one of the agreements enabled the installation of the blue lights.
Action SA MP Derelyn James says the final report of Parliament's ad hoc committee should consist of a finding that the head of the Independent Directorate Against Crime, Advocate Andrea Johnson, should be charged with perjury resulting from her appearance before the committee in November last year. The committee is looking into allegations of criminality, political interference and corruption in the SAPS made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, in July last year. Committee members are compiling a draft report. James says her party believes Johnson's testimony before the committee was false at times.
Action SA also therefore calls on the committee to make an express finding that the evidence of Advocate Andrea Johnson was in material respects false and given under oath. This conduct constitutes possible perjury and possible contravention of the Powers and Privileges Act, and the matter be referred to the appropriate prosecuting authority for investigation and, where warranted, prosecution. A report that declines to say this plainly does not reflect the evidence.
Newly appointed Social Development Minister Dinapole says she's determined to rebuild public trust following her return to cabinet. 2 weeks after being sworn in by President Cyril Ramaphosa, Pole says she understands the responsibility that comes with leading the department. She was removed as Communications Minister in 2013 following findings of improper conduct. Pole says she's focused on proving herself through her work.
I did let down South Africans, and for that, I did pay a big price. And I have learned in my own way what it means to have responsibility and to do your work in the manner that people expect you to do. Look, in the work that we have here, I know that the trust of the people is what matters most, and I want to promise people that. I said to you, I've paid the price for that.
Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa has held talks with King Misizulu Kazwelithini and King Ndamase Ndamase in Harare as efforts intensify to tackle migration challenges in the region. The meeting comes in the wake of protests against undocumented immigrants in parts of South Africa that have heightened tensions between locals and foreign nationals. ZANU-PF spokesperson Christopher Mutsvangwa.
The president called in his ministers and his court to come to listen to the king. All in all, a very cordial meeting, mapping the future of the two countries together, and also to see how historical and traditional structures can come to play as we grapple with post-colonial challenges which come from our apartheid and racist past.
And finally, U.S. forces have launched a 4th day of strikes against Iran and resumed a naval blockade of Iranian ports. This follows a wave of Iranian missile and drone attacks targeted at neighboring countries. The Americans say that in the past 7 days, such strikes have resulted in nearly a dozen crew members being killed, injured or missing. In an interview, Donald Trump threatened to further expand the attacks.
Next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants, next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants, we're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate.
Recapping the top story, attempted murder accused Vusumuzikat Matlala is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OutSurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with OutSurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OutSurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to OutSurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer. Spain are awaiting their World Cup final opponents as England and Argentina renew one of their fiercest rivalries tonight. And in rugby, Cobus Reinach warns the Springboks against complacency ahead of the Wales clash. We'll have the details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Update on the Pretoria situation. If you're leaving Montana, it's a crash on Sefaka-Makato at the N1 highway. So that's quite a heavy queue, a bit of a standstill heading out of the Montana area. Breakdown on the N1 south. In fact, there's two of them, two broken down vehicles near Botha Avenue. The N1 starting to backlog quite heavily from the R21 split as you line up into that one. N12 and R24 from Ekurhuleni into Gululi slow, and the Mike 1 now Boyson to about Oxford Road in Parktown is the backlog there. Traffic lights out in Durban on the M7 at Chalmers. There's some turning arrow issues around M7 South Coast Road and a lot of truck congestion in that area. Trucks are parked up near King Edward, also Bayhead Road going down the South Coast Road. Looks like being another busy morning around that Umbilo, Rossborough and Bayhead area. Breakdown still with us on the N2 South going into Spaghetti Junction. Roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hills causing a slowdown on your way out towards Pinetown, New Germany and Claremont. And Cape Town this morning, the M5, not as bad as it can be. There is a bit of traffic between Rondebosch and the Coburg interchange, but not too bad. There are some delays around Viking and Avonwood Road at the junction with Holt. Could be traffic lights out of that busy junction in the Valhalla area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We're with you until 9 a.m. as we bring clarity, context, and conversation. Coming up in this hour, it's the President versus Parliament. Cyril Ramaphosa's lawyers are in the Western Cape High Court this morning, asking judges to freeze the Phala impeachment inquiry until his review is heard in September. The committee says no, the work must continue. We'll work through what is at stake coming up shortly. And then 31 million rand, that's what taxpayers have spent on South Africa's World Cup delegation and related programs. The minister says it was about promoting the country. Action SA says South Africans deserve a full accounting, and at a time of tight budgets, where should government draw the line on international travel and representation? That's just part of the conversation we can have this hour. As always, we'll also bring you the reality check coming up later on in the hour, and we continue to look at the paradox of the middle class. And as always, we'd love to hear from you. The conversation belongs to you. The numbers to dial: 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Imagine if you could save time like you save money. A second here, a minute there. type a little faster, walk a little faster. Or you could stop scrolling on the internet. Just think of all the hours you'll save. Now, what if you could take all that time and invest it? Watch it grow. Until eventually, one day, you'd have so much time that you wouldn't know what to do with it all. But unfortunately, time doesn't work like that. It can't be stored or banked. And unlike money, you can't make it back. That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do whatever you want to do, even if it is scrolling on the internet. Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You may be paying more for medical aid this year, but switch to OUTsurance. You could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 43-year-old Ilana, who saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. There's never been a better time to switch and save with OUTsurance. Why wait? Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Well, let's get straight into our big story for this morning. Then the Western Cape High Court will hear from today the President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to interdict Parliament's Section 89 impeachment committee. This is to stop it from working on Phala Phala until the courts have ruled on his review of the independent panel report. Now, that report found he had a prima facie case to answer over the 2020 theft of foreign currency at his farm. The review is set down for early September, and his argument is that letting the inquiry run in the meantime would cause him irreparable political and reputational harm. Now, the committee's chair, Makashule Ghana, is opposing him. He's arguing that the harm is perceived and that the process will be fair.
On Wednesday, 15 July 2026, I will be attending the court hearing at the Western Cape High Court. This is the interdict application by President Cyril Ramaphosa that seeks to interdict the work of the impeachment committee, and I'm cited as a second respondent, so I will be attending this hearing that's set for 2 days, Wednesday 15 July and Thursday 16 July at the Western Cape High Court on behalf of the committee, because I do so on behalf of the committee. We have said, and I have said, that we continue our work and will continue our work in the impeachment committee, and it is for that reason that we have opposed the application by President Cyril Ramaphosa to interdict the work of the committee. So on Wednesday and Thursday, I will be at the Western Cape High Court.
Advocate Lufuno Nevondwe is a constitutional law expert from the University of Limpopo. Advocate Lufuno, good morning to you. So, of course, everything has a context, right? But what we're looking at here is probably a case that also will touch on the separation of powers. Can a sitting president interfere with how Parliament does its work? Can he stop Parliament from doing its work?
The sitting president cannot stop Parliament from doing its work. But remember, the facts here are different, because the president is challenging the foundation of the work of the parliament. Remember, the Constitutional Court ruled only on the rules of the National Assembly, Rule 129. So, in terms of how they were supposed to have processed the Section 89 independent panel report. So, the Constitutional Court did not rule on the merits of the case. So, the president is challenging the Section 89 independent panel report because he believed that that report, which is the foundation, is flawed and irrational. So that is the reason why we have this challenge. So the facts are different. We cannot say that he does not want Parliament to do its work, because if we say that, we will not be interpreting the facts correctly.
The Constitutional Court has ordered that this process must continue. Now, can the High Court lawfully pause it? Is there a jurisdiction problem that this application is going to have to deal with?
There are no jurisdictional problems here. The president has challenged the Section 89 independent panel report. He's reviewing it. So while he's reviewing, remember, he has the right to review it, and the competent court to review that Section 89 independent panel report is the High Court. So, which means that here, remember, the Constitutional Court did not rule on the merits of the case, did not rule on the report, whether the report is valid or not, or constitutional or not. That decision was not taken by the Constitutional Court. So the review application is heard in the High Court, which is the competent court to hear it, because the High Court is hearing it for the first time. There's no other court which has heard the review application.
What exactly must the president prove today in order to win this interim interdict that he's seeking?
He must prove that there will be irreparable harm and a constitutional conflict, in the sense that he's reviewing the foundation, which is the Section 89 independent panel report, which he believes that report is flawed and irrational. And also, he also believes that the Section 89 independent panel has exceeded its mandate, because he believed that the panel misconceived its mandate and wrongly interpreted the constitutional obligation brought against him regarding the Palapala farm sack. And also, he also talked about the panel reliance on hearsay evidence, which is not even tested, and also unlawful information. So the main issue here is that he will suffer irreparable harm. And the question also of because he's saying if the Parliament Impeachment Committee proceed with its work of impeachment while his review application is still pending, he will suffer the harm. So he wants an interim interdict, not a permanent interdict, an interim interdict, so that while the court is considering his review application, Parliament is interdicted, or Parliament pause its work, because continue with its work, it will sound like a parallel processes happening.
Sure.
Not necessarily saying that Parliament must not hold him accountable. It's clear. Parliament has a constitutional obligation to hold the president accountable.
Do you think the court is going to consider at all the amount of time it's taken for the president to take that matter on review, and the fact that he could have done this years ago and chose not to?
Remember, we can argue that, but the fact that Parliament process this matter, whether he will have reviewed it or not review it, it was going to be an academic, because when the parliament voted not in favor of the report, that was the end of the matter. So here he's reviewing it because this matter has been resuscitated by the Constitutional Court judgment, when the Constitutional Court says Parliament ought to have referred the Section 89 panel report to the impeachment processes. So to say that why he didn't challenge it, the answer is very simple. He did not challenge it because at that time there was no need, because the matter remained academic, because it was resolved at that time.
Advocate Lufuno Nevondwe, a constitutional law expert, and that case, of course, getting underway just later this morning.
The National Briefing on SAFM, weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
Now, the cost of government travel is once again under the spotlight. Action SA says the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture spent almost 31 million rand on its delegation and related activities at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's raised serious questions about accountability and the value for taxpayer money. Darylene James is an Action SA Member of Parliament. Darylene, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. When you see that price tag, what are you questioning about it?
I'm questioning what the actual spend was on. I'm questioning how much was spent on the minister's travel accommodation. I'm questioning why we didn't get a complete breakdown of that spend. And I'm also thinking sort of how this money could have been used better in our communities where, we have high rates of drug abuse and we don't have recreation centers. We don't have fields in our community. So when I see 31 million, I see, okay, 31 million, at least give us an explanation of how you spent this money and where you spent it.
So effectively, you want the details about what has gone into the spending and not so much the actual figure of 31 million, or are you also saying that that's too high?
You know what? I can't say until I get the facts. Until we get the facts on, this was spent on X amount of programs, this was spent on the team, this was spent, on whatever. But all we are saying is give us more detail. The minister sort of was very evasive in his response. At this point, to say to us, he'll get back to us later. To outline his actual spend, what he actually cost taxpayers' money. That is not accountability. And this is why the importance of, sort of having reforms when it comes to spending taxpayers' money. And this is why there's Action SA's enhanced cabinet perks bill, which is part of Action SA's broader cabinet reform package, so that we can ensure that every cent spent is accounted for.
All right. So it'll be interesting to see the breakdown, but I imagine you're also open to understanding, the fluctuation of currencies, how much it costs, right, to be able to fund such travel globally versus what it would be if it was just in South Africa. I'm quite interested in your question around whether taxpayers got value for money. How does one determine that, Darylene?
Basically, we want to, like I said earlier on, until the minister answers the question, until we can better understand, what it was spent on, it's very hard to say, yes, this was value for money. It was well spent. It was spent on development. It was spent on, programs. It was spent on. We just first need to see as a political party what it was spent on. We said we're not going to be, raising the flag just because we're a different political party and play politics here. We want to remain a constructive opposition, and we also want to hold the executive to account. And the manner in which he responded, that raises brows, and that's rather concerning.
Have you gotten a commitment from the minister around giving a detailed breakdown?
Yes, he said he would give a detailed breakdown. I'm not even sure when. We're definitely going to do a follow-up on this question.
Darylyn James, she's the Action SA Member of Parliament. So when you think about 31 million rand and, of course, this delegation that travelled to the World Cup, does that send red flags, ringing in your mind? Are you questioning this figure? Do you believe actually there is a story here to be told? Of course, there must absolutely be transparency, right? We need to see where that spending has gone. But just off the face of it, does 31 million rand, does that make you jump up and think, hey, we need to understand the spending a lot better? I'd love to hear from you on this one. The numbers to use this morning, 086 000 2032. That's for our studio line. And of course, you can send your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. Let me bring in some of your voice notes before we head into your 7:30 headlines.
Good morning, Kathy. The MK is a joke. They're saying that they're going to exonerate Zandile Kumete through an election. What madness. She needs to be exonerated in the court of law. What madness. You see, the MK and the double standards, even their president once took a public position on record, on camera, about immigration here in South Africa, and now he's changed his tune, and you must just follow like cattle. It's madness. I mean, really. They don't care about their reputation. They will launder anything for votes. No principle whatsoever, Kathy. This is Kechi from Ekurhuleni. Thank you.
Morning, Kathy and SAfm listeners. We did know that there's nothing will come out of this ad hoc committee. It's just a waste of time. It's just like the impeachment for the president. They are just a waste of time. I don't know how did they assemble themselves as an ad hoc committee or impeachment committees. Just a waste of time for taxpayers' money. And thank you. Be done.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the Western Cape High Court will today kick off proceedings in President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt Parliament's Section 89 impeachment proceedings. Attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Matlala is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission this morning. His testimony, initially scheduled for last week, was postponed to allow him time to finalize his witness statement. And the Western Area Magistrates Court is today continuing the proceedings of over 200 suspected illegal miners arrested last week on the West Rand. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We saw on the M1 South coming away from Pretoria on your way to Midrand in Joburg this morning. It's just crashing down by Buata Avenue. The right lane is closed. Traffic's all the way back through to Rigel Avenue. That's a heavy queue on the M1 South for this time of year. Rest of the highway networks around Joburg a little bit lighter this morning, with the exception of the N3 queuing to Van Buren and the R24 from the Edenvale into a breakdown at the N12 Galulis. But apart from those hold-ups, traffic generally moving okay. Into Durban we go with the breakdown on the N2 South a little bit earlier, going into Spaghetti Junction. Now that has been cleared, but get this, it's been replaced by a crash scene. So there's a crash on the N2 after Umgeni Road. That is heavy, coming through from sort of just after Queen Nandi Drive down towards that scene. It's near the Clare Road Bridge. That's where the crash is. And then northbound, everybody having a look at that. So it's a backlog and a half through Spaghetti Junction as you head up towards the Umgeni Road. So heavy both ways is the call through there. More delays further up the N2 North between Kumashu and the breakdown before you get to the Gateway exit. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburn, that's moving okay today. Cape Town, a lot of congestion around a crash scene on Borchard's Quarry at the N2. If you're moving between Nyanga and the airport, that section of Borchard's Quarry stands still. There's some backlogs on the N2 off-ramp into Borchard's Quarry, some really proper congestion out there. And the M5 is heavy again this morning, queuing up from Rondebosch through to Kuburg at a change. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning again. So, while it's Heartbreak Hotel, Why has the French loss been so devastating for teams that were already knocked out? You know, people are crying real tears over France losing the semi-final yesterday. Why do you think it's so personal, Zah?
I just felt like this was our adopted team from the continent because so many have that African heritage. So we thought, this is your year, France. This is your year, man. You've come so close.
You see, Zah, you should have listened to me. After Bafana came out, I warned you. I said, it's okay. All that energy, let it rest. You know, mourn the fact that we're out of the World Cup.
Stop substituting.
Look at you now. You're back at Heartbreak Hotel. But yeah, great news for Spain.
Ah, my word, Kathy. We've now changed World Cup allegiances. How many times? I don't know who to support anymore. I mean, the clubs we keep. Who do we support? Anyway, let's just go to this.
I know you don't know who to support. In fact, I know you don't have the energy to support any other team.
France are out, guys, in case you missed it. So who do we support now? I think we're going to need VAR to decide because that's how tough it's getting at this end, the business end. But just so you know, Spain supporters are happy. Their team through to the 2026 FIFA World Cup final. They had a composed 2-0 victory over France overnight. Lamine Yamal again pulling the strings as La Roja outplayed the 2018 champions, ending France's dream of a third successive World Cup final. Spain now head to New Jersey with one hand on history, but they'll have to wait a little longer to find out their opponents. Tonight is one of football's greatest rivalries as England, they'll take on the defending champions Argentina in Atlanta, 9 p.m. with Lionel Messi chasing another World Cup final and the Three Lions looking to finally end decades of hurt. And of course, SABC Sport has got you covered. You can catch ball-by-ball action on SABC 3 as well.
So who's the real GOAT now?
Ooh.
Messi's taking it personally this World Cup.
He is, right, because he's leading as well. Golden Boots, number of goals scored at this World Cup. It's going to be an interesting one. But speaking of goats, let's talk about the Springboks, okay? The reference to goat on the Springboks, I'll leave that to you. All Blacks captain now, Sean Fitzpatrick, saying the Springboks and the All Blacks rivalry remains the pinnacle of Test rugby. Now, Fitzpatrick, he led New Zealand to their first series win on South African soil in 1996 and says the contest has always been built on fine margins and deep mutual respect. He also described the 1995 World Cup final at Ellis Park as the greatest test he ever played, despite New Zealand's defeat, because of the emotion surrounding Nelson Mandela and the significance of the occasion. Now, with another blockbuster series on the horizon, Fitzpatrick says fans can expect fierce battles on the field.
For us to win that against the world champions, you know, a year earlier would have been nice to have that also, but it wasn't to be. And to come back and as I said, to play against the current world champions 4 Saturdays in a row in your own backyard was a big challenge, one we loved.
Let's go now from all the rugby action. We'll bring you this story, and it is the team that's looking forward to getting through, and it comes to cycling. Tadej Pogačar winning a wonderful race last night, especially on Bastille Day, which has added specific significance to his win at the Tour de France 10th stage. And that's where we'll leave it for now. We'll have more sport as we cycle back to the podium at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. Ndauleng, I realize we never got to know who you were supporting, so you might also be with Zai in Heartbreak Hotel this morning.
Not at all. Sending Zai all the love, though. I've been Spain through and through. So I was on the money. Clearly, I was on the money.
Ah, good for you, darling. Good for you. Mining production is declined in May.
That's right, Kathy. Now, mining production fell for the first time in 6 months in May, dropping 5.4% year on year as weaker iron ore output weighed heavily on the sector. Now, iron ore production plunged 12.7%, reflecting softer demand from China, weak prices, and growing uncertainty linked to global trade tensions. Now, higher fuel costs as well as geopolitical risks have also increased operating costs for miners already facing tight margins. The weaker production numbers are a concern because mining remains a key contributor to the country's economy, exports, and employment. Now, there was some relief on the revenue side, with higher platinum group metal prices lifting mineral sales despite lower production volumes. Gold and coal sales also posted solid gains. Checking in on some company news, Coca-Cola HBC is a step closer to a secondary listing on the JSE after the Competition Commission recommended approval of its $2.6 billion acquisition of Coca-Cola Beverages Africa. This, of course, is still subject to conditions. Now, the deal would create the world's second largest Coca-Cola bottling partner by volume, while giving South African investors access to one of the largest consumer goods companies listed in Europe. HBC says it remains on track to complete the acquisition and list on the JSE before the end of the year, pending final regulatory approvals. Conditions include a moratorium on job cuts and commitments to invest in South Africa's distribution and retail network following the transaction. Now, as we await that listing, the local bourse could be in for a more positive start at 9 a.m. as gold and PGM prices hold firm, also boosting the rand despite oil trending higher at $85 a barrel. The local unit is trading at 16.35 to the dollar, 21.92 to the pound, and 18.71 to the euro. Internationally, the focus remains on earnings season, with investors awaiting more results from US banks and the big one, Netflix, reporting on Thursday. Ahead of those releases, US futures and Asian stocks are trading in the green. And I'll hit pause there for now, but do remember to tune in at 8:30 a.m. We'll be chatting about why cash flow is the bloodline of any small business and how managing it effectively can make the difference between growth and simply staying afloat. Looking forward for that conversation with Kathy.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Business leaders like to talk about jobs and economic growth. They are parents too, yet they often don't talk about children.
That's funny, because their future bottom line depends on how well we grow. Hold our hands. It's time to talk about real growth. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
From fuel prices to groceries and electricity, in an economy where the price of everything is going up, it's comforting to know that when you switch to Outsurance, you could actually save on your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 50-year-old Lawrence, who saves an incredible 309 Rand a month on his 2025 Volkswagen T-Cross. How much money could Outsurance save you? Well, SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:42. You're still listening to the National Briefing. Let's get into our reality check this week with our contributor, Zimasa Vabasa. And Zimasa has been talking about the paradox of the middle class, asking what is the middle class actually doing with the power that it has accumulated, and why across every racial line does it feel stuck. And today, Zimasa, you want to focus on integration, and you've themed it in particular, the facade of integration. Have we integrated South Africa's middle class or simply relocated its distance? Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Go for it, Zibasa.
Now, I think it's important for us to then, now that we've had the overarching conversation, then we've spoken about our own money issues, personal money issues. I think it's important we get out of the house and start to look at what our communities look like, what our communities, how they interact with each other. And I think it's important to look at it from the perspective of integration. We share the same things. We share gyms, we share the same schools, the same WhatsApp groups, we're in the same offices, we're in the same aisles at Woolies, even sometimes. But we need to start saying, by every visible measurement, that there is some integration. But if you sit a little bit longer and you start to watch who speaks first, based off the spaces that we occupy, whose jokes land, whose absence goes noticed and unnoticed. If we switch lenses to look at our communities from a perspective of the businesses that exist, the politics that people hold within the middle class, how justice, media, banks, how they operate when they look at certain people inside even those demarcations. We then say to ourselves, okay, what are the layers of power? What is the movement of power within this integration that we have as a middle class, even across and mostly across racial lines? Then we say to ourselves, okay, but what do the numbers say about the same people that exist in that same room? Well, the highest black earners, they net 551,000 on average. The highest white earners sit on brackets that are 1.2 million rand plus and up. Whites still occupy 61% of top private sector management positions. But then on the other side, you've got a 724 billion rand government bill, which remains one of the most reliable doors that black middle class can walk through to become middle class. A door that can't stay open forever, mind you. Then we look at the 873,000 South Africans plus who hold direct shares in businesses through empowerment schemes on the JSE. It's a very nuanced conversation. Then on the other side, we say to ourselves, if you were to look at Soweto, 1 in 5 households earns 13,000 rand plus, home to over 1,600 properties that are worth more than 1 million rand. This is also proof that wealth is being built, just not where the cameras point or usually point all the time. If you go to a place like Khayelitsha in Cape Town, properties are 7 times cheaper than anywhere else in the country when you look at the top townships. 60% of the households, however, though, earn under 6,500 rand. Proximity was never the same thing as belonging. And this is a question we've got to ask about our integration. And on top of that, we've got to look at some of the core questions that ask us, have we integrated? Do you truly have cross-racial friends? Are they friends or are they just colleagues that you've become familiar with? These are the questions that I want to ask around our integration. Do you have play dates across the line with your kids? Do you take them there? Do they do sleepovers? These are the things that start to test whether we're integrated or not, or we just live in the same zoo with different cages. Thanks, Kathy.
And, Zimasa, I think that part of what you have raised, right, these are questions that the middle class often grapple with, especially where we talk about some of the racial divide that we still contend with as a country. So once we have asked ourselves these questions, to what end would you say all of this should be?
So I think the end should be an understanding of the realities and to know more, just do it for the optics, to do it for actual and concrete integration. Now, what do I mean by that? We don't have across lines, or at least to my knowledge, and maybe some of the callers can jump in, we don't have cross-racial stokvels. things that say we are looking to actually build and pool money together. Yes, we might send money to the same financial institutions, but that's really from a profit motive, not from a class motive, to say there's things that we think that together we can change. If you look at how protests happened, there are certain protests that will happen in certain areas and certain protests that will happen somewhere else. We need to start saying, what are the joint things? Are we having a class protest to say whether we're black or white within, for instance, a corporate space? These are the things that we want to change. And the conversations have to be deeper than that. The young children who come out of these middle class enabled environments in terms of schooling, they integrate to a point, and then past that point, they disintegrate, likely after varsity. Why is that? It's because we don't have a vision that is shared throughout the class. And if we are able to get that, to tie that in and say to ourselves, we say we want a better South Africa for all, but the data, the people at the protest, at different types of protests, they take a different posture. And then lastly, think about what happened around June 30. Who protested? How did they protest? Where did they protest? Who was gaslit? And who said that their perspective is academically sound?
Zimasa Vabaza, we're going to leave it there for this morning. And I think maybe just to add on to Zimasa's contribution, what do you think are the greatest impediments to solidarity within the middle class? So what gets in the way of the middle class being able to build true solidarity amongst itself? And therefore go back to the central question that Zimasa's dealing with. What is the middle class actually doing with the power it has accumulated? Is it even aware of the power that it has accumulated? I'll take some of your calls on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Delays coming out of Pretoria. It's just got a little bit worse. Crash on the M1 South before the N4, Emma-Flenny split. That's a delay coming through from Storenville Road. And then the earlier crash, M1 South further down at Buerta Avenue. That's pushed a queue back through Rigel Avenue. So a lot of work to do in terms of traffic getting out of Pretoria this morning. Joburg side, Cedar Road from Dainfern through multiple faulty traffic lights down to Witkoppen is really slow. N12 and R24 routes backing up, coming in from Ekurhuleni towards the breakdown before Geluli's the change. And the Mike one, not too bad this morning. Have certainly seen it a lot worse. Busy between Boysons and Sandton, but plenty of movement on that run through. Durban, bit of a nightmare scenario. Unfortunately, on the N2, a crash south near Clare Road Bridge. So that's very heavy. Queen Nundy Drive, moving through Mgeta Road and down towards Spaghetti Junction is bad. Into that northbound, you've got the roadworks, a breakdown, and some onlookers. So northbound coming through from the M7. That's heavy on your way up towards Mgeta Road. M19 still queuing at Reservoir Hills through roadworks. Wakesley Road has a crash at the N7. So coming up Bel Air Wakesley on that section of roadway from Sarnia, very slow. And the Victoria Esplanade, the embankment outbound ramp to the M4 Southern Freeway, that's currently closed. So you'll have to divert to the highway leaving central Durban. Cape Town, a breakdown M1 inbound at Sable Road. That's heavy from Plattercliff side. And a major crash on Borchard's Quarry at the N2 highway. That is causing delays in and out of Nyanga, and it's badly impacting traffic on the N2 off ramps to Borchard's Quarry. And separately, a crash on the N2 before Borchard's Quarry on the inbound side. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning, Kathy. I always wonder why the oversight of Parliament is done reactively instead of proactively. We knew there was going to be a World Cup soccer tournament, and we knew that department would spend. So why wasn't that budget interrogated beforehand? Thank you.
Morning, Kathy and your team. Kathy, I want to remind the ANC and its members that in 2024, when they see that they are about to lose their KZN profits, they recall Zandile Kumete from Step Aside. to come and campaign for the ANC. She was good when he's campaigning for the ANC. Now he's going to MKP. They're talking about principle. Awa. Thanks, Kathy.
Kathy, ayikho. Brian Molefe, Siyabonga Gama, now Sandile Gumede, Jacob Zuma. All these people accused of corruption. Icon. This party must change its name. A party of corrupt individuals, party of criminals. Sam Blomfontein.
Okay, good morning, Kathy. I was saying that shops were closed yesterday regarding non-compliance for its foreign shops by officials. Now, we see shops opening this morning. Surprisingly, that they saw that electricity and water is not being paid, and it's been actually stolen. Now, my issue is this: why are they not actually going to all the shops? Number two, we want evidence to see if these people have really paid the electricity and bills. Now, because this is going to give a perception to all the residents of Nelson Mandela Bay that they shouldn't pay electricity and water if they're going to let foreigners. Is there someone being bribed in the electricity department? Is there someone being bribed in the SAPS of course, also Kozakel? We want to know that. Thank you.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, thanks for some of those WhatsApp voice notes that you've already sent through. Kirk, you're in Cape Town. You want to talk about social cohesion?
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, your caller earlier was talking about the barriers to social cohesion, and my perception of the biggest cause with real social integration is our hang-ups. We just don't trust each other enough. So we don't trust each other with people of different cultures. I mean, as simple as a play date or a sleepover, we have these built-in racially charged, preconceived ideas of different cultures. And whether it's on the rugby field, the cricket field, the sports field at schools, any society gatherings, you will always see people of the same race joining together. And it's a natural thing, and I think it's purely based on an us and a them philosophy. I don't think it's, a lot of cases, I don't think it's malicious. I just think that we need, I don't know how much time before we look at each other in the same light.
You know, Kirk, I mean, what Zimasa raised, which I think was an interesting reflection, is that when you have young children going to school together, from preschool right through to primary school, high school, you find that the play groups sometimes are very integrated, right? You have friends from across the racial divide. But then something happens once, there's university or higher education, and then, the working professional life. Do you think we have been able to give ourselves an opportunity of understanding societally what is constructed that actually creates the divide?
I think, Kathy, that the children, I have an 8-year-old, an adopted Xhosa 8-year-old girl, and she's in a racially mixed school. She has a racially mixed group of friends. We don't do sleepovers because we don't believe in sleepovers at this age. But the pull-through, my concern is that the pull-through into high school and into tertiary education and into the work life will not be, there's not enough at this age because the parents' hang-ups are then passed on to the children. And we are conditioning our children subconsciously or consciously to then separate as years go on because of our own hang-ups. I think that's the main reason.
All right, Kirk, thanks for that reflection. So here, the parents are to blame, right? Because the older you grow, the more questions you have to face, and you have to choose solidarity. Whose side are you on, right? Do you understand what the political meaning of this or that might be? Thabo, you're in Germiston. You want to talk about the impeachment proceedings today. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kathy. And how are you? I see Spain has gone through, hey?
I'm indifferent, Thabo. As soon as we left the World Cup, I became indifferent. Although I was sort of supporting. I'm a Kylian Mbappe fan, so that was the only reason that maybe I was leaning towards France. But even then, it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, somehow I was supporting Spain yesterday.
Just claim your colors, Thabo. Claim your colors proudly. Yeah, you want to talk about impeachment?
Yeah, Kathy, you interviewed Advocate Lufuno was actually, scratching all over, trying to get all the relevant answers. Parliament, Kathy, it's a constituent representation house representing the people of South Africa. Whether they're doing a good job in doing that is a topic for another day, but they're representing the people of South Africa. Now, you've got a president, obviously, because now it's not only the legal dynamics that are at play here, also the socio-political, aspects, because now out there, people are going to perceive this as we have a president who wants to put himself above the Constitution, who doesn't want to be held accountable, by Parliament and so on and so on, and thus not accounting to the people of South Africa. So that's the view that is already, out there. And you put a very important point, Kathy, to say the president had many years to challenge the Section 29 report, but he chose not to do that. When there was a ruling, a Concord ruling on the impeachment to say Parliament can proceed, he said that, no, I'm now challenging it. So there's a disingenuity there. There's disingenuity there that is at play.
Okay.
And I hope the courts will actually do the right thing and look at that, as well.
Thabo, in Germiston, let's leave it there. So all of that, of course, is going to come to a head around 9 o'clock at the Western Cape High Court this morning. It's just after 8, a time for your latest news update, and good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, court to hear Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt impeachment inquiry and get Matlala to appear before the Matlanga Commission. Good morning. The Western Cape High Court will today kick off proceedings in President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt Parliament's Section 89 impeachment proceedings. The President wants the parliamentary process suspended pending the review of the Section 89 independent panel report. The report found he has a case to answer over the Phala matter. This committee was formed following a May Constitutional Court ruling that the National Assembly acted irrationally when it voted against the implementation of the report and that impeachment proceedings should be instituted against him. Celine Merrington reports.
President Cyril Ramaphosa argues that the work of the impeachment committee should be halted pending the outcome of his review application to prevent irreparable harm to his reputation. He wants the committee's work to stop pending his application to review the report, which is set down for early September. The committee is of the opinion that its work can and should continue while Ramaphosa challenges the accuracy of the Section 89 independent panel report. It is opposing Ramaphosa's application for an interdict. It has set a meeting for next week where the names of evidence leaders and its terms of reference are on the agenda. The interdict will be heard over the next 2 days.
Attempted murder accused Vusimuzikat Matlala is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission this morning. His testimony, initially scheduled for last week, was postponed to allow him time to finalize his witness statement. Matlala is expected to face questions about the 228 million rand Medicare 24 Tshwane District SAPS tender and the controversial blue lights allegedly fitted to his private vehicles through agreements with the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. Sibahle Mota reports.
Vusimuzikat Matlala is expected to testify at the Matlanga Commission this morning after investigating Directorate Against Corruption senior investigator Colonel Brian Padayachi concludes his evidence. Matlala is central to corruption allegations before the Commission. It is alleged that he was unlawfully awarded a multi-million rand Medicare 24 SAPS tender. He is also expected to answer questions about the controversial blue lights allegedly installed unlawfully on his private vehicles. The Commission is expected to examine 2 memorandums of understanding allegedly signed with the city of Ekurhuleni and Matlala, where one of the agreements enabled the installation of the blue lights.
Some of the illegal miners arrested during a police operation in Western Area on Gauteng's West Rand last week are expected to appear in the Western Area Magistrates Court today. The accused include nationals from Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi and Lesotho, as well as South Africans. They are facing charges of contravening the Immigration Act. Their previous court appearance was postponed to allow for the appointment of legal aid attorneys. Tabiso Khadebe reports.
A total of 217 illegal miners were arrested during police's Operation Prosper at an abandoned Losbeck mine last Tuesday. They were initially charged with possession of ammunition, possession of an illegal 9mm pistol, contravening the Immigration Act and aiding and abetting undocumented migrants. However, when they appeared in court, they were charged only with contravening the Immigration Act. It remains unclear whether police will add further charges as their investigation continues.
The DA in the Msuka-Likwa municipality in Mpumalanga has approached the Special Investigating Unit to request it to investigate a land issue. The matter relates to an area in which a municipal reservoir was built and later sold to a prominent businessman. The municipality and the businessman are currently fighting in court. This is over a 247 million rand debt the municipality owes for the reservoir rental. DA Councillor Johannes Scholz.
One of the most important things that is going to be attached in this legal dispute that's taking place now is our server. If our server is taken, which is valued at more than 50 million rand, it poses a threat that the municipality of Msuka-Likwa can collapse in totality. And that is one of our major concerns, why the DA is advocating and why we've asked nationally that the SIU investigate this whole case. Is the municipality at fault? Is it the local businessman at fault? But the taxpayer needs answers.
Meanwhile, the municipal mayor, Precious Nkosi, says they are aware of the businessman's court application.
On the 4th of June, the council took a resolution about that matter. So for now, I can't talk much about the matter because the matter is sub judice, it's in court, but the municipality is determined to protect the property and assets of the municipality. So the matter is in court for now. So I think when the matter is finalized in court, I'll then be able to come and talk to you about the matter.
Recapping the top story, the Western Cape High Court will today kick off proceedings in President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to hold Parliament's Section 89 impeachment proceedings. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Groceries may be getting more expensive, but when you switch to Outsurance, you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium and save money. You could save big, like 37-year-old Lerato, who saves a whopping 599 Rand a month on her 2026 Kia Sonet. Ready to drop your current insurer to switch and save with Outsurance? Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer action with Spain waiting. England and Argentina battle tonight for the final ticket. And in rugby, Vusi Moyo's dream moment with Henry Pollard ahead of his Springbok debut. We'll have all this and more at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, delays easing coming from Montana, Pretoria side along the M1 South. An earlier crash at the N4 highway is slow, but it's not as bad as it was earlier. Also, the backlog between Rigel Avenue and the crash on the M1 South further down at Buerta Avenue still with us. Again, not as heavy as it was, but there are delays at both of those locations. Cedar Road, very heavy this morning from Danefern. A series of traffic lights out of action as you head down towards Wickhop, and that's very heavy. Crash leaving Benoni by Atlas Road. That's on the N12 Joburg bound. Breakdown at Galuli's, the N12 and R24. It's clogged up coming in from Ekurhuleni into that particular scene. And a collision scene still with us on Christian de Wet northbound just before Villa Mina. So if you're coming up Christian de Wet towards Clearwater, there certainly is a backlog of traffic on that routing this morning. Durban's N2 under pressure both ways through Spaghetti Junction, Umgetta Road section. The problem is a breakdown on the N2 northbound just up by the Clare Road Bridge and a crash on the N2 south. So both sides with the roadworks and with separate obstructions. The N2 south backs to Queen Nandi Drive, the N2 north backing back beyond the Booth Road Bridge area. Esplanade heading out of Durban closed on the ramp to the M4 Southern Freeway. You'll have to pick up an alternative route there. Busy again around the Bayhead, Rossborough and Umbilo area with truck congestion again, very noticeable. And queues going north, just picking this up as well. Commercial Highway up to a breakdown before Gateway if you're on your way to the airport. That's a second queue after you get out of that mess at Umgetta Road. Cape Town, Somerset West, still no traffic lights. R44 and Broadway Boulevard, day 3 of delays all over that bridge system. And a crash on Borchard's Quarry at the N2 highway, causing some backlogs in and out of Nyanga. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Good morning. If you've just tuned in to the show, a pleasure to have you with us this hour. Of course, it's our final hour. But before we leave our focus this morning at 8 o'clock, we're going to be looking at the initiation season, right? That has been overshadowed by the death of 35 young initiates this winter. 75 more have been hospitalized and 180 rescued from illegal initiation schools. So we are dealing with an escalating problem. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Velenkosini Tlhabisa, joins us shortly alongside the President of Contralesa, Kgosi Lamek Mokoena. We'll unpack what the particular challenges have been and why we continue to count bodies at the end of every initiation season. And then also coming up in this hour, we'll look at your business's bank balance. What is it really trying to tell you? And the early warning signs of a cash flow crisis with FNB. And we'll wrap it up with Built in Mzansi, the story of a potter from Hammanskraal turning clay into careers. As always, the conversation belongs to you. The numbers to dial to get in touch with us this morning, 086 000 2032. That's for our studio line. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Smart business moves mean more cash flow. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Dr. Fahim from Matrix Dental.
We were with our previous insurers for many years prior to the switch. We found that OUTsurance really understood our business needs. We are happy with our premiums. I wish we had switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfM Radio.
Well, it's 14 after 8 o'clock. Let's get straight into our focus this morning. 35 initiates have died this winter season. The highest toll is in Mpumalanga, with the lives of 17 young people that have been lost. When we look across to those that are in hospital, it's sitting at 75 and over 180 rescued. Interestingly, we also have the reporting of 12 abductions. Velinkosini Tlhabisa is the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and joins us this morning. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Kathy and the listeners of the radio station. Indeed, it's a very sad situation, Kathy, that I report the increase on the number of fatalities, which is now sitting at 43, Mpumalanga province being the highest with 18, followed by Eastern Cape with 14. It's a very unfortunate situation of losing young and healthy boys sent to the initiation schools, unfortunately not coming back home alive. I do want to convey my condolences to parents, families, and relatives for this unfortunate scenario.
So, Minister, just to be clear, the latest figures then that you have for us this morning is that the number has now increased from 35 to 43 young people who've died this initiation season.
Yes, Kathy. As I indicated, 2 provinces is 43 in total, 18 Mpumalanga, 14 Eastern Cape, 2 Gauteng, 3 Limpopo, 4 Northwest, and 2 Free State, which makes 43.
Let me also welcome into this conversation Kgosi Lamek Mokoena, President of Contralesa. Kgosi Lamek, just hearing those numbers, right, one gets chills through their bodies because these are young people who should not be dead right now.
Casey, let me start off by greeting my minister, Tlhabisa. One minister who is prepared to listen, unlike his predecessors. I've said this publicly without mincing my word on behalf of Contralesa. Indeed, I am not going to sit here and abuse your airtime, Kathy, and protect anarchy. We are in this situation. The minister is correct. There is no any sober person who will celebrate when things are like this. What pains me more, Kathy, is that the minister made a call. We also made a call as Contralesa, where we had some meetings and made some proposals. Unfortunately, in Mpumalanga, for example, there is this allegation that one senior leader, I don't want to mention his name, and because this matter might end up in court, who gave instruction to all Ingoma owners or principals of schools that they must not allow doctors to enter the initiation school. That's where in 2 days we lost not less than 8 initiates. Because of that, I don't know whether it's a decree or what by this senior leader. It's so unacceptable, it's so disturbing. And I can tell you now, the very same person and his family, there's a possibility, Katie, that they've got medical aid. But when they're not feeling well, they rush to the doctor. But he got a nerve of saying the poor, innocent young boys who are in the mountain, if they complicate, they must not be attended to by a medical doctor. To us, this person is very selfish and very greedy. We just hope these allegations can be confirmed. And if that's the case, want the law to take its course. At the same time,
sorry to interject there. I want you to just perhaps give us a bit more detail, right? Because it is significant if what this senior leader, as you're saying, what he's alleged to have said, the kind of weight that would have held with the principals of these traditional schools and with traditional leaders in Mpumalanga province.
Kathy, it is a fact. That's why that it's going to be proven and be proved that indeed this happened. Because as the chairperson of the provincial house in Mpumalanga and the MEC Mashilo went as far as going to court to get an order to deal with that instruction that was given to all Ingoma holders. And indeed, we got an order. That's when doctors were allowed to go to those schools. After a mess was done already, and when we got the court order already in Mpumalanga, we had not less than 13 initiates who passed on. And when they now were allowed to come in, after we intervened and going to court, and this we are saying, if you are a leader, you cannot do that because knowing very well that maybe you are not even sending your own kids to the initiation school, but you are saying those kids must not get medical attention. To us, we are saying that was really arrogant of this leader. Hence, we are saying the law must take its course. It is a fact, Casey, and I know my minister is aware of it, but as I said, the matter might end up in court. We cannot really give all the details, but indeed it happened because many of those Ingoma holders are now coming to us to say we were forced to close the gates for the doctors not to enter our schools, Casey.
Minister, are you aware of this situation? And who is this individual that holds so much power, holds so much weight in society, that he could literally speak and have everybody listen?
We have the name, we have everybody, but let me not step here and allow the minister to come in. But we're just afraid to name him publicly because really the matter must end up in court. Thanks, Catherine.
Minister?
I'm sorry, Kathy. I thought you were requesting me to respond. I really want to firstly greet my royalty, Khosi Mkwena, one of our traditional leaders who is vigilant as we are working very closely in the national space and who are very forthright when it comes to matters of initiation as well as what needs to be done in order to deal with the situation. Mpumalanga, of course, has not been one province experiencing a high number of fatalities. As we all knew, it was always Eastern Cape. This is very unfortunate, and the law will take its course. You will know, Kathy, in terms of the law, you cannot recklessly mention the name of a person in public until due processes are followed. It's clear something went wrong in Mpumalanga. That is why we have experienced such a sad situation, and consequence management must follow to whoever was responsible for this unfortunate scenario.
Let's talk about the illegal schools that have been running. There are at least 180 initiates that have been rescued from so-called schools. What is the real problem, Minister, that is being faced here? Because it seems to be across all provinces, given just how widespread the reporting of deaths across all provinces is.
Kathy, the problem of illegal schools, some use initiation period as a commercial period. Everybody will want to open a school because there is money involved. The owners should lie squarely over parents. Myself and yourself, Kathy, Inkosi, as parents, we know you choose the best for your child. You wouldn't want to take your child to a school that is illegal, whether academic or in terms of the initiation process. Parents have structures at their disposal. Our traditional institutions in every community are there to guide them that this school is legal, this one is illegal. There are also counselors who are the closest to them. There are committees that are responsible of the initiation processes in our communities. Really, parents must take a full responsibility of ensuring that if they are not sure whether the school is a credible one or not, as I have indicated, our traditional institutions in our communities are easily available to tell them that, yes, this is a school, or no, this is not a legal school. Don't take your child there. It is a parent, Kathy, that decides who should be a traditional surgeon to conduct the process on my child. You do not take your child to any medical doctor you do not trust, you have no confidence in, you have no proven record that if you go to him or her sick, you heal or become better very soon. Similar, even in this case, parents carry a heavy responsibility, and male people in the society, uncles, brothers, fathers, because some of the children are raised by single mothers who have limited role in monitoring and visiting the initiation schools. Because, Kathy, even if a senior leader can say people must not allow doctors to come to initiation schools, but parents have a right to go and visit their children on daily basis. And immediately you discover.
You know, sorry to interject there, Minister, because I'm also watching the time. I think there are two things that I want us to focus on. Number one, the commercialization of initiation, right? Because it seems to me that very much is and could be the elephant in the room, and the extent then to which it plays into people having to make decisions about where to send their children based on how much they can afford. But also, we also have to acknowledge that there has always been a veil of secrecy around initiation schools, what happens, what doesn't happen. And there's a lot of confusion, I would say, to some extent in society, especially where women are concerned, and the issue of households then that are women-led, that are also having to make these decisions. Jose Mokoena, please let's touch on those two issues.
Madam, indeed, there are people who are taking initiation schools as a money-making machine. And this, I know the minister in his department came up with a proposal on how to regulate pricing. Because some of these people, they are charging exorbitant fees for this practice. It's no more just a cultural thing, but some are really using it as their ATM of some kind. Now, what I want to suggest, Kathy, to the minister is that let's come up with a sort of some regulations or a legislation that will allow the department and ourselves to blacklist all wrongdoers. If in your initiation school there are these deaths that are so many, such a person must not be allowed to conduct the initiation school again, because really we cannot play with the lives of our people. As I said earlier on, some of those people who are doing all this, some like the very cases of Mpumalanga, where people were instructed to block doctors to enter their schools.
It sounds to me like there's a greater fracture that is happening here, because these processes are supposed to be running out of tribal authorities, right? And local chiefs are supposed to have a sort of first-hand insight, knowledge into who's running in initiation schools, what is the history, the knowledge of these individuals. Listening to you, it suggests that there is actually no central basis, even within communities, around who gets to distribute letters to the community and say, I'm running an initiation school.
We brought some proposals with the minister, because there were several meetings already where we made some proposals on how to improve the legislation, where traditional leadership and our kings will be empowered to take some actions. Because the legislation currently, it gives New York and PICCs powers to take some actions, but that as well, they are not having that much power. Hence, we're having proposals that we presented to Parliament through the minister that let's amend this legislation, Casey. If that can be done, I'm telling you, the situation won't be like this. We won't sing the same song every day. But I must appreciate the effort taken by the minister. As I said in my intro, that he is the only minister who listens to us. We're having meetings as Contralesa and the minister, and we're moving. I just hope we'll get support from the executive in the cabinet that some of the things that we're proposing be implemented. Yes.
Minister, at the end of the day, we've lost lives, and one thinks about December coming up, another season. That means that we're likely to lose yet more lives. What is being done to stop that, Minister?
Kathy, we are going to intensify all our systems, the coordination with all committees, structures involved in the initiation process, working with the organizations like Contralesa, the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, and involving even municipalities and provincial government to close gaps like the one that happened of one senior leader making a very reckless announcement which has costed lives. And consequence management, Kathy, we are going to follow these cases. Those who have been arrested, they must be prosecuted accordingly. Even the implicated person, as referred to, is being followed. We have to see to it that he becomes responsible for the damage he has done, in order to send a message that we will not allow this carry on, as well as being vigilant in terms of arresting those who run illegal schools, going to an extent of regulations to blacklist them and alert parents to use available areas to verify legal schools.
Velinkosini Tlhabisa is the Minister of Cooperative Affairs and Cooperative Governance rather than Traditional Affairs, and the President of Contralesa, Kgosi Lamek Mokoena. It has to be called out, right? There's also just murderous thuggery that is happening within the sector of initiation schools, and that has to be dealt with too. I'll take your calls on this shortly. It's time for your latest headlines, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, Parliament's impeachment committee says it's confident the Western Cape High Court will allow its inquiry into the Phala scandal to continue. The committee will today and tomorrow oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to halt the impeachment process. The Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department says the death toll from the 2026 winter initiation season has risen to 36 across the country. And the National Union of Mine Workers has condemned De Beers' decision to suspend production at Venetia Mine for 2 years. The company has also started Section 189 retrenchment proceedings, placing over 1,000 workers at risk of job losses. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg's highway is looking pretty easy this Wednesday morning. The exception, really, the N12 and R24 route to break down before Kalulis. If you're driving those highways in towards Joburg, it is very slow. Cedar Road remains sluggish, coming from Dane Fern down through the Four Ways area towards Big Coppin Road. The crash scenes on the M1 South at Pretoria towards the N4, MLS Landing Split, and the M1 Border Avenue largely out of the way. The M1 South looking a lot better than it did earlier today. Durban, absolutely jam-packed on the N2 running southbound. It's a crash near the Clare Road Bridge, and there's a big backlog that starts right back around Queen Nundy Drive. If you're coming from the north driving into Durban, you might want to consider the M4 Southern Freeway or Msanga Rocks Drive or Chris Hani, exit at Chris Hani, and take that down through Durban North and avoid that N2. Once you get to Queen Nundy Drive, it's solid all the way. There's a bit of onlooking on the northbound track at that as well. Roadworks on the M19 heading out through Reservoir Hills, the other side, westbound or inbound, if you like, eastbound on Umgeta Road. That's quite slow. Victoria Embankment ramp to the Southern Freeway stays closed. Cape Town, Lavender Hill, there's a lane restriction on the M5, Prince George Drive at Military Road. There's a whole pile of snarled up traffic in that section, Lavender Hill sort of retreat area this morning. N1 inbound to Sable Road slow, and the M5 still clogging up from Rondebosch to Cooper Give a Change. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning to you. So, I know that you've been nursing your broken heart, but you're feeling a lot better. Although
I'm in recovery.
the listeners are also sending you their comfort, Zai.
Oh, support me.
I'd just like to say, Zai, my sister, you're not alone. I'm just like you. South Africa lost. It was devastating. I went with Ronaldo, my favorite. Yamal and his crew took him out. Mbappe is my second best. Yamal took him out. Tonight I'm going with England again. Bellingham. I'm just praying that Mercy don't get a chance like Mbappe. This is Robert KZN Mutu.
You are not alone. You are not alone. I am here with you. I am here with you. Though you're far away.
We're still in the dressing room with France.
I just don't know where you guys get the emotional capacity to keep being this invested in other teams. But anyway, Zai.
I know, Kathy. France broke my heart as well last night. So tonight, I'll be watching England and Argentina with no loyalty, just snacks. That's all I'm going for. And emotional, no, I can't have emotional distance.
Emotional neutrality and indifference.
There we go, Kathy. You know, we're going to have not as great expectations, but it's going to be one to watch tonight. And that's what I say, football gives you little time to mourn. There's no time because tonight, 9 p.m., we've got a big match. And it's Spain. They are already through to Sunday's FIFA World Cup final. So all eyes now shifting to Atlanta, where old rivals England and Argentina will renew one of football's rivalries. I mean, it's remaining of one of the biggest and fiercest rivalries to date. Lionel Messi is chasing one more World Cup final and what could be the last chapter of his international career, while Thomas Tuchel's England are hoping to end decades of hurt against the defending champions. Kick off 9 p.m. and you can catch it live on SABC3 as well as SABC Sport. Let's go now to the other champions, the Springboks. They have their rivalry with the All Blacks, which is being renewed, and the former Bok enforcer Bakkies Botha says there's no bigger challenge in the game. Botha, who built his reputation in bruising battles against the men in black, says every test between South Africa and New Zealand was the ultimate examination of a player's character.
For my role that I played in my entire career as the enforcer of World Rugby, you always wants to measure yourself. Any sport guy there outside wants to measure himself at some stage, but I measure myself always against the All Blacks, against Andrew Hoare and Ali Williams and Dan Carter and Richie McCaws, amazing players, world-class players, and I knew, listen here, I need to be at my best.
More rugby. Just 18 months after leaving school, the Springbok debutant Vusi Moyo says he's living every young rugby player's dream. The 20-year-old fly half will make his test debut against Wales in Durban come Saturday. Having played just one match for the Sharks, Moyo says sharing a change room with Andre Pollard, Mani Libok and Sasha Feinberg Ngomezulu has fast-tracked his development, describing them as three of the best fly halves in the world. And finally, athletics. The suspended KwaZulu-Natal athletics president Steve Mkasi says a viral video showing him grappling with another man has been misunderstood. Mkasi insists it was not a fight at all, claiming he switched off the man's vehicle after it had been left running in the road before being tripped from behind as the man tried to retrieve his car keys. Mkasi says he has voluntarily stepped aside pending an investigation by KwaZulu-Natal Athletics, which has accepted his decision. Athletics South Africa says it will allow the provincial body to deal with the matter unless further intervention is required. And that's as much drama we will bring you for now here on the National Briefing Sport. Look out for more around 12:30 with John Gerika. I'm Zai Khan.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9. This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day.
Well, let's get into our F&B business interview of the week, bringing you some important tips, especially for businesses. Now, cash flow challenges rarely appear overnight. In many cases, the warning signs emerge weeks or even months before business starts feeling real financial pressure. Many SMEs focus heavily on sales and revenue, yet cash flow problems often stem from poor visibility into what money is coming in, what needs to be done, what needs to be paid out, and when those payments occur. Nianth Madanjit is product head, FNB Cash Investments, joins us this morning. Nianth, good morning to you. So, cash flow is a very important indicator of a business overall health, and why is that?
Morning, Kathy. So I think from a cash flow perspective, it tells you whether a business has money available to operate today or, consider opportunities for tomorrow. It's the movement of money in and out of the business, and it affects everything from paying salaries and suppliers to investing into new opportunities. A business can be profitable on paper, but if cash isn't available when payments are due, it can quickly run into difficulty. That's why cash flow is often one of the best real-time indicators of a business's financial health.
Why do so many businesses, and particularly SMEs, still experience such serious cash flow challenges?
So this is actually more common than people realize. A business may make sales and generate profit, but not receive payment immediately. So if customers take 30 to 60 or even 90 days to pay, While expenses such as your salaries, rent, and supplies need to be paid now, the business can experience cash flow pressure. So for SMEs specifically, where cash flow reserves are often more limited, even a short delay in receiving payments can create a significant strain on their day-to-day operations.
Are there early warning signs that businesses can pick up on that are warning about an impending cash flow problem?
Yeah, the warning signs usually appear way before feeling the difficulty or a crisis. So some common indicators include regularly relying on your overdrafts to cover expenses, delaying supply payments, struggling to maintain stock levels, or even finding that there's little cash left over at the end of the month, despite having a healthy sales month. So if business owners are consistently worried about making upcoming payments or don't have a clear view of their cash needs, these are strong signals that attention is needed.
And I guess in many ways, Nianth, it speaks to the way that sometimes when people are running small businesses, right, they often is not that distinction between the personal finances versus the business's finances. And therefore, there's always a bit of murkiness in terms of how much money the business is actually making, because you find that owners really subsidize a lot of the operations too.
Yes, definitely. I think that having a clear distinction between your business accounts and your personal accounts is very important, especially when managing those funds. And having that distinction helps you make the calls in terms of how much have you invested personally, or do you get paid a salary at the end of the day? That clear distinction helps you manage both, I guess, your personal as well as the business funds separately.
Are there digital tools that businesses can be looking at, can be using to assist?
Yeah, there are many financial tools that make, I think, just information around the financial management of your business simpler and more accessible. There are many auto reporting tools and real-time payment solutions that help business owners see, their financial position instantly, rather than having to wait a month before they can figure out if they're in trouble or have any cash flow problems. I think from an F&B perspective, there's a tool such as Active Balance Manager. It gives you the functionality to set a limit on your transactional account as well as your investment account, and automatically move funds between that are above or below a threshold that you set. Now, this does it automatically for you without you having to think and manually move the money. Therefore, just making sure that you're never too long or too short on your funds and your cash flow.
Nianth Madanjit, the product head, FNB Cash Investments. Thank you for your time this morning.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're still tuned into the national briefing. Let me bring in some of your calls then this morning. In Harrismith, Anonymous, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Hey, I don't know what to say, but I'm very disappointed with the guy from MK. We all know that these people they are in love with former President Jacob Zuma. Very much. We know that. So, as he said, if we have a connection with Jacob Zuma, then we are welcome at MK. As now he said, Zandile Kumete, she's got a good relationship with. So we're not surprised. But nevertheless, I don't know if he said he's talking about eThekwini. Which eThekwini is talking about? Because hey, if you can come eThekwini, Ausketi, and in some places, you will be surprised. The places like Imbilo, Clearwood, Rosebeck. I don't know where this guy is living. Whether he's thinking that eThekwini, as he saw some places that are clean, he think eThekwini is. That's a big liar, Ausketi.
Okay.
That's a big lie. There is no way that Sandile Kumete was better by the time he was a mayor. There is no way.
All right.
I'm in Durban. I'm always in Durban every week. Even now, I'm on my way to Durban. So I don't know which eThekwini is talking about.
All right, Anonymous, let's leave it there. Yeah, we'll have to see, right, what the people of eThekwini are going to decide on this one come the 5th of November. Tabiso, you're in Polokwane. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Kathy, it looks like this issue of the death of children, particularly in the Eastern Cape, is not being taken serious, and I'm going to tell you why. You'd know that each and every year, some of us and many other callers will always call, condemn, and all of that about the number, and talk about the number of statistics on how many children have either died or some have lost their manhood now as we're talking. It looks like government will come and say we condemn. Two is that we're going to work closely and make sure that this thing does not happen. But second, but as you said, it comes another period of initial children die. It's high time that this thing must stop. And I'm saying this on the basis that it cannot be that we live in a country wherein we just talk about statistics where young boys are dying. And not one, not two, many. Whether it's one or two, one death is too many. It cannot be. Why can't they stop and start planning this process up until everyone is sure that these things will be run properly, the laws will be followed, no illegal initiations, and that's when they would restart the process. It cannot be. It cannot be that each and every time we are on your show or any other show or wherever in the newspapers, but children are dying, and so it looks like no one is concerned. It's just a matter of yet another statistic. It's unfair, man. People are dying and all of that.
Yeah.
I think a decision needs to be taken that this thing must just stop. If culture and tradition is there to kill children, I don't want it. I must be honest. I don't want that culture to kill my kids or anybody's kid. It's not.
Yeah,
You are a mother, your children goes there and you are worried whether the child will come back or not. It cannot be.
And Tabi, so it's going to require, I think, leadership that is okay and comfortable with being unpopular if it's going to result in saving lives. I mean, we're talking about young people that are now being abducted. Look at the numbers of people that have had to be rescued. 40 people have been arrested. And you think these are criminals. These are criminal syndicates that feel that they have the right to operate and threaten lives. If it's as dramatic as we're seeing in outcomes, surely the interventions have to be equally dramatic. But as long as we're not dealing with the commercial aspect of it, the problem here is the commercialization of these practices, and nobody actually wants to confront that head on. Let me go to Peter. Peter, you're in Soweto. Good morning.
Morning to Katie and SA listeners.
Yes, Peter.
Yes, Katie, there is some darkness that needs to be exposed from the TRC. You know, in 1990, lawyers were appointed by the especially ANC to process all statements of the victims of the TRC around the country. And some people were reparated with money, some with jobs, or some with, I don't know. But now the problem is there are people who didn't get reparated from the TRC, and those lawyers, we can't get hold of them. I don't know who can help us with information to get hold of those lawyers, because they've got the statements of victims and the medical certificate. Like I'm talking from myself. I'm a victim. I was tortured by the police at 16 years, and I was the youngest amongst all the people who were involved. And all those people were got reparated. Myself, because I was young, I didn't know how one can get money from. And then I just had information that I was needed, but I didn't put effort onto it. And those people got money. Myself right now, I can't get hold of those lawyers, and the people who were in charge, who taking us to certain papers for statement and giving us doctors, they are nowhere to be found. They are multimillionaires. You don't even able to reach them. So I'm so angry with the TRC, because now myself, I need my money too. I need to be reparated. Who can help us with that information?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Peter. And maybe these are the kind of submissions and matters that the inquiry should also be looking at. I'll put you back through to Lebo. I know we were scheduled to have a conversation on the TRC inquiry. We did, however, have to move it to sometime later on in the week.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just a reminder about the possibility of some lingering mist around the Lowveld area of Mpumalanga. That would be the N4 route that takes you down through Middleburg, Belfast, and out to Mashadadorp. Also, just a little bit further east than that, there's roadworks, multiple roadworks on Schoemanskloof. So if you need to go between Mashadadorp and Mbombela, take the Elands Valley section. That's the section that goes out through Vatvol Boven, Vatvol Onda, through the tunnel, through Ngodwana, and out to Montrose. Do that in reverse. If you're coming in from Mbombela, you'll just get a free run on the Elands Valley N4 rather than sitting for anything up to an hour on that Schoemanskloof section. Gauteng highways easing up pretty nicely this morning. The crashings that we had coming through from Pretoria down towards Border Avenue, largely out of the way. The big backlog has worked its way through there. N12R24 into the Galulis remain a little bit slow as well. Durban, the N2 under pressure this morning going southbound. There's a crash after Queen Anne Drive, the big one down by Clare Road Bridge. N2 south under pressure as you line up in a heavy queue down towards Spaghetti Junction. M19 roadworks at Reservoir Hill still causing a backlog of traffic as well. And Cape Town, there's traffic restriction that's gone in place. I think it's a burst water main. Prince George Drive at Military Road in that Retreat and Lavender Hill area. There's a whole pile of congestion going, trying to get through that on the M5 towards Muizenberg and all along Military Road in that area, very slow as well. M5 North still blocking up towards the Kuberg Interchange and the elevated freeway queuing up over the CBD entrance. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit HollywoodAthleticsClub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our Built-in Mzansi segment for today. We're joined by Mduduzi Matsani, who is founder of Canosa Ceramics. Now, Mduduzi learned pottery from his father. He's now built a ceramics factory in Hammanskraal. Good morning, Mduduzi.
Miss Kathy, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So you're using clay to create jobs and also pass on skills. Talk to me about those early years and you being taught pottery.
Oh yes, my father was a potter. He actually is still a potter. So we learned that I learned pottery from home. It's something that was putting bread on the table, took us to school. But my father was doing it on a small scale as a studio porter because he had other business interests. It's something that he was doing. And then I took that over, and after I finished school, and then I started my own business, and then I moved to Hammanskraal, and that's where the factory now was established in Babelegi Industrial.
Let's talk about you being able to even establish this factory. Mduduzi, what did it take?
It took a lot because I had to start very small. I started when I got to Hammanskraal, I volunteered at an old age home where they gave me a space to do the calabashes because I told them that working with clay for the gogos and the mkulus is actually quite therapeutic also for their hands and their bones. So I'd love to use that as part of my volunteering for them as soon as whilst I'm still looking for a proper place for me to operate from. But as soon as that, and then I escalated to a skill center, and then I found that factory in Babelegi, and then I took over it, and then I started the ceramic manufacturing of tableware.
Sure, what a story. I'm just thinking about how much life you must have brought to that old age home as well.
Yeah, I know the people were checking us out and were quite interested.
And you now run Canosa Ceramics, and you're building a pipeline of jobs, of skills development in Hammanskraal. Let's talk about how that has been playing out.
Yeah, the thing is with the factory in Hammanskraal, we hit a couple of snags because we found out that later on NWDC, which owns the factory space, was owing a bit of money to Eskom from way back. So the bill has been accumulating. Once we got there was electricity, but once we started the factory refurbishment, Eskom turned off the electricity, saying that the landlord must pay. But in the process, we managed to communicate with Minister Stella Ndabeni from small businesses who was assisting us to reconnect the electricity back, as well as the chairman of Eskom, Mr. Mteto Nyati, to assist us. And everybody has been on board to say, no, we need to get this thing going because the factory actually can create up to 95 to 110 permanent jobs. That is only for a single shift, which is day shift. And if we increase to night shift as well, we are looking close to 200 people that could work directly at the factory permanently, excluding the other people that will be affected, like your direct sellers and people who would be transporting our staff, marketing, and all of those. So it was quite an interesting journey until to this point.
Mduduzi, where can people find you? For those that want to support you, where can they find you?
We based in Babelegi Industrial. Also, they can find me on X as Do Ceramicist. I think that is the most important portal where they can find me most of the time. Yeah, and also we're running a GoFundMe, a Back Buddy initiative to start a skills training for pottery for about 35 young people. So we're looking to raise funds as well to buy molds for that, as well as start the project so that we can train other young people in the ceramic industries.
Mduduzi Matsane, let me thank you for your time. The name is Canosa Ceramics. Please, let's support South African business, support young people that are trying to make a tangible difference in this country. We're out of here. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, security beefed up ahead of Matlala's testimony and court to hear Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt impeachment inquiry. Good morning. Security has been beefed up ahead of alleged criminal cartel member Vuzimuzi Kat Matlala's appearance before the Matlanga Commission in Pretoria. Matlala is awaiting trial after his arrest in May last year. He faces separate charges of attempted murder and fraud and corruption. Matlala's testimony will include the multi-million rand SAPS tender and the illegal fitting of blue lights on his private vehicles following an arrangement with the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michael says there is limited seating for members of the public due to tightened security around the Bridget Mabandla College precinct. He has urged members of the public to watch proceedings on live streaming services.
Mr. Matlala is the central figure in the Commission's inquiry. He features prominently in the serious allegations of criminality, corruption, and political interference in the criminal justice system, specifically in the South African Police Service, as well as other law enforcement agencies. The Commission will also process issues related to Mr. Suleiman Karim's scheduled appearance, which was postponed to today. And the Commission will likely also continue to hear the testimony of Mr. Brian Padeyaki, the senior investigator at the Independent Directorate Against Corruption, IDAC, who took the witness stand yesterday.
Parliament's impeachment committee says it's confident the Western Cape High Court will allow its inquiry into the Phala scandal to continue. The committee will, today and tomorrow, oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent application to halt the impeachment process while he challenges the independent panel report that led to its establishment. Committee chairperson Makashule Kana says Parliament has a constitutional duty to proceed with its work.
Once the judgment is made, we will take it from there, but we are confident that the court will agree with our arguments, that the work of the committee proceed, because it's important that the work of the impeachment committee continues. So I'll be attending on behalf of the committee as the chairperson of the committee to ensure that all the views that our legal team will present are properly articulated.
The Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department says the death toll from the 2026 winter initiation season has risen to 43 across the country. The department expressed concern over the loss of young lives and extended condolences to affected families. Authorities have urged parents, community leaders and male relatives to play a more active role in monitoring initiation schools. Kochta Minister Velinkosini Hlabisa.
This is a matter of concern because these are young, healthy boys, some who were breadwinners, who unfortunately are no more. We do want to convey our condolences to parents, families.
The National Union of Mine Workers, NUM, has condemned De Beers' decision to suspend production at Venetia Mine for 2 years. The company has also started Section 189 retrenchment proceedings, placing over 1,000 workers at risk of job losses. NUM says the move is a severe blow to employees, families and surrounding communities, and that the company should have consulted workers earlier. Masibulela Naki is the NUM National Health and Safety Secretary and Diamond Sector Chief Negotiator.
It was deliberately for Venetia management in order to communicate with the National Union of Mine Workers, which is the only majority union organizing in the Venetia mine. Because in the past, from our last wage negotiations, we were aware of the situation that is facing the diamond industry, even in all Africa. Then that's why the workers compromised at that particular time that we, instead of signing some of the offers, we signed less. It was negotiated in those bases. But then we agreed on continuous engagement and the evaluation of the situation.
Recapping the top story, security has been beefed up ahead of alleged criminal cartel member Vusimuzi Kat Matlala's appearance before the Matlanga Commission in Pretoria. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter.
At 9:06, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. I am Koketso Sachane in for Jan Joseph this morning. I look forward to the journey that we'll be walking between now and 12 p.m. I am never alone, of course. There is Melissa Kinele, the producers, and Tuto is our technical producer. Quite a bit to cover for this hour in the next few minutes. Do you own a gun? That is the question. And have you faced any challenges when it comes to renewing your gun license? Gun Free South Africa has raised a lot of concerns around public safety. This on the back of what seems to be administrative challenges in renewing gun licenses. We have that conversation on the other side of 9:30. And also, it is World Youth Skills Day. South Africa's skills crisis begins with a missing school desk. That is what the founder of My Desk Global, Talita Bodman, says. We have a conversation with Talita before the 10 o'clock news. But as always, the open line between now and 9:30. Give us a call 086 000 2032. You can also send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. We are also streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook, and X. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the entire show, our digital team loads the podcast on our website, so you can catch up on all your interviews on demand there. It is the Daily Discourse on SAFM. Kokezo Sachane in for Joanne Josephs. It's 8 minutes past 9.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient, and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Mandela is more than a chapter in our history.
And as I have always thought,
He's a reminder of courage over fear,
I will do what I can within the discipline of the broad movement
dialogue over division,
for peace and democracy, to which I belong.
hope over despair. This Mandela Month, celebrate the values that unite us. Only on SAFM.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It is the Daily Discourse open line. Kogezo in for Joanne this morning. Bring any matter to the table. 0614 104 107 is the WhatsApp line. You can also call 086 000 2032. There are a few stories that I would like to put on the table. Have you read parts of the draft report by the ad hoc committee in Parliament looking into police corruption? Well, a number of MPs serving on the committee have described the draft report as a whitewash. This after the report apparently found Minister Senzo Mchunu and Brown Mohotsi had no proven links to criminal networks. The ad hoc committee has been accused by some political parties of diluting their recommendations in that draft report. I saw parts of it on social media and a debate that has been happening since late yesterday around the recommendations of the report itself. And speaking of what is probed in Parliament, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry expecting Vusumusi Kat Matlala to testify. We'll watch that story very closely as well. And then also today we'll see the start of the Western Cape High Court's hearing of President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to stop Parliament's Section 89 impeachment process. You will remember that the president is challenging the report, which found that he has a case to answer on the Phala matter. Today and tomorrow, we'll see arguments around stopping the process in Parliament. The committee is challenging the application, while we know the Speaker is not. Those are just some of the stories, at least, that I'm bringing to the table. What is on your mind? 086 000 2032. Colin is in Cape Town. Good morning, Colin.
Good morning, Gogesha.
Yes,
How
sir.
are you?
All right. It's good to speak to you when the sun is shining.
Yeah, no, I'm here day and night. At nighttime I listen, at daytime I listen to. Don't worry, I listen to SAFM.
All right.
Okay, sir. What puzzles me about this initiation schools? You know, I worked for many years with Xhosa-speaking guys, you know, and we chat about various things and cultures and things like that. Now, to go to that initiation school, that is supposed to be like to train and to teach young boys how to become gentlemen. You know what I mean? How to be a man, and teach them sort of facts of life, whatever it is, and how to behave with ladies and women and things like that, which I can't understand. How come parents can't teach their children, their boys, how to become a gentleman in later life?
The
Why must
teachings,
they-
we're not talking about parents abdicating their responsibility and placing it solely on the teachings from an initiation school. Parents do themselves also instill that. At least that's how it's supposed to happen. So it's not a reliance on the initiation school to set in those particular lessons. Colin? Okay.
They teach him at the school to be gentlemen, grow up to be a man. And you know, most of us boys, I'm sure they've already impregnated young girls when they get there.
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of assumptions where that is concerned. I think the point that I'm making, Colin, is that your idea of parents abdicating their responsibility, or it is only at initiation schools where certain lessons are being imparted, is not the case. It happens in the home as well.
Oh, well, thank you, okay, sir.
All right, Colin in
Okay,
Cape Town there.
bye.
Parks in Cape Town as well. You also want to speak on the initiation school tragedies, Parks?
Yes, good morning, Koketo. Yes, the issue of the initiation schools crisis is one where it has seen the abdication of responsibilities, not just on the parental aspect of side, but the traditional leadership aspect of side. When initiation season comes, a lot of initiates go to their rural homesteads or their rural areas where it usually takes place, although it does take place in urban areas. Now, all of these kingships of these rural homesteads, they should stand up and be proactive to say, when it's initiation season, let us deploy one of what you would call your Izibonda or your headmen of the villages or that particular jurisdiction of that kingdom to say there's areas which are earmarked for initiation to take place, and that's where there should be regulation to say these are the people that are either registered in their form of a database or whatever you would have to actually control who does the initiation in terms of the surgeons and who actually is the one that is responsible for the initiation and the initiates themselves during that time. Why I say that, Koketo, is you are seeing initiation becoming something that is commercialized, where people are in it for the profits and people are taking risks to the point that there's even young initiates which are forcefully or kidnapped during this time.
Here's the thing, Parks, and what you're saying is correct, and I'm glad that you bring this up because, of course, there was a conversation that Kathy had with the minister earlier on, and we are also on the other side of 10:30 going to continue the conversation. What I struggle with, and as a journalist and as a broadcaster, I've dealt with this matter, over many years, and it seems as if it does not make a difference. Each and every year around about this time, we're going to talk about young men dying. And some of the suggestions that you made have been made before. We have had countless discussions where government, the health department, they're getting involved. They're challenging the fact that a number of these initiation schools, as you mentioned, have been commercialized. So there's been attempts to address that, but it seems to not yield any result, which then raises the question, where to from here? The latest death toll, as updated by the minister this morning, 43 young initiates have died. So what do we do now, Parks? That is the question. We need to move there. Hopefully you can answer that question as well if you want to speak to this matter. 0614 104 107 is also the WhatsApp line. Mbona and Mahike, good morning.
Yes, I want to talk about international law.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, I'm questioning what is international law in regard with what is happening in Palestine and Iran.
Well,
so I got that question to say, what is international law?
There are certain international treaties and laws that have been signed, whether it is the Roman Statute that speaks to the ICC and many others that as countries you are signatories to and you're supposed to be abiding by.
But now when it comes to a certain country not abiding to those laws, what happens?
Well, it depends. So, for example, if you want to speak to Palestine, or if you were to talk about the ICC, the United States, for example, is not a signatory to the Roman Statute. So there would not be, we would not be able to, or nobody would be able to hold a U.S. citizen to account on the basis of that, or America would not be able to act on the basis of a statute that they are not a signatory to.
So my question is, why does a certain countries allowed to have nuclear weapons and other country not to?
You see, now we're talking about something else. It's called power. It's called power, Mbona. That's what it is.
How can you want power and not consider about human being life? What power is that?
I suppose an obsession with power speaks to that, right? Power, control, money, influence. That's what it is.
It's very bad. It's very, very bad.
All right. I agree with you. Mbona in Mahikeng there, questioning the hypocrisy of some countries. Before we go to a break, let's go to Limpopo and Sekhukhune specifically. Tabiro, good morning.
Oh, thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yes, look, I just want to state on the issue of initiation. And let's not push around the issue here. When we say that the death have occurred, yes, the death have occurred. And which province has been hit the hard? It's Eastern Cape.
Mm-hmm.
Year after year is Eastern Cape.
Yes.
And you are asking the question, well, how is this possible? While the chiefs are involved, while the health department is involved, but this continue to happen. The answer is simple. There is corruption that is happening there. Because before initiation can take place, the first thing that they do is that this how the initiation is going to be run. Government come and assess it. The chief come and assess it. They say it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
From there, the medical people comes in to say that are they medically fit? They say it's okay. Then after people die, how is that possible? There is only one thing. It was not suitable either for the kids to be there or for the condition that they found themselves in to be there. That's why they are dying. And Eastern Cape is at the center of it. I can take in Sekhukhune, for example. Sekhukhune is known to be at the center of initiates. And most of the time, if not all of the time, we find 0 or 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason nowadays we are finding now and two is because the politicians have seen that space that Eastern Cape has seen. They are giving certificates to individuals to open the initiation school. While initiation schools are opened by the chief, run by the community, that is what's happening in Eastern Cape, and we should not shy away from it.
No, I agree with you, Tabira. We are out of time, and the points that you made are very valid. At the end of it, how many people have been held to account for the deaths that we've seen over the years? And for as long as nobody is being held to account, this is going to continue. And there must be corruption involved. There must be some degree of complicity on the part of even community members in sending kids to these schools that are not signed off, schools that they themselves have not been to. So lots of questions that need to be raised. And as I mentioned, we will continue the conversation around this matter on the other side of 10:30. It is a daily discourse on SAFM, 21 minutes past 9.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient, and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
At Koketso Sachane and at SAFM Radio on Twitter.
It is the daily discourse on SAFM Koketso in for Joanne. Open line with a few minutes left before we get to the news headlines at 9:30 with N. Musa. A few of your voice notes.
Hi, Koketso and the team. It's D in Velcom. I would just like to know, please, is there no law against illegal mining? Is there no charge if people are arrested for it? Is there no charge for it? Because I hear on the news when they talk about the Western area recent arrests, they don't count that amongst those.
Definitely is against the law, hence the arrests that have been made. I think there was an arrest last week of a couple of hundred people, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely it is against the law. As to why it's not counted, as you mentioned, I'm not too sure.
Koketsu, good morning. Saradza from Limpopo. Let me tell you, the problem now is not necessarily the licensed firearm. The problem is the unlicensed firearm. If the government can deal with the unlicensed firearm, it will be easy for them to deal with the licensed one. Thank you.
Good morning. What's on my mind this morning is that I'm failing to understand some South Africans, I would say especially South Africans, who fail to understand that the word illegally means that you've committed a crime. So how do you fight South Africans who are fighting illegally, undocumented illegal immigrants in our country? How do you fight those people when you are South African and you love your country? How do you do that? How do you fight for someone who has committed crime?
That is a question that you might want to ponder on, and when we do have time again to maybe share your voice notes in response, I think we've got enough time for one more call before we get to the latest news headlines. And Hlakanipo in KZN, good morning.
Morning, my brother Koketo. How are you?
I'm all right, man. What's on your mind?
I'm fine. Sorry, man. I just want to raise this issue of the Justice Campembe Commission. I would just appreciate more coverage of the commission. I appreciate that the SABC airs snippets of it on Sunday evenings.
Yes.
But however, I would appreciate a weekly summary with insights, analysis, and expert opinion for at least an hour. It's equally important, although Matlanga takes priority for obvious reasons, given the seriousness of what they are investigating.
Yeah.
But I think there is more to this commission than what meets the eye. More especially, there were important revelations yesterday by the former police minister, which I feel didn't receive adequate public ventilation and so forth. So just that request.
100% Hlaganipo, and I wish we had more time for us to talk about what emerged yesterday. And on the meeting point last night, we specifically shared parts of what the former minister Bheki Cele had to say. What I found startling, and we've got just a bit of time between the two of us, what I found startling was Bheki Cele tells a story of the unfortunate killing of Victoria Mxenge. He talks about how he and, amongst others, the now late Pravin Gordhan, were some of those who first arrived at the scene after she was shot and killed outside of her home in front of her children. And then they questioned him on, considering the position that you hold or you held in government, how is it that you are not able to use your influence to make sure that the Mxenge family has got some sort of resolution to what happened to their loved one? And I don't know for you, Hlaganipo, if you followed that part, but I found Bheki Cele's response to that question to not be convincing.
Exactly. If there was more public attention, actually, I think people will actually, those who are subpoenaed, will also take their responses much more seriously, as you see in the case with Matlanga, because they know it's there in the public.
Thank you,
Definitely
Hlaganipo.
one mistake, it will make headlines and so forth. Thank you ever so much, and keep well.
I agree with you. There is a need for a whole lot more focus on the TRC Commission, not ignoring, of course, the Malanga Commission, which I'm seeing as they're making their way into the chambers, if I can describe it as such. We do know that Padayachi is going to continue his testimony, and then also we have Kat Matlala, who's also going to be making an appearance. And it seems he did not submit a sick note at all. He's definitely there. He's made it to the commission. But to go back to Nhlanganipo's point, questions that need to be asked around how is it possible that the comrades of those who were killed, brutally murdered, where the families remain without any answers, who have then occupied certain positions in government, have not made sure that there are answers to what happened to their loved ones. That question remains. It's 9:30 and Musa's got the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Koketso. In the headlines, security has been beefed up ahead of alleged criminal cartel member Vusimuzi Kat Matlala's appearance before the Matlanga Commission in Pretoria. The number of fatalities in the 2026 winter initiation season has risen to 43, with 75 other initiates hospitalized. Authorities have uncovered 58 illegal initiation schools, with 42 already shut down. And Action SA is leading a picket outside the National Prosecuting Authority in Pretoria, calling for justice and accountability. More than a decade after the Lily mine collapse, the bodies of Pretin Kambule, Solomon Nyarenda and Yvonne Mnisi are still underground. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Matlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. At Koketso Sachane and at SAfm Radio on Twitter.
29 minutes to 10. Koketso in for Joanne on the Daily Discourse. A few minutes of your open line still. 0614 104 107 is the WhatsApp line. You can also call 086 0002032. A reminder that also in the next few minutes we'll be in conversation with Claire Taylor of Gun Free South Africa. Speaking of how there seems to be some administrative challenges to renewing gun licenses, which means that we have a number of illegal guns which pose a major threat in the country. If at all you are a gun license holder, what has been your experience when it comes to renewing your license? And I hope you can be part of that conversation. In the meantime, a few more of your voice notes on the open line.
Good morning. I have very little understanding why they become so defensive, these vigilante groups like March and March, why they clutch their pearls when they're called vigilante groups. Because even in the States, something that is government sanctioned, they have ICE there in the United States, and even a government sanctioned group can be a vigilante group because they go around breaking down people's doors, terrorizing people, harassing people. So even March and March, we can see the videos where they harass people, terrorize people. So indeed, they are a vigilante group and they must stop clutching their pearls and call their people to order. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ekurhuleni.
Morning, Koketso. I'm Svito in Guatemala, Ekurhuleni. I find it very flabbergasting for any black man to call on the radio for initiation school to be stopped. That says a lot about him and his background. The practice forms the basis of human ethos for black people to develop men in society. The fact that we are losing people on the road each and every busy time season, whether it's December or Good Friday time season, we're losing people. But I've never heard anyone calling on radio for the driving and buying of new cars to be stopped because people know that they are also affected by those. But when it comes to this practice of initiation school, people tend to be more academic and think they are more wiser than those who are practicing it when they are not affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your voice notes. We wrap up the open line with Bonagele in Cape Town. Bonagele, good morning.
Hey, I almost said good evening.
Don't worry, I'm also making sure that I'm aware what time it is.
Otherwise, how are you doing?
All right, go ahead, Bonagele.
No, look, I'm going to be quick, man. I want to talk about the former mayor of the Tekwini, Uzandile Gumede. Something that surprised me, one of the political analysts, was saying quite a lot of things about the ANC is going to look. How many people have left the ANC? Because Zandile Gumede is not the first one.
Yeah.
So for them analyzing whether the ANC is going to lose the support, it's going to lose support gradually, as there's plenty of them who left the ANC, joined the other parties. It's not something new. For me, when I listen to an analyst with regard to what Zandile Gumede did, left and joined the MK party, it's not something new to me. I wish I could stop someone when he start talking and say, hey, this is what is going to happen. I mean, she's not the first one. She's not the first one, but the ANC will remain as ANC. But one thing that I've noticed with a lot of people, when we go to the polls, it's about time to go to voting, you understand? They said quite a lot of things. ANC is going to lose left, right, and center. Of course, the ANC is not like before. Gradually, it's going to lose the vote, but not now. It's not going to be dead now as they wish it.
Okay, Bonagele, Masiek, thank you very much for your call, Bonagele. I mean, the most recent loss for the African National Congress was quite drastic. So is it as gradual as Bonakele believes? Not too sure. And I'm sure we'll have an opportunity before we wrap up the daily discourse to come back to the open line and your reflections on some of the lead stories. But up next, we're in conversation with Claire Taylor of Gun Free South Africa.
Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football where I've played a lot of my football to the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana performance is like Bafana's performance right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAfm's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
23 minutes to 10. South Africa's firearm relicensing system is said to be under increasing strain. This with new research showing a sharp decline in license renewal applications. Gun Free South Africa says the trend is leaving thousands of firearms illegally possessed and increasing the risk of guns being lost, stolen, or used in gun violence. Are you a gun owner? I would like for you to be part of this conversation to give us your lived experience around the relicensing of your gun. Gun owners, however, argue that the decline reflects administrative failures and legal uncertainty rather than widespread non-compliance. Claire Taylor is gun violence prevention consultant at Gun Free South Africa, joining us now on the line. Good morning, Claire. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Koketso.
To be clear, this is not a case of the proliferation of illegal guns in the way that we would ordinarily discuss them, but rather an administrative issue that deems or leads to legal guns being illegal because gun owners are not able to renew their licenses.
Correct. So the way that we've spoken about it within Gun Free South Africa is to distinguish between illegal guns, which would be guns that have been lost or stolen or smuggled into the country, and unlawful guns, which would be guns where the license has expired. But I think we also need to be clear that these unlawful guns, which are described in court proceedings as illegally held, because under the law the license has expired, that the Supreme Court of Appeal noted that those guns that are outside of the system are at increased risk of being lost or stolen or used to harm somebody. So there is a recognition by the court that by having guns within the system, that they are easier to trace and hold the gun owner accountable. So there is concern about unlawfully held guns as well as, of course, illegal guns.
I want to make it very clear, or make sure that I do understand, and staying with what the courts have said. Because if I am a legal gun holder, and because of the administrative challenges, I'm not able to renew my license, it does not necessarily mean on the basis of that, there is a risk when it comes to my possessing of that particular gun in it being stolen or being used elsewhere, but rather in the event that it should, because it is not on the system, the law enforcement is not able to track it and identify it. Is that what we're saying?
So I don't understand completely what the court's ruling was about, because Gun Free South Africa's view is that the legal status, the piece of paper of the gun, doesn't necessarily increase the risk of that gun being lost or stolen or used to commit a crime. But the court made that distinction. And so Gun Free's view is that, guns that are legally held and lawfully held are still at risk of being lost or stolen. But I do want to come back to the point about the administrative challenge, because in fact, the system isn't collapsing because there are too many renewals. The system, in fact, is being underutilized. We've seen a 74% decline in relicense applications by gun owners who are basically just withdrawing from the system. They're just ditching the system.
Can I ask you to pause there, Claire? Because I just need to take a quick break. It's so important what you're pointing out, and we need to explore what are the reasons there. Claire Taylor is with us, gun violence prevention consultant at Gun Free South Africa. Are you a licensed gun holder? What has been your experience? Do join the conversation. It's 6002032. It's 19 minutes to 10.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
At Koketso Sachane and at SAfmRadio on Twitter.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm. If you just tuned in, Koketso in for Joanne this morning. We continue our conversation with Claire Taylor, gun violence prevention consultant at Gun Free South Africa. Claire, again, thanks for your time. I wanted to make sure that we have enough and we're not interrupted, at least in the point that you're making just before the break. The reasons why we are seeing this relicensing decline that dropped by 74%. If you can just go back to that point so that we understand exactly what we are attributing it to.
So what we've seen is that there's been, as you say, a 74% decline in relicense applications, and this dates from 2022. And the reasons for it, we think, is that there was a court case involving Fidelity Security Services, a private security company that had failed to renew licenses for 700 of its firearms.
700?
Yes. And so under the police was telling Fidelity that they needed to hand those guns over to the state to have them destroyed because those licenses had expired and they were in illegal possession. And Fidelity took the case to court, and the court ruled that Fidelity still owned those guns. They were still in they were their property. And so Fidelity needed to have the opportunity to apply for new licenses for those 700 guns. The reason for that is that you cannot renew an expired license. An expired license is dead. You cannot revive it. So they had an opportunity, the court gave Fidelity an opportunity to apply for new licenses for those 700 guns. And it extended that ruling to all gun owners who have expired gun licenses. The problem is that gun lobby groups have not clarified to gun owners that even though the court ruled that you own that gun, you still have to have a license. And so gun owners are reading that ruling as being, well, I own this gun, therefore I don't need to have a license for it.
Here's an interesting part.
Incorrect reading.
On that, and speaking of gun owners, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the South African Gun Owners Association disagreeing with Gun Free South Africa, saying this issue around a drop in renewals has got to do, the relicensing rather, has got to do with what they described as dysfunction at the Central Arms Registry. And also, they've also cited this legal uncertainty around this constitutional court ruling.
And the uncertainty around the court ruling, which has been fed by disinformation, and lack of clarity by government. I mean, government needs to be coming out clearly to tell gun owners that you still need to have a valid license if you own a firearm. Just because you own it doesn't mean that you are exempt from having a valid license. And this is what you need to do in order to comply with the law. And they haven't provided that clarity. Part of the problem as well is that the Firearms Control Act has been increasingly challenged over the years as there's resistance to it. Now, relicensing is a new provision that was introduced in the Firearms Control Act, and there's been concerted resistance and pushback at it from when it was first introduced. So this pushback is part of an attempt to roll back some of the strengths of the Firearms Control Act.
We are out of time, Claire. I just want to be clear. I've never owned a gun. I have no interest in owning a gun. Are you saying that previously you get the gun license and that's it for the rest of the time that you own a gun?
Exactly.
And recently it was this introduction of needing to relicense. And so I suppose you're arguing that part of what we're witnessing also from certain lobby groups is to push back on that newly introduced or recently introduced law around firearm regulation. Is that it?
26 years ago it was introduced, and there's been pushback throughout. And so what we are calling on government is to amend the Firearms Control Act to clarify to gun owners what these various court challenges mean for gun owners to comply with the law.
All right, Claire, we are out of time. Thank you very much. Claire Taylor, gun violence prevention consultant at Gun Free South Africa. Are you a gun owner or somebody who's interested in the space around firearm regulation? You can share your thoughts in the meantime, and I'm sure we'll have time to debate before we wrap up the daily discourse for this morning. 0614 104 107 is the WhatsApp line. You can send your text or voice notes. It's 13 minutes to 10.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, literally, in the club football where I've played a lot of my football to with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAfm's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
The 15th of July, that being today, is World Youth Skills Day. And as the world marks this day, education advocates say South Africa cannot build a future-ready workforce while millions of children lack the most basic classroom infrastructure. With an estimated 2.4 million learners without access to a desk at school, experts argue that foundational learning, not just digital or AI skills, must be prioritized to close the country's widening skills gap. Founder of My Desk Global is Talita Budram, who joins us now on the line. Talita, thank you very much for your time. Good morning. Good morning, Talita. I think we're connected now.
Good morning. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much for your time. I have to ask, Talita, just before we go very far, 2.4 million learners in South Africa do not have access to a desk?
Yes. The stats are appallingly true. So 2.4 million children in South Africa. It was a stat that was released by the Department of Basic Education last year. And yeah, they don't have a desk at school, which affects their ability to learn, their focus, their concentration in the classroom, and their overall academic ability. It's also very compromising of a child's dignity, especially a girl child, when they're expected to sit on cold, hard floors for the entire school day.
We have plenty of conversations around the state of learning, whether it's in the country or in the world. And part and parcel of the conversation also includes where some schools in the country and also around the world are, the digital space, AI. But here we are confronted with this bare reality of how far we are not for at least 2.5 or 2.4 million learners in South Africa. The recovery process, or to even have some form of a solid foundation, is just non-existent. Yes,
you're definitely right. So with the way the world is moving now with AI, digital and green skills, skills development has become very focused on that. And we sort of leave behind the children that do not have the basic resources that they need to succeed at foundational level, which is primary school and high school. So you can't put a child in front of a coding class or a robotics kit if they've never had a stable surface to write their name on. So essentially, the problem does lie when the child is developing those skills for the very first time in grade 1.
There's a part of me that I need to almost stop myself from spending too much time in critiquing this reality of these millions of learners, and also what the department is doing about it, because we're getting these stats from the department. But in focusing on what has been done and what should be done, yourself as My Desk, you've supplied more than 5,000 portable solar-powered desks to learners in over 50 communities. If you could speak to that and the work that you're doing, and also how much more that still needs to be done, and I'm sure there's some assistance you need.
Most definitely. Thank you for the opportunity. So the My Desk is a wheeled school bag that converts into a desk and a chair and has a solar light for children to use to do their homework. So it's portable. It allows a child to use it at school, pack it up, put their books in it, and then take it home and use it home as a designated homework station as well. So it's designed to have a 12-year lifespan, which allows a child to use it from grade 1 to grade 12. So it's one My Desk per child for their entire schooling career. We've recently ran our independently verified monitoring and evaluation data, and what's come back with this 5,000 children that we've worked with is that 100% of the schools reported improved student focus and classroom comfort, while 90% reported improved learner attendance and maths performance, and 70% of the schools reported significant handwriting improvements. So it's not just giving a child a desk, you're actually having real outcomes from something as simple as a surface to write on and a designated place to do their homework. And so we've reached the 5,000 kids, but that is only a slight dent in what the need is. So we've set a goal to reach 1 million kids by 2030. We've ramped up capacity on our end, and we are looking for partners, for potential sponsors, people to get on board to help us get these to the kids that need it most in South Africa.
What is the I suppose the manufacturing cost, if I can call it that, of one of those desks? And I'm asking Talita because I'm sure there are many partners who would say, I'm prepared to donate, whether it's money but I will pay for 100 of these desks or 1,000 of these desks. What are the costs?
Most definitely, and that's the way we've actually designed it, is that we offer all the services of manufacturing, distributing, and getting it to the schools, where we physically go out and hand it out to the kids and provide very transparent reports in terms of who's receiving it, where they're receiving it, and how they're using it. But it's just a once-off fee per MyDesk. It's just under 2,000 Rand per MyDesk, which includes your school bag, your desk, your chair, your solar light with a USB charging portal that a child can use at home and at school for the entire 12-year schooling career. And so we do have a tiered pricing model where if a sponsor comes to us and would like to sponsor larger quantities over a certain period of time, then the price per unit does decrease, because we want to encourage as many kids being able to use the MyDesk as possible.
We do have a call, Talita, before we wrap up. Mohammed, salam, brother. Good morning.
Hi. Talita, I'm something this. My two children are educators, and one of my daughters, when she was finished her course, she had to go for 3 months training in a school, and she went. I won't name the school. I won't mention names, anything, but when she went there, she saw the children all sitting on the floor. They had no books, and it was in September. And she said, what's happening here? She went to the principal, and the principal said, I don't know. The classroom was not even dusted or cleaned, and there were 30 children in the class. So she went and opened the storeroom. One of the cleaners told her, open the storeroom. There's desks there. And when she opened it, there were brand new desks lying there, over 100. And she went and took them out, cleaned them, and had them installed. And then she went and took out all the stationery for the children. But being a trainee teacher, she was called into the office and reprimanded that you had no right to do these things because you were not authorized to do this. But I'm just bringing to your attention that every provincial government allocates money to the schools. And that when the time it reaches the schools, this stuff is not reaching the kids.
Yeah.
That's what's bugging me.
Mohammed, thank you very much for your call. Mohammed in Lenasia, a very tragic story, and I suppose an indicator of the reality in some of our spaces. Talita, before we run out of time, how do those of us who would like to partner, to get involved, how do we get in touch?
You can please reach out to us via our website. It's www.mydeskglobal.com. And I would love to take the conversation further with Mohammed. I do believe that the money, the resources are spent on this, and the children are not receiving it. And I do think that is a very big problem. And I'd love to chat further and learn from their experiences as well.
All right, thank you very much.
See how we can help that school.
Thank you, Talita. Budram is founder of MyDesk Global, a desk that a learner can have for the duration of their schooling career, 12 years that it can last, and at a cost of just under 2,000 rands. Surely there are a number of corporates, individuals who are able to partner with MyDesk Global in addressing this. 2.4 million learners at schools in South Africa do not have access to a desk. Let's stay with that reality for a bit. It's 10 o'clock, time for the latest news with Ann Musa.
In our top stories, an application to postpone Matlala's appearance before the Matlanga Commission And Free State warns of new RDP housing scam. Good morning. Vusimuzi Kat Matlala's lawyer, Annelien van der Heever, is applying for a postponement of Matlala's appearance at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, citing preparations for upcoming trial. Matlala made a long-awaited return to the Commission following a previous postponement and was expected to shed light on his involvement in criminality and fraud involving members of the South African Police Service. Matlala recently backed out of a plea deal with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption. Commission Chairperson, retired Justice Mbuyiseli Matlanga, had questions regarding the application.
The application says the entire commission process must be postponed pending finalization of the criminal process. So it's on that basis that I then ask you, does that mean there are no questions whatsoever that Mr. Matlala could deal with before this commission? Now you have responded and said, no, there are. So there are issues that he can deal with before this commission.
The number of fatalities in the 2026 winter initiation season has risen to 43, with 75 other initiates hospitalized. Authorities have uncovered 58 illegal initiation schools, with 42 already shut down. Police have opened 150 criminal cases and have made 40 arrests as government intensifies efforts to protect initiates. Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister Velinkusini Hlabisa says the deaths are preventable.
Indeed, it's a very sad situation that I report the increase on the number of fatalities, which is now sitting at 43, Mpumalanga province being the highest with 18, followed by Eastern Cape with 14. It's a very unfortunate situation of losing young and healthy boys sent to the initiation schools, unfortunately not coming back home.
Action SA is leading a picket outside the National Prosecuting Authority in Pretoria today, calling for justice and accountability. More than a decade after the Lily mine collapse, the bodies of Pretin Kambule, Solomon Yarenda and Yvonne Mnisi are still underground. Their families say they continue to wait for closure and answers. Herman Mashaba is Action SA's president.
There's been cover-ups ever since. Now we are surprised, even now the National Prosecuting Authority, we engaged Advocate Batoyi, who at the time was in charge, and they kept on giving us reasons of still waiting for what God knows. Now that we've got a new head of the NPA, we're going to obviously bring this to his attention. Is it part of the state capture that you are seeing with Matlanga, where criminality happens and the human rights of South Africans are trampled upon?
The Free State government is warning residents to watch out for a housing scam targeting desperate home seekers. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Human Settlements says fraudsters are using fake social media profiles to trick the public. The scammers are using the name and image of MEC Saki Mukwena. The department says the individuals have created fake social media profiles and are claiming to be selling breaking new ground houses in Bloemfontein for 50,000 rand. Provincial Kochta spokesperson Simasa Mbeu.
The department would like communities to note that government does not sell RTP houses. Beneficiaries of government housing programs are selected in accordance with approved policies and qualifying criteria. No payment is required to qualify for or receive an RTP house. Members of the public are urged not to engage with or transfer money to anyone claiming to sell government houses or guarantee access to housing opportunities. Anyone who receives suspicious phone calls, text messages, WhatsApp messages or social media communications relating to the sale of government houses is encouraged to report the matter immediately to the nearest police station.
And finally, the Trump administration has told ICE immigration enforcement agents to suspend most vehicle stops after 2 fatal shootings within a week. The BBC's David Willis has the details.
News of this decision to suspend traffic stops comes a day after an ICE agent killed a 26-year-old driver from Colombia and a week after the deadly shooting of a Mexican national in Houston in Texas. Another incident involving a Mexican national in the city of St. Augustine in Florida who has apparently died. He was hit by a tractor-trailer as he attempted to flee the attention of ICE agents who had stopped a vehicle.
Recapping the top story, Vusimuzi Matlala's lawyer, Annelien van der Heever, is applying for a postponement of Matlala's appearance at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, citing preparations for upcoming trial. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter.
7 minutes past 10, we are in the second hour of the Daily Discourse. Kogezo in for Joanne this morning. In the next few minutes, we'll be in conversation with Mbazima Shloa, who calls on us to not only depend on individual heroes to defeat organized crime and the challenges that we have in the country, but reminding us that we are also equally responsible in that fight to build a strong institution. We connect with him in the next few minutes. And then also a conversation that carries on from last night and also from Kathy this morning, that of the number of initiates deaths that we are witnessing, particularly in the Eastern Cape. You would know that overnight the number there has risen from 35 to 43, the number of initiates who have died, and we'll be in conversation with Eastern Cape Cocta spokesperson Phelo Oliphant. And then also the South African Medicines Regulator has recalled compound weight loss drugs and warns of disciplinary action against those who prescribes the drugs. We'll have that conversation as well before we wrap the hour. It is the Daily Discourse on SAfm.
In case you missed it,
Mazisi Kunene tells a story of Sopuza having warned Shaka, don't allow the newcomers that will be coming to your land. See, these newcomers that are coming, they look like pumpkins, they sound like us, but they kill for land and they're not good people. And despite that warning, when Shaka firstly met whites, his Ubuntu made him understand the first thing being that I am because we are. When there's more of us, we are better against everything else.
That was The Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo.
Before history wrote about him, the microphone captured it.
It is an idea for which I hope to live.
Here, Nelson Mandela, in his own words,
I am the product of Africa.
alongside the voices of those who walked with him,
Along the cherished hills.
learn from him, and continue to be inspired by him. Mandela Man, only on SAfm.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9 minutes past 10. You do know the latest, at least we heard in the news at 10. There seems to be a continued back and forth and arguments at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, where Ket Matlala's legal representative arguing that because he is on trial, he cannot testify. He cannot appear before the commission. He is there in person, but the legal rep is going through a back and forth with some of the commissioners, which connects directly to our next conversation, because it is on the back of what Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said last year in July that led to the ad hoc committee, that led to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry and the subsequent arrest of a number of people, including Kat Matlala and Mbazi Mashilowa, who's a struggle stalwart and former Gauteng Premier, argues that South Africa's fight against organized crime cannot succeed through the actions of a single courageous police officer, politician, or judge, and rather that while individuals can expose corruption and criminal networks, lasting progress depends on resilient, independent, and well-functioning institutions that can investigate, prosecute, and punish organized crimes, and also the responsibility that we have as South Africans in contributing to the strengthening of those institutions. And Mbazi Mashilowa joins us now on the line. Thank you very much for your time, Moreno. Good morning.
Good morning, and how are you to your listeners as well?
No, very well. The importance of this conversation side by side with also what we're witnessing at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Where I want to start, I suppose as South Africans, Ndateshilo, we cannot be faulted for being caught up in this Messiah complex, considering the history of our country, considering how we've placed a number of people on a pedestal. The idea that we will be saved by individuals is not something that is far-fetched, as problematic as it might be.
Yes, you are so right. And I think I made that point that firstly, if we look at, the stand that Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi took, it was a courageous stand. We needed that. At the time, skeptics thought he's just backing up a wrong tree. Others thought he's confirming everything else. So, and as we can see now, while everything still has to be proven, but a number of the things that he had raised seem to be true: infiltration of the police, working with the drug cartels, and so forth. My point, though, is important as it is to acknowledge such figures like him. We need to ensure that at the end of this process and going forward, we accept that even though these figures are important, but if we really want to sort out policing, ensure we root out corruption in the police system, in the law enforcement system, that we avoid the turf that we saw between the Scorpions and the police, now between the police, crime intelligence, and IDEC. It has to be based on institutions rather than at some point a Messiah will emerge and will help us, because then we'll always be searching for Messiah, the same way that you find people go to this church today next to another one because they are in search of miracles.
I suppose in that it's a process, right? In that we have these institutions. These institutions are made up of these individuals, and then there is an issue with some of these individuals, and then now we are in the process, though not as fast enough, as effective enough, in addressing those individuals that have in turn either hollowed out or corrupted the institutions. And then once, I suppose, that process is done, then there is the rebuilding of those institutions, or can the two happen simultaneously?
The two should happen simultaneously. We should root out the bad element, close the loopholes that they were using, create new systems that must keep up with the times. Criminals are not acting the same as they did 10, 15 years ago. They are so much advanced. Yet our policing system is still rudimentary as if it's in the 60s. We must adapt. We must change. But we must also ensure that in government itself, it is not enough to expect good policemen, good investigators, judicial officers, prosecutors to be without blemish. Yet, in our political system, our leaders, are themselves caught up in issues of unethical conduct, no integrity, no morality, some caught up in crime itself with nothing being done. So we must work, it must be a totality of our system rather than, yes, let's respond to Ntata Mkhwanazi says the following, and then we find that we are given by Madlanga some suggestions to make. They go to the president, he implements some, he doesn't implement others. You look, for instance, just as an example, after the rioting in KZN a few years back, I think 2022 or so, there was a commission that was there looking at the systems of crime intelligence and in failure. Report given. Nothing has been done about that.
Yeah. We are in conversation with Mbazi Mashilowa. A reminder that while dealing with those individuals that have hollowed out certain parts of our institutions, or even those like Ntata Mkhwanazi who are deemed to be heroes, we must also not lose sight of building and rebuilding some of these strong institutions. On that particular point, Ntateshloa, we are also, I suppose, as South Africans, still learning or understanding how deep the issue goes. The most recent allegations around what is possibly happening at IDAC, what was revealed at the Madlanga Commission yesterday, and while we wait for Andrea Johnson to still appear before the commission, we are still understanding how bad it is. And so how do we as South Africans participate in this process of rebuilding or protecting these institutions while still learning how bad it is?
Yes, you are right. The best thing would be to wait until we have the full report from the Madlanga and then act. But with some of what is happening, sick beds and people going everywhere, what if this process will not end by this year? So we will limp along. So we must be able, and which is why I think the president, in the terms of reference, would have included that there must be suggestions of what needs to be done. I know that Feroz Kachalia, the Minister of Police, has got a team, that is looking at how to implement some of the Madlanga Commission, how to prevent some of those things. I hope all of these are not going to be year-long processes. We must have a short, medium to long term. We must say, currently, there are leaders in the police system that seem compromised. What is it that we can do to ensure that we deal with those, accepting that some of them may not necessarily be guilty, but they are tainted. You deal with those people. You say, what are some of the systems that they were using, especially the tender system, that got us into this problem that we are? You make some of those changes. So unfortunately, even though it's not desirable, we'll have to repair this plane while it's mid-air.
It's staying with that analogy, and in instances where we have noted the issue with the plane. For example, you cited the report that emerged following the June 2021 riots. And I remember leading up to June 30 reading parts of that particular report where they speak of the mood on the ground, or the contributing factors, or the state of affairs in the country at the time. whether it is unemployment, many different challenges that really culminated in what was a ripe environment for there to be those protests. And when I compared what they were citing, those still remain today. And so the question that arises is whether or not in fixing this particular plane, we are able to remember the process that we come from, remember what we have learned, whether it is the Nugent Commission or even the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Once the report has been released, are we able to draw from that to take the recommendations, do something about it, or at least learn the lessons in order to deal with the persistent challenges that we have in the country?
Yes, in fact, in reality, we're supposed to learn. But to learn will require that our political leaders deal with the issues. Let me give you a different example outside of South Africa. You've got failures of certain policing systems, say in the UK. They don't wait until a commission of inquiry. They don't wait until someone has been convicted. They make changes to the system immediately. And because they make those changes immediately, they are able to move forward. And the only reason why they can do that is because they've got systems that rely on leaders in the police rather than an individual in the police, an individual in crime intelligence, or an individual minister. Secondly, it's also true that while there is absolutely nothing with deployment of people, be they cadres, be they professionals, the fact of the matter is that we must ensure that those people are themselves not beholden, one, to politicians, and secondly, that politicians are able to say, we put you here, you have not performed, we must move them aside. So without all of those things, we will just be repeating the thing. You know, we will say today, we need the Scorpions. No, we don't need them because of the theft. Instead of saying, we are not the only one country that have, you know, these kind of things. Even in the U.S., the FBI and the others fight for theft, but systems allow them to still be able to work and move forward. I mean, the CIA and the FBI.
Mbazi Mashulowa is our guest. We've got a few minutes with him still. If you'd like to join the conversation, 086-000-2032. What is, Ndada Shilowa, the role of civil society in protecting institutions, in holding those in institutions accountable, or in reminding us as South Africans of the responsibility that we do have, or the right that we do have, and the voices that we do have in ensuring that these hollowed out institutions are rebuilt?
2 points to make. Sometimes it's not that society doesn't know what the problem is. Don't make proposals on what needs to be done. But you find that they say to you, there are drug dens here, there's a drug cartel there, there's a drug dealer there, there's someone involved in child trafficking. The police turn a blind eye. Turn a blind eye either because they are in cahoots. Then you've got an imbizo, a minister, the president is there, the same things are repeated. They say we will come back, we'll sort it out. They never do. And that makes civil society think, what is the point? In any case, they are more likely to tell the drug leaders that I'm the one who is giving information about them. So we need to ensure that whistleblowing is protected and so forth. But where there is another problem, and this is where a solution may come from, is from the trade unions in the police. If the trade unions in the police were to say, between us and the government, we must have a social compact that says, not in our name, not under our watch, and therefore let's work on the following issues. We as Pop Group, as SAPU, we will not protect any one of our members who is found to have been involved in this thing. That we are not going to be representing such people as shop stewards where there is clear evidence of what is happening. We would go a long way so that it's not just at collective bargaining that the unions and the government meet, but they also meet to have a social compact. That's the only way in which the CGIL in Italy was able to work with the government to ensure that the mafia problem that was there can be addressed.
All right.
That's how the unions in the U.S. could work with the government. You know, there was a time when there was huge infiltration by the mafia of the trade unions, of the dogs and all of those. Yet they were able to work together and make those changes. That's what we need.
We wrap up the conversation with Mbazima Shulowa with a call from Tukolo in Harry Smith. Tukolo, thanks for your call.
Good morning, and how are you? Hello?
Yes, Tukolo, please go ahead.
Yes,
That Shulowa is listening.
Yeah. Now, I've got a few questions to Ndate Shulowa. Ndate Shulowa, where Pila?
Pila, no lega in that.
Rapid. That is, we as we can see what's going on the leadership that we are having. As the former leader, what are you saying on the situation that we are having now? Because you can see the leadership that we are having now. There is no direction. We are going nowhere. There is no direction. So as a former, as a people who know about this leadership, what are you saying? Because really we are in trouble. Because the leadership that we are having now is I don't know what can I say.
Right.
It's doing nothing, and as I said, there is no direction on it. So what are you saying, guys? Where are you? Where you are now?
Tsogolo, let's pause there. We are almost out of time. Let's allow Ndate Shulowa to respond to that question. Ndate Shulowa.
Yes, I think that part of our problem is that as and when we run into difficulties, we think, let's talk to ancestors. They know better. Shulowa have had his time. It is now their time to say, these are the challenges we face. There are so many political parties, and I'm sure among those, they can be able to find some that are able to resonate with some of what they stand for. But again, it comes back to my point. There is no messiah. There is no former leader who knows better. The people themselves need to be able to run this issue. But thanks for the time in that.
Appreciate it, Mbazima Shulowa, the former Gauteng Premier, struggle stalwart as well. That last point that he made, let us not forget that we've got options. Not outright, saying, but in the event that you're not happy with how we got here, you do have options. There was a moment where I was questioning the ancestors part, because I was thinking, is he telling us Orilo Pahla? Because the things are so bad, so Pahlang for some solution. But a reminder that of course we are where we are, and we are watching the debate that continues, it seems, at the Commission of Inquiry. Ket Matlala's counsel arguing his constitutional rights override compulsory or compulsion to appear before the commission. Where is that matter going to be resolved? And then casting our eyes at the Western Cape High Court, President Ramaphosa's urgent bid to stop proceedings begin to be heard there at the Western Cape High Court. So lots happening in the country, including the unfortunate and continued deaths of initiates, 43 of them thus far. That conversation we have with the Cocta MEC from the Eastern Cape right after the latest in news from Anne Musa. It's 10:30.
Thank you, Koketso. On the news headlines on SAFM, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. For Simuzi Ket Matlala's lawyer, Annalyn van der Heever, is applying for a postponement of Matlala's appearance at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, citing preparations for upcoming trial. Cape Town Fire and Rescue Services say 7 people have died in fire-related incidents across the mother city over the past weekend, and anti-illegal immigrant group March and March movement is calling on police to provide protection for its leaders, saying they fear for their safety. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
29 minutes to 11. Apologies, Ondela Mbana. We'll have the latest news from Ondela at 11 o'clock. It is the Daily Discourse. Koketso Sachane in for Joanne Joseph. Interesting conversation we had with Mbazima Shilowa just before the break, and we are in the next few minutes be speaking to the Eastern Cape Cocta MEC. Speaking of the initiates desk, but I do want to make sure that we just share at least 2 of your voice notes from the previous conversation with Mbazima Shilowa.
Good morning, Koketso. Good morning to that Mbazima Shilowa. I start with him when it comes to this police infiltration of politics and criminals inside it. I think we need a system that it will work for this subs management, because now I feel like we are on the mafia state. All these police, when you listen to Madanga, there is no one that you can keep trusting. It is chaos altogether. But yeah, we need something to come out from Madanga as a recommendation that it will work for this country. Good morning.
Gore, 3 important issues quickly. 1, initiation school in Eastern Cape. You know that kids are going to die. We're talking about 35, and we'll still have more. Why do we continue to practice the culture that kills people? South Africans, wake up. If you know that the children are likely to die, why do you continue to send them in the mountain to make them men, whereas you are going to have a corpse to bury? We should now say enough is enough. Take your children to school, to clinics, to hospital, where they will be done in a secure environment. Really, wake up, parents. Mbazima Shilwa is correct to say, when it comes to fighting crime, you don't have to wait for the Mukwananzis, the Dumisan Kumalos, and the 2 constables. We have to say, all of us, stand up. Election come, we have to say, government, if you don't do this, you are not ours. And then the issue of foreigners, is interesting. The government says don't stop foreigners, don't ask them for the document. You don't know who they are, you don't know the documents. But if you have to rent them in your house, how will you know? Because they say you don't know them in the street.
Quite a bit that Gore has to say, which includes the comment around the latest in the unfortunate story of initiates who have died during this 2026 winter initiation season. That conversation we have with the Eastern Cape Cocta MEC Zolile Williams up next.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
As I indicated, 2 provinces is 43 in total, 18 Mpumalanga, 14 Eastern Cape, 2 Gauteng, 3 Limpopo, 4 Northwest, and 2 Free State, which makes 43.
That was the Cocta Minister, Hlabisa, speaking to Kethimo Hlahlana this morning, indicating an increase in the number of initiates deaths to 43. Joining us now on the line is the Cocta MEC in the Eastern Cape, Zolile Williams. Dr. Williams, thank you very much for your time. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Koketso, and good morning to the listeners of SAfm.
I must admit up front, MEC, that a part of me is despondent in having this conversation purely because, and I mentioned this at the beginning of our program this morning, that as a journalist and as a broadcaster, I've had this conversation every year for at least over 10 years. And it raises the question as to how are we still here? And even more so in speaking to yourself, how are we still seeing the high numbers that we're seeing in the Eastern Cape? How do you explain what is the issue, MEC?
Well, thank you, Koketso, for having me and to discuss this very critical debate. And it's unfortunate, and you've got a reason to be despondent. And unfortunately, Koketso, the Constitution, Section 12 of our Constitution, allows everyone in the South African society to practice his or her cultures and traditions, and what the limitation is in the practices that are allowable in terms of the Constitution is that such practices must be managed such that they don't have effect or impact on lives of citizens. We, as the Eastern Cape, in 2016, because of the challenges we were experiencing in traditional circumcision, which is a cultural practice that is exercised by the majority of citizens of the Eastern Cape, we then developed our own provincial legislation, Act number 5 of 2016, which is Customary Male Initiation Practice Act. And this was done, Koketso, to try and prevent deaths as they were beginning to escalate in our province at that time. Now, government had to intervene to say, well, you can exercise your tradition, but it is wrong for that tradition to take people's lives, especially young people. And so we've introduced that, but still, if you understand this tradition, there's a lot of stigma that is attached when you are seen as deviating from the normal process of which we who were circumcised earlier have undergone that process. But there's still stigmatization that is still prevalent. As I'm speaking to you today, you will find that initiates are not allowed to bring their chronic medication to the initiation school. And as such, we have lost about 3 initiates because of withdrawal symptoms, because of lack of use of their chronic medication. Against our advocacy campaign as government to say no one has a right to prevent any initiate from taking their chronic medication, because you can't think that a person who's diabetic, by going to a traditional circumcision school, the diabetes is going to disappear. It's fallacy. And so also epilepsy, HIV positive people, all those people must be bringing their medication to traditional circumcision school.
MEC,
but the stigmatization is that men prevent, even parents, some parents in East London, if I can tell you, Koketso, a parent deprived his own son from taking chronic medication to the traditional circumcision school, and as I'm talking to you, that child has passed on, unfortunately.
We are in
Now,
conversation. If we could just pause for a second, MEC, because there's quite a bit that you've said, and there's a need for us to, dissect this very unfortunate issue, which includes also, of course, coming back to some of the points that you've raised. We are in conversation with the Cogta MEC in the Eastern Cape, Dadu Zolile Williams, speaking of this unfortunate reality of initiates deaths, and I'd like to invite you to be part of the conversation. 086-000-2032. MEC, we're going to take a quick break and then continue with the conversation. It is the Daily Discourse on SAfm, 20 minutes to 11.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm, a month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? At Koketso Sachane and at SAfm Radio on Twitter.
We continue our conversation with Cogta MEC Zolile Williams, the Cogta MEC in the Eastern Cape. Speaking of initiates deaths, you can join the conversation with 600-2032. MEC, again, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the picture that you've painted, where the Constitution allows for us to express and practice our cultures. And then at the same time, you have spoken of what are some of the contributing factors to those lives that we unfortunately have lost, whether it is issues of initiation schools not providing or allowing for chronic medication as an example. I would believe, MEC, that if one were to look at the total number of deaths, and specifically in your province, that there are other factors that contribute to the issue of the deaths of initiates. Over the years, one has learned of and has witnessed the commercialization of some of the schools, and also where you have individuals who are not even trained and signed off by the traditional leaders to do this work, and yet they are doing it. And then also other instances where we've seen and heard of the complicity of traditional leaders in allowing certain practices to continue that are not according to cultural, customs. How have you understood, as the MEC, the contributing factors to the deaths that are experienced in your province right now, over and above the medical-related ones you've already cited?
Thank you very much, Koketso. Well, some of these factors relate to, maybe I must tell you, I'm currently in the police station at Ngeleni, which is the epicenter of the majority of deaths of initiates in the Eastern Cape. We are here to fill the information on the 2 initiates that have passed on in the past 2 days. There was some information that was lacking. So we are here to give the investigation officer all that information, because we would want that case to be quickly pursued so that those people can be arrested. I can tell you that so far we've arrested about 19 initiates and 19 people that are the suspects that have been alleged, and about 10 schools that are illegal have been closed. So illegal schools are some of the contributing factors. The other issue is that there's lack of proper understanding of, remember, this is a medical process, whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when septicemia kicks in, there must be capacity to understand that there must be medical intervention. At least we have warned those things that they must happen in our traditional initiation schools, such that we've got 47 male nurses that are deployed to try and ensure that they work together with Ingribi Namakankata to try and ensure that the safe passage through the tradition.
MEC,
But
when you say, and
age-
apologies, MEC, when you say
Okay.
try, and you know one uses words, when you say try, these nurses, these male nurses that are available, are they granted access? Are they able to assist, or is there resistance to the assistance that government is affording these schools?
Well, that's a good question, Koketso, because where I am in Helene, the deaths that we're experiencing, we've experienced in 2 days 7 deaths here. The deaths are as a result of traditional circumcision schools that are hidden, which therefore means our nurses are unable to access those because they are hidden away. Why are they hidden away, Koketso? Is because they are circumcising kids that are below the legislated age of 18 years. In this area, you'll find kids that are 12 years and 13 years that have been circumcised, and those 7 deaths are strictly related to the younger age. Because in the tradition, Xhosa tradition, Koketso, you need a fully fledged boy of 18 to 21 years to undergo this tradition. It is in exceptional cases where you find a younger age that attends. But if you go as far back as 12 and 13 years, you are deemed to have problems. But well, as government, nobody is being forced. Ours is to regulate the cultural practices of those who practice the tradition.
Yeah, MEC, let's take some one call and a couple of voice notes because we are effectively out of time. MEC Zolile Williams there, Cocta MEC in the Eastern Cape. Ali in Mahikeng, you've been so patient with us. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Koketso, and good morning to your guest there and to your listeners. Koketso, I've got a question. I don't know, maybe isn't it true that culture evolves?
To an extent, yes, it does.
Now, the issue of culture and tradition, I'm very much respectful of our traditional beliefs and cultural beliefs. But the issue here is that when I look at it in a broader perspective, the issue of culture and tradition, we take all these things from the Holy Scriptures. The Bible is the only source of all traditions and cultures. In that circumcision was done with the boy at 8 years of old when God made a covenant with Abraham in Genesis chapter 17. Even Christ Jesus himself was circumcised when he was a boy of 8 days. 8 days. The issue being that do not rely on the flesh, Abraham. I'm God who will provide you with a child. Now the issue is the evil forces of darkness reversed that belief and that covenant of God and made it to be that rely on the flesh, windoda, windoda at the age of 18 without even knowing the implications of being a father or a man. Naturally, we grow from being a baby to a teenager to a boy to a man.
Okay.
Because that's the process of nature. Now the issue of us being misled to sacrifice our boys to the devil in the bush in the name of culture, when the devil is cloaking himself under the cover of culture and tradition, that's worse than anything else, my brother.
Okay, Ali in Mahikeng, this is where it becomes a problem because now we are citing and bringing up scripture and our faith in denigrating and describing our cultures in a particular way, and that's where the conversation then takes a turn. MEC, we are out of time, but your final words before we bid you farewell.
Well, what I could say, Koketso, is that I would really plead to the communities because we are still 2 weeks towards the end of this season, and I'm very concerned that we may have increases in the death of initiates, especially in this area where I am, the Ngeleni area in the OR Tambo district. I would want to appeal to parents, to stakeholders, traditional leaders, all the monitoring teams, to please ensure that we visit every traditional circumcision school. And I would also want to appeal to communities around Ngeleni area to please indicate to us where there are hidden schools, because so far we only experience these schools on death of initiates because they are not obviously seen. And I'm saying that is then becoming a slaughterhouse for kids to die in this particular area.
Thank you very much, MEC, for your time. Cocta MEC in the Eastern Cape, Zolile Williams. And I know that we were not able to get to a whole lot more of your calls as well as your voice notes. We'll make time for them on the other side of 11, at least. The question that arises on the back of that discussion and this ongoing discussion is, what is the responsibility of parents when it comes to what happens at these initiation schools, or even taking young men, boys to the initiation schools? And then in the event of those who are kidnapped and taken to these schools because it's a commercial enterprise, what is the responsibility of the police in addressing those matters? What is the responsibility of communities in ensuring that those hidden schools are found and those doctors and nurses that are made available by government are there to assist? Isn't it about the future of these young men? That is a question. It's 10 minutes to 11.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAfm.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
At Koketso Sachane and at SAfmRadio on Twitter.
South Africa's medicines regulator, SAPRA, has issued an urgent recall of several compounded GLP-1 medicines for weight loss and diabetes treatment. They're warning that the products pose a serious risk to patient safety. Healthcare professionals have been instructed to stop prescribing and dispensing the affected medicines or face the possibility of disciplinary action. Vincent Lala is the CEO and Registrar at the South African Pharmacy Council, joining us now on the line. Vincent, thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Good morning, Kokotso, and good morning to the SAfm listeners.
When one hears of the recall of these medicines, one can easily get concerned around what exactly are we talking about. I mean, GLP-1 medicines for weight loss, those who are diabetic, I'm sure would be able to identify, but weight loss medication is easily accessible. So when we're speaking of GLP-1 for weight loss, what are we talking about?
Okay, so let me start by saying that the recall that South African Health Products Authority has issued is with regard to semaglutide and tirzepatide or combination thereof produced by IDEXIS. It's one of the registered community pharmacy. What we did is this two statutory council. We went out and conducted an inspection and found that the production of such substances were not in line with good manufacturing practices. And from there, as regulators, we then instructed the company to recall such product. When we saw that there was no movement, we felt it was important that we speak directly to both the patients and the practitioners to say, please, if you do have a GLP-1 from this particular company, do not use. But I think overall our message to both the practitioners and the public is do not use any unregistered weight loss medicines. We are aware that in the black market, there are people who are purporting to be selling the substances, and that could help you. From the regulator's point of view, our advice is to say any medicines, in order for it to be used for patients, must be registered. It must at least meet 3 requirements: safety, quality, and efficacy. And that is why we require such medicines to be registered. So broadly, the message is do not use unregistered medicines, whether it be weight loss or any other, particularly in the black market. I think that's the main message that we are letting the public. Yes, there are weight loss medicines that are registered with SAfmRadio, and those ones we do not have a problem with. If patients are on those medicines, there's 2 that is registered by Novo Nordisk with SAfmRadio. It's Wegovy and Ozempic, and then Aspen, it's Monjaro. Those are registered. And even then we say the patient must go see their medical practitioner in order for the patient to be assessed to say, indeed, you require substances. People like myself who are still young and can walk, we can lose weight by simply cutting on food, by walking or running or exercising. Not everybody has to go on medicines.
Right. So to be clear, this recall is, as you mentioned, specific to those that were manufactured by IDEXIS, those who know Central Pharmacy in Pretoria. So IDEXIS semaglutide as well as IDEXIS terzepatide. I'm so amazed that I was able to even read those medical terms. But that's what we're speaking about specifically, Vincent. There's no need for concern for those who might be utilizing weight loss medication outside of those specific ones.
Yes, no, for those who are using registered product, please continue using those that were prescribed by your practitioner, that were issued by your pharmacy. What we are wary about is the one that I've spoken about, but also to those ones that now we hear at the weight loss clinics, at the gyms, at all these body labs, that people, even on Twitter or Instagram, all the social media, that people are being sold peptides where they do not even know the origin thereof. Because what we do not want is for people to use things that they don't know where they were manufactured, under what conditions, and if indeed they contain the substance they purport to contain.
Yeah. How prevalent is the... because we're in this space right now where there's a lot of money around, pushing for weight loss, and we've seen a lot of discussions around even Ozempic itself. But how prevalent is the issue of unregistered meds when it comes to weight loss, or maybe other areas that we might not automatically think of?
The South African Health Product Authority is the regulator that's dealing with that. But I know from our engagement with them, they have inspectors combing through the country, ensuring that those medicines are removed off the shelves. They term them as falsified and substandard medicines, meaning that those medicines have not gone through the proper processes. So the regulator would be the one to speak with authority around them. But from our perspective as South African Pharmacy Council, who control all pharmacies in the country, we've always said to our pharmacies, please ensure that you do not sell such substances in your own pharmacy, because it is against the law.
All right, we appreciate your time this morning. A very important public service conversation. Vincent Matlala, the CEO and Register at the South African Pharmacy. A reminder that the specific products that you should be mindful of that are not registered, stop using them. And if you've got family members who are, as their attempt to lose weight, IDEXIS semaglutide, IDEXIS terzepatide, and a combination of other medicines, semaglutide and tirzepatide medicines. They're said to be manufactured by Adexis Central Pharmacies, how it's commonly known. Please be mindful. On the other side of 11, if you die tomorrow, would your family be financially secure? It is our weekly finance segment, and I look forward to that conversation. For now, though, it's 11 o'clock, time for the latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Gogetso. On the top stories, Ket Matlala's lawyer applies for a postponement of his court appearance, and March calls for the protection of its leaders. For SAfm News, I am Ondela, and a very good morning. For Simuzi, Ket Matlala's lawyer, Annelyn van der Heever, is applying for a postponement of Matlala's appearance at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, citing preparations for upcoming trial. Matlala made a long-awaited return to the commission following a previous postponement and was expected to shed light on his involvement in criminality and fraud involving members of the South African Police Service. Matlala recently backed out of a plea deal with the investigating Directorate Against Corruption for a 12-year sentence in return for information of the police complicity in corrupt activity. Commission Chairperson retired Justice Mbuseli Madlanga had questions regarding the application.
The application says the entire commission process must be postponed pending finalization of the criminal process. So it's on that basis that I then ask you, does that mean there are no questions whatsoever that Mr. Matlala could deal with before this commission? Now you have responded and said, no, there are. So there are issues that he can deal with before this commission.
MK Parliamentary Leader Dr. John Hlophe says the urgent interdict application by President Cyril Ramaphosa to hold Parliament's impeachment committee is a waste of the court's time. Hlophe was speaking on the steps of the Western Cape High Court ahead of the hearing over the next 2 days. The President wants the parliamentary process suspended pending the review of the Section 89 independent panel report that found that he has a prima facie case to answer over the Phala matter. The committee is the result of a May Constitutional Court ruling that the National Assembly acted irrationally when it voted against the implementation of the report and that impeachment proceedings should be instituted against him. The MK Party, ATM and the UAT are respondents in this matter. Hlophe gave his party's views on the matter.
We submit Ramaphosa is wasting time. You cannot interdict an inquiry which has already been directed by the Apex Court. The Constitutional Court is the final court of appeal in the land. There is no further appeal. Once it makes a ruling, there is no other court which has competent jurisdiction to entertain the matter.
Cape Town Fire and Rescue Services say 7 people have died in fire-related incidents across the mother city over the past weekend. The victims, one of them a child, perished in fires in Wallisodden, Philippi and Kalkfontein, Tafelsag and Guguletu. Mayoral Committee member for Safety and Security J.P. Smith says they have also seen marginal increases in the number of residential fires, with firefighters having responded to 473 incidents at formal and informal dwellings between 1 June and 13 July this year. Smith has urged residents to be mindful of fire safety and awareness as the cold weather persists. Anti-illegal immigrant group March on March movement is calling on police to provide protection for its leaders, saying they fear for their safety. This follows the killing of the organization's leader Andile Somgada. The group has marched from Palm Ridge Road east of Johannesburg in honor of their fallen leader this morning. He was allegedly gunned down in an assassination while leaving his home earlier this month. He was rushed to hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The movement alleges that Somgada had received death threats because of his campaign against illegal immigration and believes his killing was targeted. March on March Secretary Nompumelelo Tenyane says they are determined to continue the campaign despite growing safety concerns.
So we are here to say, guys, to the police officials, be aware, we are being killed for fighting for our country that we love so much. Leader Andile Somgada was one of the good leaders, we could say heroes of our country because he loved this country so that he even died for it. He paid for it while he was fighting business compliance in our communities, while he was fighting illegal immigration.
The EFF says it has written to Higher Education Minister Buti Manlamela after finding 4 middleman companies are still working for NSFAS despite claims that they were terminated. The party says NSFAS could be paying over 220 million rand a year in fees to the companies based on 1.1 billion rand paid out in the 2026 payment cycle. EFF MPC Hlelonzi says money should go to students instead and is asking the minister to name the companies and explain how the contracts are still running.
We actually met with 2 gentlemen and 1 lady who are in charge of student accommodation. And because the nature of the unannounced oversight, which we're allowed to do as members of parliament from time to time, is that when we entered, we actually found them in the process. There was a projector and a presentation on the screen. We found them in the process where they were discussing the latest disbursements that they were supposed to obviously distribute, to landlords.
Recapping the top story, Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's lawyer Annalyn van der Heever is applying for a postponement of Matlala's appearance at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, citing preparations for upcoming trial. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
The Daily Discourse on SAfM, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
6 minutes past 11, we're in the third and final hour of the Daily Discourse this morning. Gogezo in for Joanne. Thank you very much, Ondela. She returns with the news at midday. Where it will be, of course, the dear sister Sakina Kamwendo. It is a Wednesday, ne? Hey, it's been a long one. It's a Wednesday, ne? Yeah, I'm just double checking the people around me. And of course, on a Wednesday is our finance segment. And this morning, the question that we are asking: if you died tomorrow, would your family be financially secure? Sandy van der Zanden is wealth manager at Anchor Capital with us in studio. Do join the conversation. It's 600-2032. There is lots to discuss, and I look forward to this conversation. It's 7 minutes past 11.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
In case you missed it.
People think consent is this deep, monstrous thing, but I hope that we make consent sexy again. It is sexy to have a consensual interaction with somebody. The audience is a part of the play in terms of they become the jury. So they decide who they think is innocent and who they think is guilty. I left it open and subjective for them. My hope is that when they have discussions with themselves or with other people, that they think about why they think this person is lying or why they think this person is telling the truth.
It's a story about consent at the Free State Arts Festival. Director Caitlin Forbey.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
One generation watched him walk to freedom.
Heroic sacrifices have made it possible for me to be here today.
Another grew up under his presidency.
I accordingly declare Mr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
Today's generation, in inherits
The
history.
union building, there is a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds. It's actually quite amazing to see.
This Mandela Month, generations meet through stories, memories, and conversations on SAfm.
At Koketso Sachane and at SAfmRadio on Twitter.
At 10 minutes past 11, it is our finance segment on the Daily Discourse. And with me in studio, wealth management at Anchor Capital, or wealth manager at Anchor Capital, is Sandy van der Zanden. Sandy is in for Brian Hirsch, filling in big shoes there. Sandy, good morning.
Good morning, Koketso. Good morning to the listeners. No, for sure. We do what we can.
We've been sitting in studio or Sandy walked into the studio just during the news, and I deliberately just kept quiet before we spoke just a bit, because I needed to stop myself from engaging in this conversation, knowing that I need to hold back until we are on air. So don't think I was being a weirdo about it. Thank you again.
Not at all. It's quite an emotional topic. It hits right to the heart of people's lives.
Most definitely, and that topic being and asking the question, please do join the conversation. 086-000-2032. If you die tomorrow, would your family be financially secure? And speaking of, Sandy, the emotional nature of the question is that as a start, there is a need to contemplate, confront, face death. And then there is, once you've dealt with that, then there is, in the event of that death, which you could possibly find difficult to discuss, what then happens?
Well, that's generally the most important starting point, right? Is understanding we're not going to be here forever, right? And that time frame can be a lot shorter than we think. We all hope we're going to live well into our 80s or our 90s, and we're going to have a long, healthy, happy lifespan, and we're going to see our children and our grandchildren grow up, and we're going to be an integral part of their lives in this world. Unfortunately, that may not happen.
Mm-hmm.
And as you say, I mean, you put it so beautifully, confronting that horrible fact is often what stops many people from even talking about what happens if I'm not here. You know, many people don't have a will today for the same reason, because what is a will? It's an admission that one day you are going to die. And that's a horrible thought.
What's interesting is that, and maybe in the space that you're in, you're able to share what the stats look like, but just thinking about it seems as if as South Africans, we are used to and are comfortable with funeral plan. Okay, we're going to pay this, and then that's that. But there's much more that we need to discuss, or that we are not discussing.
It's a great point that you bring up, because funeral plans are, as you know, very well, used in the market in South Africa. Many people have them, and particularly in the African community, you have very expensive funerals, and funerals have become a business, today, as most things have. Coffins, inviting a whole lot of people to the funeral that you may not even know, catering for them. These things can be expensive. You've got to arrange it, you've got to arrange transport, you've got to arrange food, you've got to arrange the coffin, you've got to arrange whatever all these different types of things. And these funeral plans, build in all of these little niceties to them. Maybe they give you some airtime, maybe they pay out some money for the coffin, they pay out some money for the food, and they organize, and they make it simple. Simple and quick. So you've solved one major expense on your passing. So you're not worried about your family, are they going to be able to afford the funeral? You sorted. What happens the day after? Who's paying the electricity? Who's paying the water and lights? Who's paying food? Where do the groceries come from? If that person who just died, if you are the breadwinner, and here's a really uncomfortable question, and it bears thinking about. you the breadwinner, you not around tomorrow, what is the immediate effect for your family? Yes, we hope they're sad, right? They miss you.
Did you say we hope?
you hope they miss you.
Let's start there. Did you love me? Yes.
They say you should, if you've lived a good life, when you're born into the world, everybody's laughing,
right,
and smiling,
right,
and when you die, everybody's crying,
mm-hmm.
right? You've built relationships that matter. You've built a community around yourself, a family that matters, that cares about you, that will miss you. One of the single biggest challenges that we deal with family who's left behind is they have two competing problems. The one is they feel very sad and they have a lot of grief for the person who's not there anymore. And on the other side, they have guilt. Right? They feel very guilty because the widow is sitting there wondering, how is she going to pay all of the bills when, she should just be thinking about, her husband who's not there anymore, and I just use that as the example. How does that family continue? And that's why this goes just much broader than purely life cover or funeral cover. There's products that can solve, a number of problems in this area. But the first key point is what you identified. You're not going to live forever. What can I do to make that process as easy as possible for my family and make sure that financially they can continue as best as they can without me?
Sandy van der Zanden is with us from Anchor Capital. Give us a call, 086 000 2032. If you die tomorrow, what would your family, would your family be financially secured? We've moved past the confronting death. Now it's about, and you did say, Sandy, that over and above the funeral cover, there are many other products. Now, speaking of products means that I am able to afford these premiums.
Yes.
We are in a living a reality right now. Money's too tight to mention. I'm already struggling to deal with making sure that the funeral cover is up to date. How do I plan? There are moments where I have to make a choice between, am I going to deal with this funeral cover premium this month or something else, because things are so tight. So if you're asking me to plan for my family's financial security post my passing, I agree, but it's tight.
So do you want some good news?
Yeah.
because you're right. I mean, it's amazing how, we talk about different areas of finance, and very often it always comes back to the first fundamental principle of financial planning, which is your budget.
Mm-hmm.
Your income needs to be at least equal to your expenses, right? And everything goes back to there. Because if you're spending more than you're earning, you're on a slippery slope down. If you at least have income equal to expenses, you're holding steady, right?
But sometimes my expenses, because they are my expenses and can't shift, it makes it very difficult, and it doesn't even meet my income. And not because I'm being reckless, but because that's just where we are right now.
Yes. So one saving grace for many salaried employees, right? And I don't say that it may not help you, but
Sure.
The majority of South Africans, in salaried formal employment, will be part of, number one, a pension fund,
Mm-hmm.
right? And number two, on that pension fund, you will have what's called group risk cover.
Yes.
Right. That comes off before you get the money in your bank account and you run your budget. So before, it's almost the pay yourself and protect yourself first principle.
Mm-hmm.
Once the money's in your bank account that you can use to do your budget with, you've already put something away for your retirement. May not be enough, but it's something.
Yep.
And you've put money towards covering yourself with a group risk cover. Now, the group risk cover is an interesting one, right? Because it'll cover things like death too soon, so it'll have a life cover component, which, interestingly enough, many plans today are including funeral cover. So you've got funeral cover on that plan, and you can add a number of family members, etc., on there, as you do with funeral plans. And then you have this pension fund, which is also value, which pays out on your death. And then they'll have some other benefits on there, inability to work, that kind of thing. So if you need to be medically boarded, there's at least, a replacement of income, hopefully, for you, or a lump sum to help with that change of circumstance. Just dealing with the life side of things, if you're not around anymore, at least there's, number one, life cover that pays, and number two, the pension fund value comes across to you, or rather at least to your family, on death. And that's where it's very important just to make sure that you've nominated beneficiaries.
Yes.
On your plan.
Yeah.
Same as you do on a funeral cover, you nominate, people who covered. On life cover, you have to nominate who gets the money. Right? And you can do that on group risk cover, and it's important not to forget that. Sometimes it might just be an email going around or a message going around, listen, just update your beneficiaries, yes, I'll get to it. What happens if you don't? Okay, that's the question, right? Firstly, importantly to know is the money doesn't disappear. Right? So the money will get into what's called your estate. So if you haven't nominated a beneficiary, it goes in there, and then, it then needs to be wound up according to either your will, or if you haven't done a will, intestate succession.
Sandy van der Zanden is with us of Anchor Capital. Lots to discuss still with the limited time that we do have. If you die tomorrow, what would your family be financially secure is the question. Any questions that you might have for Sandy, give us a call 086 000 2032 or send us your WhatsApp voice notes 0614 104 107. It is the Daily Discourse on SAFM. Good morning.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It is the continuation of the financial segment with Sandy van der Zanden. If you die tomorrow, would your family be financially secure? I know there are a couple of your questions for Sandy. Let's start with this one on the voice note.
Good morning, Naba and your guest. I always wonder why life cover ceases at a certain age. I mean, life is life, and you live up to 80. Why is the cover, why has it ceased? That's always been my concern, my question in my head. If I could please have that answered. Thank you.
Life cover ceasing, as in you are not able to take out life cover after a particular age, or what do we?
So I think that, and firstly, thank you for the question. It was going to be one of my comments on group risk cover. Is that group risk cover will cease or stop? You have no more cover from retirement age. Right, so it's important to remember that, because if you're taking life cover, exactly as the caller says, you may live to 90. I'm going to use 90 rather than 80, because I hope you live longer than 80 in happiness and health. But if you live to 90 and your cover ceases, or it has an end date of 65, then your family gets nothing from that point on. You see, because group risk cover at work is intended to cover you for your entire working life. So it's costed to retirement age. And you can buy cover when you take it yourself that ends at a certain age, because it's cheaper. Right? So if your intention, because remember in a typical working life, you're working, you're building up assets, you're building up a pension fund. So by the time you get to retirement, hopefully you've got enough assets that you don't need the cover anymore. And then the cover can fall away. And then when you die, whatever's left of your assets goes to your family. However, life cover is a very cheap form of inheritance, right? Because you pay a month. If you work it out over your lifetime and you keep the policy for your lifetime, and you don't have massive increases built into the policy, there's no weirds or nasties, you should end up, or at least your family will end up, receiving much more in value of the cover than what you paid in the premiums. It's insurance.
What products are there, Sandy, that are affordable? I mean, you speak of what you've described also is linked to employment, and then you've got the group risk cover, everything that you've mentioned. And if I am not able to do that, or there are some challenges financially, what is available that an average South African can access as part and parcel of hopefully being able to secure some form of financial security for their family?
So there's a very interesting thing and we were talking about funeral cover earlier, and it has its place in the market. But what people don't realize is how expensive funeral cover is relative to normal life cover. I'll give you an example. So let's say, and I understand with funeral cover there's extended family, so that's built into why the premiums are higher. But if, for example, you're not worried necessarily about covering the cost of the funeral, you've got money set aside, for your immediate family, for yourself, for the funeral. If you had to take that same premium, let's say it's 500 Rand a month, you're paying on funeral cover, 300 Rand a month, and you go and look at the life cover market, you could be looking at R1 million life cover versus 50,000 Rand funeral payout. And I don't say one is better than the other, but it bears looking at the question, because you asked, what do I do? What is affordable? So very often people won't think twice about the funeral cover for a very low amount of payout to cover a specific event. They'll cover the funeral. But if you look at premium-wise, if you took that premium and you bought yourself pure, simple life cover, you'd be looking orders of magnitude. I mean, we're talking like 50,000 versus like R1 million.
That is paid out
on your death. So the difference
how
is
quickly is it paid out? Because a part of me is like, wait, hold on. If I can have life cover and it's R1 million, and then it's paid out, and then the family can just use some of that money for the funeral.
Yes. So some of the covers do have an immediate payout portion, where just on presentation of a death certificate they'll pay to cover something like funeral costs. But the benefit of the funeral costs is it's like almost immediate payment. You say, listen, he's died, can we have some payout? And they arrange it.
Let's quickly get to a call before we bid Sandy farewell. Nazir, salam, brother. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, brother. What's on your mind?
Alhamdulillah. I want to speak to your guest about insurance from Islamic point of view. You see, Islamically, we are not allowed to take insurance policies because it's associated with interest. It's a riba. It's called riba. It's to do with interest policy. Now, the question they ask is, when you die, is your family financially taken care of? Our belief is that our life lies in the hand of the Creator, and He's the ultimate provider. And our life's supposed to be insured by Him and not by any financial system. So is there a way, or is there any system where Muslims can take out policies that are not associated with interest?
That Nazir, maybe listen on the radio, and I'll give Sandy a bit of time there. We do have the latest in the news headlines, and then we'll come back to wrap up with Sandy, and also answer that question as well. It is 11:30. Ondela Mbana standing by.
Thank you, Koketo. On the news headlines, the king of the Amazulu nation, Mesuzulu Ganzwelithini, has fired the Prime Minister, Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi, and the senior investigator, the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, Brian Padeachi, says KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was aware about the impending arrest of Intelligence Chief Dumisani Khumalo. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Into the last half hour of the Daily Discourse for this morning, we wrap up our conversation in our finance segment with Sandy van der Zanden, and an important conversation we've been having, answering the question, if you die tomorrow, would your family be financially secure? There was that question that we received before the news, Sandy, from Nazir. As a Muslim, we are not allowed to be gaining interest, and so what happens then?
Yes, so it is a great question. You can get obviously Sharia compliant investments and Sharia compliant bank accounts. As far as I'm aware, there aren't Sharia compliant life cover options, but I will investigate this for you, Nazir. And Brian is back next week, so I'll just ask Brian to give the answer back on radio. But obviously, you can also come through to us, and we'll give we can chat more about it. If you do want to come through to us, our number is 011 880 4888. That's the radio line. Or you can go onto our website, www.bhca.co.za. We do have a contact section in there, and we do come back to all callers. But I will investigate it for you, Nazir.
I'll make sure that we just give you an opportunity to remind us of those numbers and the website. Let's just run through this one question for you, Sandy.
Morning, Koketo. I do not 100% agree that this life cover is so cheap like the guest says. The problem is, even with this group risk cover, you contribute from your salary every month towards these things. Funeral, you name it. When you retire or resign, what happens to those benefits? Who gets those benefits? Right now, you're not covered for funeral anymore, you're not covered for group risk cover, for life cover. But you've contributed all your life to the working life towards. Who gets that money? And even with normal life cover, if you can't pay that policy anymore, you don't get that money back. So the insurance companies are making billions out of our own money. So why don't they give us that money back so we can invest it in the bank, and they can also help us one day?
So firstly, thank you very much for the call through. Firstly, I agree. So you raise very, very valid points, and interestingly enough, the market has moved on. So exactly what you're describing, where there was an investment portion combined with life cover, the idea was you take the cover for R1 million, you have an investment portion as part of that cover, and then when you reach retirement, the policy's worth R1 million, you cancel the life cover and you've got the R1 million in your account. The problem was the costs inside those policies never allowed the investments to grow to those life cover values. So the market actually separated investments from risk cover to make the risk cover cheaper, and then you don't spend all your money on risk, because then you have, as you quite rightly say, nothing left to eat at retirement. Because life cover fundamentally is a waste of money for the life insured, because you don't get it. Your family does. That's the key difference. If you're still around, you need the money.
Sandy, we are out of time. Again, please, a reminder of those numbers that you gave and the website, please.
Sure. So you can get to us on the radio line, which is 011 880 4888, or you can come onto the website, www.bhca.co.za. We do have a contact section. You can come through to us, and we do reply to all queries.
Really appreciate you. Thank you very much for making time to come to studio.
Thanks to the listeners.
Zanden, thank you very much. With a few minutes left of the Daily Discourse this morning, we have a couple of your voice notes and maybe squeeze in a call or two if you did not have the opportunity to comment on some of the stories we've had on the table. And then not forgetting as well that we do have the book reading before we wrap up. It is 24 minutes to 12.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAFM. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
We wrap up the Daily Discourse for this morning. Quite a bit that we've had on the table. What have we not discussed would actually be the question, of course. There was the conversation with Claire Taylor around challenges with regards to the re-licensing of guns. We also, in our conversation with Talita Budram, an opportunity for you to contribute to having mobile desks at schools. 2.4 million learners in South Africa not having access to desks, and through the guys from My Desk Global, there's a way in which you can contribute, each desk costing just over 2,000 rands. So you can go and find out the guys from My Desk Global. There's also the conversation had with Mbazi Mashilowa, former Gauteng Premier and struggle stalwart, reminding us as South Africans that while we might be celebrating these heroes that are fighting the cause, whether it's within SAPS or even the judiciary or within government, we should not forget that there is also a need to rebuild strong institutions in the country. The ever increasing, ongoing spate of initiates deaths was also on the table as well. What are your thoughts as we wrap up the Daily Discourse for this morning? 0614-104-107 is the WhatsApp line, but Muzi in Harrismith using the line to call. Good morning, Muzi.
Good, how are you?
All right, and Yumran.
I'm the guy last time we said you've been there for a century at night. Kokezo, there is time that in life in South Africa that you guys, the radio and TV host, you must now try a plan B of talking to wisdom people by God in leadership policy. We've been talking among academic researchers and what experts and all those things, but the ship is sinking deeper and deeper for the past 32 years.
So who are the wise people?
Sorry?
Who are the wise people? Who are the people that we should be talking to?
The blessed people. The wisdom people.
Abobani.
I'm one of them, Koketso. I'm one of them.
Okay.
God has blessed me with more than 55 gifts.
55?
Leadership included.
55, Enge?
55 gifts.
Oh, okay. Izimpo.
Izipho. Ama blessings.
Okay.
God has blessed me more than 55 gifts. That includes leadership. I don't listen to anybody, any radio, television, interviewing a politician worldwide, because leadership is me and I am leadership. I am blessed with all the necessary support structure of leadership, vision, sensitivity, generosity, welfare, and empathy. Therefore, I don't need any consultants around me when I'm a head of state, because I'm an intact visionary person. I don't need consultants. Number one, the consultants since 27 April 1994 are taking a bulk of the budget in every department because they are advising people who are clueless about leadership.
Okay. Ndademuzi, sorry to disrupt.
Deliberately, because we have removed them from power, and these companies of consultants are white companies.
Yeah. Babmuzi, here's a question. In your leadership and with that which you have to offer and have and possess and being blessed with, what are you doing? Are you standing for office? What are you doing about it? How are you in Harry Smith leading?
I did a lot of things on the ground, Kigeto, but now trying to go up like I'm talking to you now, I'm always being elbowed out because you people believe in academic status, people who with academic status who can advise and all those things.
You people
now,
are
being elbowed out. I've done community development voluntarily in my early 30s for more than 10 years, voluntarily paying the office, logistic office, the staff and what have you, driven by the very leadership within me. But trying to go up because it's a difficult issue, because all the people believe in academic status, people that should advise and do everything for the government.
Yeah, but
there are people who are blessed by God who can do far better than that.
But Muzi, I know of a number of people who are doing incredible work in their communities who are not necessarily academics, and I suppose and also are of wisdom, of age, if one can call it that. So the question that I have is, over and above the frustration that you might have with those in government, do you continue to lead through your blessings in Harry Smith?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm doing marriage counseling, Gogezo. I've done marriage counseling in 1970s, not being aware as yet that was a blessing. It was just a concern because I was driven by the seed of the very counseling, the seed of leadership. That's what compelled me to do a voluntary community development for 10 years.
All right.
I only discovered God revealed this to me, all the multitude of gifts in 2001 in a dream that are blessed with everything. Are you aware of the conundrum that is taking place on the planet Earth about leadership? Workshop those people because I am the one that have anointed you.
Babuzi, thank you very much for your call there. Tando, thanks for your patience. Good morning.
Hey, I could listen to that man the whole day.
Yes, sir.
He certainly has what it takes. Well, I'm also in the community setup, and it's so fulfilling. And there's so much to do. And being in the Eastern Cape, oh my words, I tell you, it's an uphill thing. Because when you learn about other provinces, it's not, I don't know, but it's a sort of state of affairs. Anyway, why I called is about this initiates that seem to be sacrificed every season. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's just mind-boggling. It is totally, because first thing, when you're circumcised or there's foreskin of what you might call doesn't make you a man. That's another thing. I mean,
but also it's not just. Let's not simplify it to that, Tando. We both know that's not all it is.
Nay, I'm starting from a point of vantage. I know where I did it 100 years ago, for instance, so I know what it. But you would swear that when these people are up to, suddenly a male will be a man, because there are a lot of males and there are few men. Life as vicissitudes and challenges and everything. That's what makes you a man, not the thingy. That thing is supposed to be just hygienic. Actually, it's quite hygienic in terms, especially if you are a busybody. So one of the things that disturbs me is that actually it could be scrapped. It takes nothing away from your being Xhosa or whatever. Because you gotta go to hospital and be safe.
Tando, you're going to cause problems with such statements. But I hear you. We are out of time, my brother. Thank you very much for your call there. Tando advocating for something else altogether. Also, just a question. Isn't it against cultural practices for us to even have these discussions around Ulaluko? Just wondering. It's 11:45.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
In case you missed it.
I think he's been misled by his legal team. He's been seen as a cash cow because there's a lot of money goes in these legal fees when he appears in court. I thought for once that he was going to do the right thing and break the record of Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi by telling the truth, open the floodgates.
After consulting with his legal counsel, Matala withdrew from the agreement rather than accept the court's recommendation.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane.
Koketso Sachane on SAfm.
Hey, there's too much. There's too much, ne? It sounded like a lot, ne? And then I'm also going to be on The Meeting Point this evening. I'm being abused, ne? This is abuse. Before we wrap up the daily discourse, let me squeeze at least one voice note, just touching on some of the areas that we have discussed. Where is it? Yeah, let's go there.
Good morning, Prakoketso, Mbongo Sundisa, Mbuyisa, ye. Prakoketso, what a waste of taxpayers' money by these parliamentarians. These guys, they just go there, like, ask for votes, then you put them in parliament, then they are doing the very same thing. How can you say, like Cedric Sibia, they didn't find nothing wrong, and then together with this advocate Andrea, see, you're gonna see what Dlanga Commission is gonna find against them. It was useless from the beginning. There was no need of ad hoc committee. Those people knows nothing about investigation. You just connect this former policeman, maybe he was a constable, and then like I'm useless ad hoc.
Thank you very much for all your contributions and the conversations. Thanks to the team, Alyssa Kanilwe and Tuto. I do return later on this evening at 8 p.m. Of course, up next is the book reading. Have a good day.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
To be, from A, Re Springs. Hey, hello, how are you doing up there in New York City? I say up there because if I look at a map, and I have been doing this lately, the United States is always at the top of the page. The whole American continent is always at the top of the page. Anyway, you came to mind as I was looking at a map of the world, an atlas actually, and when I opened a page, At random, there it was, the land of the free and the home of the brave, the United States of America, the East Coast, and New York City plumb there in the middle. Are you brave? Are you free? You once were, as I think was I, but it got me thinking of you and maps, and the idea of maps, and the movement of maps, and the movement of those who follow maps. So I went to the Ekurhuleni Town Council and looked for old maps of Springs. Anyway, the guy there that worked in the archive section didn't know much about Springs. He said that he was from Pretoria and that he'd been transferred to Ekurhuleni, but he was learning about the area. He told me that in addition to the most famous Charlize Theron, the less famous Grace Mugabe, I think she is very famous, and James Phillips, who I'm not sure that many people know of, were born on the East Rand, Grace in Benoni and James in Springs. He told me that the council in Pretoria was retrenching people or something, and so he took a transfer instead of being fired, and ended up here. Says he likes living here. It's a bit like living in another era. He let me into the archive and we did find some of the old maps. Not as interesting as I thought, but it did get me thinking. The first map I looked at showed the first Springs, or the first drawing of Springs on a map. It described the boundaries and detailed the territory of, as it was called then, the Springs. And then as the Springs began to move and to change into Springs, so the map was expanded. The old map was destroyed and replaced, and the new one was detailed differently. And then I looked at another map, a more recent one, and I thought that I don't live here, this place that is on the map, and yet the people of Springs do live in the map. And every day, when they look at the map, they must make sure that their place in the town is properly described and detailed and described by the map makers, like I want them to do, like I want to make sure happens. I want them to describe my Springs, put in my details, but the map makers no longer know what to name the streets, or on which longitude they lie, or who lives here. And so the map is crumbling away from overuse or disuse. And where does that leave the place where I live? But, and I think that I may do this, I will write the map. I will draw the map. The map will tell the story of my Springs, my movement in the town, the movement of the people as I perceive them, as I identify them. And so I did a quick coupe jete en tournant. It's a ballet term for really just moving in a circle, a compound or lots of steps done in a circle, so you change the foot that supports you all the time as you move and create the circle. I did this because I wanted to make a map and so complete a 360-degree turn using different feet to do this. I want to make a map in which the tail of the snake enters its own mouth. I want to make a Mobius strip. The movement of the town has just changed, but the streets and the roads and the buildings are still the same, and the people are changed, but they are still the same. And so I can complete the circle. An American in Africa. Africa is one country, says, the coolest Art Deco building in Springs is the Central Fire Station. I got there too late and missed the lesson about the fire station, unfortunately. But it doesn't take an expert to figure out that this is the coolest fire station in the world. Art Deco, it's a very cool idea. These cubists and surrealists and futurists were very cool, awesome, sick, man. The Springs Fire Station is a yellow building, and the walls, some of them are beige. As you face the front of the building, if you're standing across the street from the fire station, or if you're standing on the same side of the street, although on the same side you do not get a panoramic vista of the building, you will notice a mixture of the square and the round. On either side of the building, the walls are rounded, as are the openings into it, whereas in the middle it is square. There are 4 fire truck doors. They are all made of a dark brown wood. If you walk over to them and look closely, you will notice the heavy metal hinges. They keep the doors closed. The doors have been recently restored. A drunken traveller smashed into them one Saturday night, but now they are repaired. But the doors no longer allow the fire trucks through. Modern trucks are built to be bigger and better than those that were built 100 years ago, and so the doors do not allow access to these modern engines. They are always closed and restored, used, sullied. All along the walls of the building are potholes, windows in a ship. The curved lines dwell in your mind long after you leave this building. The curved staircases on either side of the inside of the building, the poles that lean down and on which the firemen dance whenever a fire bell rings. The facade is stairs and stars, dimension and rhythm, a leap of faith. The fine painted crest says power and lineage and gets polished twice a week, in colours as fresh as the day the ribbon was cut. And the sign over the door says Carpe Diem. The fire station is guarded by fire-breathing dragons. Dragons are imaginative creatures, much like unicorns. Fires fire mystery. They burn down dreams. But the stars, too, are fire. Scream, scream, scream into the dying flames of night ships and aircraft and wheels. Springs Fire Station was designed by Mr. Freddy Antifakis. He lives at 241770 Street, Agios Dimitrios, 71202, Heraklion, Greece. Or is this someone else? Mr. Duplessis is a fireman. He has been a fireman for 20 years. He is tall and big and has all his hair. Mr. Buerta is also a fireman. He has been a fireman for 28 years. He is short and stout and has very little hair. Mr. Duplessis believes that to be a fireman is an honour. It is a passion, a calling. I am honoured to be a fireman, as I am honoured to work in this building, this piece of heritage, and our heritage is dying, burning up, disintegrating. But I am honoured. Did you know that not everyone can be a fireman? It takes a special calling. It is like the calling to Christ, to our Lord. And I was a pastor before I was a fireman. I was a pastor in the Springs Fire Station. In those days, they knew that Christ must be in our hearts. I have Christ in my heart. Do you? Mr. Duplessis, when he was the pastor, counselled the bereaved, the lonely, the heartbroken. This too was a calling, an imperative calling. The bereaved and the lonely and the heartbroken need to be mended, and only a pastor who knows how to fix fires can mend them. Christ fixes them up fast. Now, Mr. Duplessis is not a pastor at the fire station. There is no pastor at the fire station. A pastor is never called on to perform pastoral duties, and so he is merely a fireman. I started out as a rookie. Then I became a junior fireman, then a fireman officer, then a senior fireman, and all the while I never received the same salary as when I was a pastor. Christ rewards those who believe. Maybe I should have stayed a pastor and not become a fireman, but then I would have no job. No, better it is that I am a fireman, because now I am a senior fireman. There are a lot of fires in Springs. It is always in the overcrowded flats. It's because they overuse the electricity, they overload it. And always there are so many people in one flat. They are poor, and they don't have houses. And of course we go out to the squatter camps. Oh, what are the better words? Informal settlements. And then the fires are started because there are a lot of illegal electricity connections. And they also light a lot of fires, which then get out of control. We go out a lot, and always there are dead people. Dead people can't talk or tell you what happened. So most of the time, I have nothing to say. Like those dead people, sometimes I feel dead. When I look into the eye of a dead man, I sometimes wonder if this is what my eyes look like. Dead. Many children get caught in the fires. It's because the parents are drunk. Alcohol, it's a bad thing. Bad, very bad. I drink to forget. Brandy and Coke is a very good drink. It's sweet. You can't believe what a dead child looks like, eh? Not very nice at all. He just lies still. He does not move, except sometimes the hands move. A doctor told me that when a person gets burnt, the nerves are not killed, but they will soon die because there's no oxygen in the blood. And so the hands move when the body is completely burnt. The dead children, they are always in my dreams.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Batala, technical production Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 15th of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAfM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour,
Mr. Matlala must file his statement not later than 29 July 2026. And that's one. Two, the hearing of his testimony is postponed to 1 September 2026.
and as you just heard, alleged criminal cartel member Vusmuzi Kat Matlala's testimony before the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria has been stood down until the 1st of September 2026. And the Western Cape High Court is hearing President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt Parliament Section 89 impeachment proceedings. We'd love to hear from you. Tell us your views, 41391. That's the SMS line number. You can also get in touch via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082 692 3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Hump Day edition of Updated Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Ondalambana. Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, Kat Matlala's testimony postponed to 1st September and March calls for the protection of its leaders. For SAfM News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good day. Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has postponed attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Kat Matlala's appearance before the Commission to the 1st of September. Matlala's counsel Annalyn van der Heever argued that his testimony should be postponed because he is due to stand trial next week on attempted murder charges for his former girlfriend Tebogo Tobejana. In a heated exchange, Justice Madlanga questioned why the Commission could not hear evidence on issues unrelated to the criminal trial, saying there were matters that could be ventilated without infringing on Matlala's constitutional rights.
I'm looking at the broader question of on those issues on which there is no question whatsoever, which can be dealt with by this Commission, and you've agreed that there are. On those questions, why can't those questions be heard before the criminal process has been finalized? Whether, even accepting, as you argue, that there are some issues coming out of the plea deal which fall under the Section 35 basket.
ATM Member of Parliament Vuyo Zungula says President Cyril Ramaphosa's argument that the continuation of the impeachment committee would cause him irreparable harm cannot be more important than Parliament doing its work. He was speaking to the media on the steps of the Western Cape High Court ahead of Ramaphosa's urgent bid to halt Parliament Section 89 impeachment proceedings being heard. The President wants the parliamentary process suspended pending the review of the Section 89 independent panel report that found that he has a prima facie case to answer over the Pala matter. The ATM is one of the respondents in this matter. Vuyo Zungula explains his party's review.
His bone of contention is that he's going to suffer when it comes to his reputation if this process continues. And our strong argument is to say you can't then elevate the perceived reputational harm of a president over the constitutional obligation of Parliament to hold him accountable. That is our argument for today.
Former Police Minister Fikile Mbalula has expressed regret over his inability to assist the TRC cases inquiry with information relating to its terms of reference. Mbalula has given testimony at the Commission probing attempts or efforts to stop the investigation and prosecution of apartheid-era human rights violations. He served as Deputy Minister of Police between May to October 2009 and was appointed as Minister of Police from March 2017 to May 2018.
As Minister of Police, I was never involved in TRC cases. I did not have authority to determine, direct, or provide resources to any investigations relating to the TRC cases, and neither did I determine or influence decisions relating to prosecution of TRC cases. I played no role in whatsoever manner. I did not hold meetings or consultations with any member of family related to the TRC cases. I did not receive a briefing from any member of the police investigating TRC cases.
Cape Town Fire and Rescue Services says 7 people have died in fire-related incidents across the mother city over the past weekend. The victims, one of them a child, perished in fires in Walliston, Philippi, Kalkfontein, Tafelsig and Guguletu. Mayoral Committee Member for Safety and Security J.P. Smith says they have also seen marginal increases in the number of residential fires, with firefighters having responded to 473 incidents at formal and informal dwellings between 1st June and 13 July this year. Smith has urged residents to be mindful of fire safety and awareness as the cold weather persists. Anti-illegal immigrant group March and March movement is calling on police to provide protection for its leaders, saying they fear for their safety. This follows the killing of the organization's leader Andile Somgxada. The group has marched from Palm Ridge Road east of Johannesburg in honor of their fallen leader this morning. He was allegedly gunned down in an assassination while leaving his home earlier this month. He was rushed to hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The movement alleges that Somgxada had received death threats because of his campaign against illegal immigration and believes his killing was targeted. March and March Secretary Nompumelelo Tenyane says they are determined to continue the campaign despite growing safety concerns.
So we are here to say, guys, to the police officials, be aware, we are being killed for fighting for our country that we love so much. Leader Andile Somgxada was one of the good leaders, we could say heroes of our country, because he loved this country so that he even died for it. He paid for it while he was fighting business compliance in our communities, while he was fighting illegal immigration.
Recapping the top story, Madlanga Commission Chairperson retired Justice Mbuseli Madlanga has postponed attempted murder-accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's appearance before the Commission to the 1st of September. I'm Ondalambana for SFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's 7 minutes after 12. Thanks for being with us here on Updated Noon on Delambana. Of course, we'll have a headline news update for us at the bottom of the hour again. And now, just a quick one. First off, we have quite a few stories to get through, but we're going to start at the Madlanga Commission. As you heard this morning, it was, of course, the application for postponement for Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's testimony before the Madlanga Commission. That has been postponed until the 1st of September. But of course, there's another matter that the Commission is dealing with now, and that is the matter of Suleiman Karim. And what we've heard so far is that from Matthew Chaskelson, who is the evidence leader of the Madlanga Commission, is that apparently Suleiman Karim has been seen at shopping centres. He's been seen at social gatherings in the Northwest Province. So it seems as though there have been whistleblower reports in this regard. And what Matthew Chaskelson Chaskelson, Advocate Chaskelson, has said is that it seems as though Mr. Kareem may be taking liberties here. So at the moment, they are arguing the commission, through its evidence leader, want all of the records subpoenaed to show Mr. Kareem's movements, when he was admitted to hospital, when he was discharged from hospital, when he saw his doctor, who is apparently based in Cape Town, and also his movements in terms of when he was driving, where to, and all of that like. And we are now hearing from Suleiman Kareem's legal representative. So let's take you there, and then we'll come back and reflect further.
Reports and the alleged corroboration or not corroboration that has occurred or not occurred. And this is a two-part point, so you'll forgive me. The first part of which is we only learnt about these facts today. I know my learned friend says he also only learnt about these facts today, but apparently these social gatherings were known about before. And it's the first time we're learning about these things today. And I must place this on record, in as much as I don't for 1 minute question my learned friend's ability to rely on those allegations to raise a question about Mr. Kareem's position in front of you. We would respectfully submit, and I know earlier there was an exchange about whether respectfully is respectfully or not respectfully, but I'm respectfully submitting.
I'm happy you were listening.
Yes, no, the commission is warmed up by the time I come here, so I know what I'm walking into. The point that I would make is that it's unfortunate we're learning about these in an open proceeding of this kind, and that these demands about what this formal postponement application needs to entail in an open session of this, rather than to have had an opportunity, even after either a stand down or a postponement was asked for today, given that the client is not here because he's presently in the hospital. So it's unfortunate we've learnt about it in this way, but my learned friend and I throughout the morning have been talking intensely about what he can give me and what he can't give me, and whether he's going to give me the CCTV footage he's already got in his possession or he doesn't. Well, I don't think we're in agreement on that, but my learned friend very kindly my learned friend has very kindly given me the license vehicle registration of the vehicles that were apparently transporting my client or not transporting my client yesterday, and we'll deal with that in due course. All I'm saying is that the manner in which we've learnt about this is regrettable, and the reason it's regrettable, and this is the second point of my fourth point overall.
How do you suggest you should have learnt about it?
That is a segue, thank you, Chair, to the second point I want to make under this, is that with all due respect, I'm now concerned that we are inadvertently using the postponement application and the allegations regarding the movements of my client or otherwise as a mechanism through the back door to undermine the otherwise unimpugned medical evidence in front of you. And Chair, you asked me how should we have learnt about it. With all due respect, I don't think it's for my client necessarily, unless you order otherwise. If you order it, well, then we have to do it. But if you don't order it, it's not for my client, with all due respect, to answer these accusations in the ether in the way that they are, where the overall purpose or effect is to create doubt about the medical excuse.
That's a different issue. You raised an issue, or rather, you complained about having lent of the information in the manner in which that happened. So I'm asking you the question, how do you suggest you ought to have gotten to know about the information? That's different to what you are saying.
Yes, Chair, thank you. The way in which we should learn about it, and I know Chair says to me it's a different issue, I will respectfully say it's not a different issue, is because if the purpose or effect of that accusation is to raise doubt about my client's medical condition and whether there's a legitimate excuse for his attendance or non-attendance at the commission, because that's what the sting of that accusation actually is, then actually it's the shoe should be on the other foot, in the sense that it should be the commission, the evidence leaders, bringing an application where they raise this evidence in the round of questioning the medical advice or otherwise, or the medical reports or otherwise that have been tabled in front of you that otherwise serve as the excuse. It's not the hill I'm going to die on. All I'm simply saying is that I'm concerned that the way in which these accusations now have to be dealt with is almost reversing the onus that otherwise falls on my client.
That still doesn't answer my question.
I apologize, Chair.
Yes. The question of how Mr. Karim must respond is something other than your suggestion about, maybe the word I'm going to use will be strong or too strong. The impropriety that you suggest with regard to how you came to know is what I am addressing. That has nothing to do with how Mr. Karim then deals with the information. So my question is, how do you suggest this information ought to have landed on your or Mr. Karim's lap?
In writing and particularized, so that it's formally placed in front of us, rather than as what happened between my learned friend and I, which was a conversation between colleagues regarding these issues that are now being raised. So that's when I talk, and Chair, with all due respect, impropriety is a far higher word.
That's exactly why I said maybe it's too strong a word.
Yes,
yeah.
because I'm not accusing my learned friend or anybody of impropriety. I'm just raising my concern about the manner, and then that's the direct answer.
Maybe instead of impropriety, I should have said concern, which is the word you've just used now.
Yes. So Chair, I think we're ad idem then that it's concern, not impropriety, and formally in writing, because these are very serious accusations, and I understand that my learned friend is under his collegial obligation to give me notice that he was going to raise it today at the hearing, but he could have we could have reached some or other arrangement about being informed about this formally and then given an opportunity to respond. But we are where we are now, so that's water under the bridge, I suppose.
Yeah, I was going to say, why is it that the informal advice cannot serve the same purpose as written advice?
Well, I suppose because my learned friend is not the witness. So when my learned friend, and neither am I. So when my learned friend says to me, these are the core of the allegations, it might turn out that some or other detail about that is going to change or not change, and there should never be a dispute between my learned friend and I as to what he said to me or what he didn't say to me. I mean, if my complaint is at this point only boiling down to housekeeping about the form of communicating the information, I accept that might not be an issue which needs to detain the Commission.
The issue, as I understand it, is not so much about the interaction between the two of you. It's about Mr. Karim addressing what we are told has since been discovered.
Yes.
So the focus is less about the interaction between the two of you.
Exactly.
And the point being, if indeed it is true that Mr. Karim was at some food outlet out of town, I think reference was made to his vehicle or vehicles, I'm not sure now whether one or two or more. So point is, when you apply for the postponement, why is it, or rather when he, Mr. Karim, applies for the postponement, why is it that he should not, in the application for a postponement, deal with those? If he says, I was never out of town, I was never at this alleged food outlet, and therefore, my medical certificate stands, and it is to this effect. Nothing has changed. I do not see what the hurdle is, Mr. Karim, dealing with the new information on that basis.
Agreed, but I think that's also I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. But that's the point, with all due respect, is that, remember, when we arrived here in front of you today, it was on the basis of what was known before my learned friend disclosed the new information. But now what's happening is new information is being introduced, which need to be dealt with to justify future postponement. But the basis upon which we're here in front of you today is the different historical facts, not the new facts introduced now.
But that's exactly why Mr. Karim is being afforded an opportunity. And it's not as if Mr. Shaskalson is saying, and we want Mr. Karim to deal with this now. No. And that's it. Mr. Shaskalson is suggesting to the Commission that Mr. Karim must be afforded an opportunity to file an application / affidavit dealing with these developments. So, in the light of that, I would suggest to you, subject to what you say, in the light of that, it should not matter much what you originally came here for today. Things have changed, and because things have changed, Mr. Karim is being afforded an opportunity. So unless other submissions are made, I do not see what the unfairness to him would be. Mr. Karim, because of these developments, bring an application which will be heard on Friday at whatever time. It could even be in the afternoon, and deal with these developments. Tell us why you are not able, for example, to provide the Commission with the information it required, or to give the necessary instructions to whoever may do so, to give the Commission that information. So in that application, he must deal with all of that.
That's why.
And issue, as I understood Mr. Shaskalson being, this information was requested a long time ago, and Mr. Karim has not provided it on the basis that he is not well. Now, these developments referred to by Mr. Shaskalson, at face value, suggest that Mr. Karim is going on about his life. That raises the question, if that be so, and underline if that be so, how can it be that he is not able, either himself to furnish that information or to do so through others? And he's afforded an opportunity to respond and say, I cannot, I simply cannot. And to do that, and to move the application on Friday. I'm not saying that's what we are going to rule, but that is what Mr. Shaskalson is submitting should happen.
Yes, Chair, and I accept that. That's why I placed manner and form no higher than a concern, rather than using that favorite A word of ambush, and also claiming trial prejudice and fair trial rights. I was, with all due respect, simply placing on the record a more subtle concern from my client. That's all, and that's why I've resisted putting it higher than that. May I just say that in respect of the face value concern and the timing of the evidence and the way Chair posits to me what Mr. Chaskelson put to you, Chair, you've already heard me on that page 128 paragraph of the bundle as the explanation. But insofar as and this is now...
Please take me to the relevant lines of the first paragraph, the first substantive paragraph, not the intro.
Yes, the first substantive paragraph is about whereabouts. So that's inability to attend, to use my learned friend's phrase.
In respect of the second paragraph,
yes,
you referred us to specific
the explanation,
lines.
Yes.
Specific lines.
If you look at the second sentence beginning on line 2...
Starting after. We're not going to read it.
No, we're not going to read it, indeed.
But is that the one starting after?
No, given.
Oh, given.
On my side, I have given
Okay. All right.
I'm indebted to Commissioners Baloy and Kumalo.
I thought you referred to the first paragraph as well.
Yes,
So I had no problem at all with the second or the last paragraph.
Yes.
So what I was raising with you was, please direct me to something on the first paragraph. So are you saying you said nothing about the first paragraph?
The Chair, just to be clear.
The first paragraph starting Mr. Karim.
Well, the problem is they both start Mr. Karim.
Oh, let me look. Has been. The big paragraph.
Okay. So
Mr. Karim has
bean paragraph, if we can call it that.
Yeah, do you have lines you want to refer to?
No. In the bean paragraph is the whereabouts explanation. And if I have to point you to particular lines, I would say from the date mentioned in 3 running on to 4 as it continues. And then there's an explanation there which I don't need to go into.
Okay.
And then in the second paragraph,
yes,
the remains paragraph, not the bean paragraph. In that paragraph, I would ask you to look at the second line, the second sentence starting given. And I would say that that second sentence, which runs on to line 4, ending before the word his, is the critical one regarding inability to explain. The third sentence, which starts his present, that also adds color, but the critical one is the sentence I've highlighted. So that's the face value explanation. That's the response to Chair's point about face value and explanation. But Chair, can I, on my fifth point, I said to you 5 points briefly. It's not that brief, but fifth point briefly, is the timetable. I've heard my learned friend where he's given 2 options for the timetable. He says 10 o'clock tomorrow, reply by 6 o'clock, Friday 9:30 for argument. Alternatively, if I'm not mistaken, he said 1700 hours tomorrow, 1000 hours, they'll respond the next day on the Friday, I think, and then we'll argue on the Friday afternoon. Can I just make 2 points about that? Obviously, the first one is obviously we're in your hands regarding your directive and the timetable for the hearing of that application. Before we entered the room, I did specifically ask my learned friend if he would consider our ability to have that argument next Friday, because you will know that in the correspondence there's consistently been the issue raised about our ability to take instructions directly from Mr. Karim and having to rely on the medical practitioner and the family. And so there might be practically some delays in obtaining the level of specific instructions that we have to now obtain. But as I say, I'm in your hands on that. You will direct as you need to direct. The second point, and I think my learned friend and I have reached an in-principle agreement on this, but if I'm wrong, no doubt he'll correct me in reply, is that Friday, insofar as, I'm just using Friday as the placeholder date, Friday, insofar as we end up needing to discuss medical conditions, hospitalization dates, even identity of the medical practitioner and the speciality that they may or may not specialize in, obviously impinges potentially on my client's medical privacy rights, and also around causing unnecessary public, in an open sense, public speculation about his state of being or not being. And I've already flagged with my learned friend that we might need to be because for what the contents of the medical report actually says, I have to use all these sideways descriptions of directing your attention to content. It might be appropriate for us to have that debate, at least in camera, without the journalists and the outside world reading in, to the extent that we need to go into that medical history and the details. So never mind the timetable issue, Chair. I think in addition to, if you direct that we have to bring the formal postponement application in the way that it's posited, I'm giving advance notice to you as the chair and the commissioners, and I've flagged it and I've discussed it with my learned friend, and he was very understanding, I'm grateful, that we might need to then have that as an in-camera session so that my client's medical privacy rights are protected and his dignity is not unduly impaired as a result of what information we, as the commissioners, the evidence leaders, and his legal representatives need to have a frank debate about in a way that still manages to protect him. So, Chair, those are, may I just check with Ms. Maklingwane, who usually holds the purse strings?
Well, we just seem to have lost the audio link there to the Madlanga Commission, and Ondelambana might say timeously so, because we're just coming up to 12:30, and of course that means time for news headlines. But just to bring you up to speed with what's been happening so far in this session that you just listened to. So you're listening to their advocate Camille Premid on behalf of Suleiman Karim, and earlier the Commission, through its evidence leader, Advocate Matthew Chaskelson, SC, has indicated that the Commission will issue subpoenas to obtain records from hospitals where Suleiman Karim had been admitted. So they want to know when he was admitted, when he was discharged, and they also want to know about his stay in Cape Town, because apparently his doctor is based in Cape Town. And then Chaskelson also said that Karim was seen with an entourage at a shopping complex in the Western Cape, and they also want the CCTV footage to be given to the Commission by tomorrow, so as to establish what went on there. And then you heard, of course, one of the commissioners, Commissioner Kumalo, also stating that they would also want to know, the number of vehicles, which vehicles, and how that travel took place, given that Mr. Karim was in the Western Cape, whether he flew there, whether he drove there, how he actually got there, whether he issued instructions, because it all goes to determining whether Mr. Karim is taking liberty in terms of his health to not appear before the Commission. So this is the latest development. Let's quickly get a news update and then we'll return you to the Commission.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, the Supreme Court of Appeal has granted the NPA leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Omotoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zuki Swasito by the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape in 2024. The testimony of attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ketmatlala has been postponed to the 1st of September, and demolitions are underway in the city where Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero is leading a massive law enforcement raid at the Marble Towers in the Johannesburg CBD and to demolish illegally erected structures. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thanks so much, Ondelambana. Now, we will return you to the Madlanga Commission. It is, of course, still phase 2 of these proceedings where we've seen many of the witnesses lawyer up quite heavily, and also quite a number of postponements, which, of course, adds to the consternation for the Madlanga Commission as they are under severe time pressure and they need to get through all of these witness testimonies by the 2nd of October. So let's return you now, Advocate Matthew Chaskelson, SC.
Misconception. And it is this. Mr. Karim comes here asking for a postponement without making a postponement application. We have information that makes us concerned about the bona fides of his claim to a postponement application. We are giving him advance notice so that his postponement application can address those issues on which he will have to satisfy the Commission. He seems to proceed from an assumption that he can have a postponement if he wants one.
Testing 1 2 1 2 3.
Is it audible enough?
Oh, okay. Testing 1 2. Presenter mic. Mic 2. Testing 1 2 1 2.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Are you getting this one? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Are you getting this one? Were you getting that other one? This one. 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. And now? 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Do that digital. Testing 1 2. Okay, thank you, sir. I'm gonna send you program back, ne?
We can give the extra time to our learned friends. They can file their papers by close of business tomorrow. We will respond by 11 o'clock on Friday morning, and the postponement can be heard on Friday afternoon.
Chair, excuse me, Chair. May I seek, firstly, as a matter of protocol, may I seek an indulgence to address you on one point that I must respond to that was raised by my learned friend. It's this point about my client can't have it both ways, about the independent examination on one hand and then subpoena the doctor. You will remember in that general discussion we had the last time, it's not one or the other. My client placed on record that the power of independent examination is open to serious doubt. And you'll remember I explicitly said, I used the phrase, there are less intrusive means that are available to the Commission if there's a doubt about the medical evidence, and the subpoenaing of the doctor is one such option. So there is no inconsistency between what I have said to you today and what I have said to you previously, and that's as far as I'll take it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On this, Mr. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Premier, I understood Mr. Chaskalson to simply be making the point that you are not correct to say this medical certificate has not, no doubt has been cast on it. And all he was saying was, we have said he should go for an independent examination. That's the only point I thought he was making.
Then please strike what I've just said from the record if I was incorrect in my understanding of what my learned friend said. I just wanted to make sure on the record that there's no ground to suggest an inconsistency. And that's as far as I'll take it. Through you, Chair, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. I guess there's no need to respond, or is there, Mr. Shashasan?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Just one aspect. I assume that the several issues you itemized are the sort of issues that would have to go to a ruling or the ruling. Or not? Remember, you itemized a few.
Yes, I've certainly itemized. I'm not suggesting they should go into an order, but if they aren't responded to if they aren't addressed in the postponement application, we will ask the Commission to draw its own inferences.
We proceed on the basis that Mr. Karim, through his legal representatives, has heard the issues that you itemized.
Just in fairness to Mr. Karim's legal representatives, maybe I should run through them again. And what we were asking for was the dates on which Mr. Karim has been admitted to hospital over the last 4 months.
Just, I see the paper is being sorted out, and I think when you started, they were not ready yet. Please, Mr. Chaskalsin. Yeah.
The dates on which Mr. Karim has been admitted to hospital over the last 4 months, the dates on which Mr. Karim has attended medical consultations over the last 4 months, his travel movements over that period, how he travelled to Cape Town in the last week, if indeed he or beforehand, if indeed he has travelled to Cape Town. And it seems that he has travelled to Cape Town because one of the medical reports speaks to hospitalisation in Cape Town. Whether Mr. Karim has attended social engagements over the last 4 months, whether he has played a role in the management of his business over the last 4 months, and if not, who has been responsible for the management of his businesses.
And Chair, as a clarity, I think Mr. Chaskelson's extension of the travel arrangements covers Commissioner Kumalo's supplementation of the original list, so to speak.
And let me just clarify where it comes from. In his presentation, Mr. Chaskelson said they have information that he has been traveling from the Northwest. So I know that there's no airport in the Northwest, so unless he drove to Cape Town, I'm assuming he would have flown from either OR Tambo or the other airport. I can't remember what it's called for now. So that is relevant to me, because if you can give instructions to anybody to book flights for you, then you can give instructions to those who are running the business to provide the detail the Commission is looking for.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Kumalo.
Perhaps, before I'll give you a chance, Mr. President.
I was saying thank you for the clarification and the amplification as to the travel arrangements, because my learned friend said travel arrangements broadly, but Commissioner Kumalo has a specific travel arrangement in mind that needs to then be dealt with. That's what I was saying thank you for. I'm indebted to Commissioner Baloy.
Thank you. And Mr. Chaskalson, perhaps it's best for you to just give a piece of paper to your colleagues.
I'll do that immediately.
Thank you.
Mr. Chaskalson, you have narrowed down his activities, business activities, to management. Can I suggest that it be in the business affairs and not narrow it down to management, because management could easily be interpreted as being purely operational. And what we would like to know is what has been his involvement, if any, in the affairs of his businesses. Thank you, Chair.
I'll do so, Commissioner.
There is the matter of detail around the exact timing about filing, for example. Let's leave you and Mr. Premier to discuss that detail and even the time when the application should be heard. But let me upfront say that the decision I make is for that postponement application to be heard this coming Friday. But the question of when exactly tomorrow the application should be filed, when the answering affidavit should be filed, and the exact time at which the application should be heard on Friday, may I ask Council to please discuss that. And once you have agreed, Mr. Premier is excused, and Mr. Chaskalson can just bring that to our attention, say after lunch, and a ruling then gets made.
Well, that's where we'll leave those proceedings. So those postponement applications taking up the morning session at the Madlanga Commission. And after lunch, they will see the return of the same witness who was on the stand yesterday. That is the IDAC investigator, Colonel Brian Padiachi, whose evidence was equally interesting yesterday, just in terms of some of the details that emerged. But we'll leave the Madlanga Commission there for now.
Attention all shoppers. Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy to understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You may have noted this is now a regular feature every Wednesday here on Update at Noon, where we speak to the IEC in the lead up to the November 4th elections. Now, the Electoral Commission is reinforcing its message on the voter registration process as a final call to eligible citizens ahead of the second voter registration weekend. Now, following the second and final weekend registration, which will take place on the 1st and 2nd of August 2026, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is then expected to gazette the election date, which will then result in the closure of the voters' roll. For more on this, we're now joined on the line by the IEC's Assistant Manager for Civic and Democracy Education, Mahamo Ramatlodi. Mr. Ramatlodi, welcome back once again here on Update at Noon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Sakina, and of course your listeners on SAFM. It's always great to be here.
So let's just start with the first voter registration weekend in terms of the targets that the IEC had set for itself by way of the sort of numbers you would like to see of voters registering and what it actually achieved.
Look, we actually did not set a target, Sakina, as the Electoral Commission for the first voter registration weekend. However, we were able to, as you might by now already know, we're able to have 2.9 million transactions at our voting stations across the Republic. The good thing about it is that at least about 500,000 of those that visited our voting stations were first-time voters. So these people have actually now increased the number of people that are registered to vote, and subsequently those that are now eligible to participate come the 4th of November local government elections.
So at some point the IEC indicated, Mr. Ramatlodi, that, there's that a milestone target of 30 million registered voters, hopefully. How far are we along on that?
Well, what we said was that we were hopeful. It was actually not a set target. We were just saying that, looking at the performance of the first voter registration weekend, now sitting at 28.5 million registered voters, we're optimistic that, come the second voter registration weekend, hopefully we may, end up with 30 million people registered on the voters roll. But that is not a target, an official target of the Electoral Commission. No, we are just saying that, if you compare the activities, you look at 2.9 million registered voters, that was quite... rather 2.9 million people who have visited the voting station. That was quite a milestone. So we're saying that, because when you look at the voting age population, we are sitting at around 40 million people who are eligible to register to vote in South Africa. And then you come back, you look at the 28.5 million who are currently registered. That tells you that there's about 11.5 million people who are still eligible to register to vote. And those are potential voters, by the way. So that's basically where we are as the Electoral Commission. There is no official target set yet, but we're encouraging every one of those 11.5 million registered voters to, make an effort to, visit their voting station and ensure that they also, register to vote and leave their options open. You may be sitting there at home and saying, but what's the point? I haven't even decided that which party I'm going to vote for come the 4th of November. But the good thing about being on the voters roll is that at least you leave your options, open. Come the 4th of November, then you decide, let me go and vote for this party. You are able to then participate because remember, in terms of the law in South Africa, you can only vote if you are registered to vote. So if you're not registered to vote, even if you change your mind after proclamation, like you indicated in the opening that, the Minister of COGTA is expected to proclaim these elections officially after the the second registration weekend that's scheduled for the 1st and the 2nd of August. So once that happens, once the elections are officially proclaimed, gazetted in the government gazette, then it means that people would not be able to register and participate at least in the election set for the 4th of November.
Mr. Ramatlodi, let me just say, I will not hold you to that 30 million in any official capacity, because the reality is you can't force people to go and register. But of course, as you say, if one looks at the number of eligible voters vis-a-vis the number of voters who are actually registered, then it does make sense that there is a concerted effort to get people who are not yet on the voters roll to make their way to the various stations or online or at your municipality to go and register. But I just want to go back to the people who are still unregistered. Is the IEC able to give us a picture of the demographic breakdown of that in terms of which provinces or municipalities perhaps, or even the age groups? And I know I didn't specify this question to you previously, but if you're able to, that would be helpful.
Look, at the moment, what we know for a fact, as I'm talking to you, is that, those between the ages of 18 and 19, the last time I checked, which was quite recent, we had about 26% of them registered to vote. So that tells you over 75% of young people in South Africa between the ages of 18 and 19 have not yet registered to vote. 75%, that's a big, big number. And then you go to the next age cohort, that's 20 to 29, it was around 48%. So that tells you over 50% of those are still not yet registered to vote. So that tells you that our biggest challenge, not just as the Electoral Commission, Sakina, but as a country, it is young people. Although we are seeing, there is movement in terms of young people registering to vote, but there is still a lot of young people that are yet to register to vote. Hence, if you look at most of our campaigns that we are currently running as the Electoral Commission, we are using digital platforms a lot, because we know that is where you find most young people, and where better to reach them or to find them other than where they spend most of their time. We have actually gone a step further, as you know by now, that the online voter registration portal is now free. It's you are not required to use data. You're not required to use Wi-Fi for you to be able to connect to the online voter registration portal. That's another measure that we have taken in collaboration with our mobile providers in South Africa to ensure that we encourage this young demographic to use whatever opportunity they can to register to vote.
And I guess, it really does help that the online registration is now 0 rated. But in terms of rural communities, Mr. Ramatlori, with limited internet infrastructure, the challenge remains for them.
You would remember that it's not only the online platform that we're using to reach out to these young people. We are also, out in communities. We've got our municipal outreach coordinators who have been recruited a couple of months ago, who are actually now working within communities, particularly those rural communities in remote areas that you're referring to. They have been recruited in the area and they speak the language of the community to ensure that, our messaging is understood. But as and when they provide civic and democracy education, they also then register those that are eligible to register to vote. So it's not only online or digital platforms that are used to target these young people. No, absolutely not. Also, we are out in your, educational institutions, whether it be basic education, whether it be higher education. We are running activations on a daily basis to ensure that, these young people who are in educational institutions are also targeted. So there are a lot of measures that we have put in place as the to target these young people. And we're not working alone, Sakina. We've got a number of stakeholders that have joined forces with the Electoral Commission to ensure that, we amplify our reach and impact in terms of voter registration. And hopefully that will positively impact voter participation come the 4th of November.
Mr. Ramatlori, pleasure as always. We'll talk again next Wednesday. That was Mahabo Ramatlori, the IEC's Assistant Manager for Civic and Democracy Education. And as always on Wednesday at this time, we bring you some information from the IEC as we lead up to the November 4th poll. And as you heard there, still just over 10 million, maybe more towards the 12 million mark of people who are eligible to vote who have not yet registered. And the voter registration weekend, the second voter registration weekend, will take place on the 1st and 2nd of August this year, after which the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs will then gazette the election date, and that will result in the closure of the voters' roll, which means you cannot then, after that point, go and register to vote. So as Mr. Ramatlori rightly points out, give yourself a chance. So even if you decide on the day not to exercise your right to vote, but at least if you decide that at the last minute maybe you should, your name will be on the voters' roll. It's 6 minutes before 1 now. The Madlanga Commission has postponed alleged underworld figure Vusmuzi Kat Matlala's testimony to the 1st of September 2026 after granting his legal team's application for a postponement. Matlala's lawyers argued that compelling him to testify before the commission would actually undermine his Section 35 constitutional rights as an accused person ahead of his attempted murder trial, which is of course due to begin next week. Now, the commission accepted the application, delaying his appearance until after the criminal proceedings have progressed. Justice Matlanga giving his ruling earlier today.
I make the following ruling. Mr. Matlala must file his statement not later than 29 July 2026. And that's one. Two, the hearing of his testimony is postponed to 1 September 2026 to continue until the hearing has been finalized.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Matlala, Ms. van den Heever, you are excused.
Now, for some analysis on this, we joined on the line by private investigator Mike Boles. Mike, good afternoon. Thanks so much for speaking to us here on Updated Noon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
So the Commission has seen over the past few weeks and days quite a few postponement applications and also quite a few people taking ill. So let's talk to that in terms of the extent to which this undermines the Commission's ability to establish the full extent of the alleged capture and malfeasance within the policing and intelligence structures.
Yeah, it is a huge problem, but we've said it before. The mindset of those who are being questioned, those who are already identified as criminals, and those who are, as to say, brought to book. The mindset of those people would always be to try and get out of it in whichever way. If they can postpone, if they can be ill, and many times it's faked, or they can arranged fake shootings, whatever. You can think of any and everything that the criminal mind might conjure up in order not to be confronted. And it gives them time then to make further plans and alliances or do further things in order to either assist when they then have to present themselves or afterwards. So, this is a huge concern because look at the cost, what the Matlanga Commission costs. It's a huge amount, and we as taxpayers pays for it. And it also undermines the whole process of keeping it alive and fresh, the one after the other. Because, when time passes, you have to reiterate certain things, and it just takes more time. So to me, it's a huge problem and should be extremely investigated. And in future, extreme measures must be in place that this doesn't happen again.
So how does the Commission do that without necessarily infringing on the witnesses' constitutional rights?
Well, as I've said, it should be documented and stated. The Commission is also learning things along the way. All previous commissions wasn't successful. This one is. It's extremely successful, and it's doing extremely well. And it's been postponed and carrying on for quite some time, and it will, and it has to. And it's my opinion it should be in every major city. And there should be a documentation, rules and regulations being set out beforehand that is required by all those who is going to appear. And as I've said, there should be strict rules, regulations, and vetting and evaluations done if for some reason there is a postponement.
Because it's interesting, Matlala's legal team, for example, this morning had argued that they still need some information from that plea deal that was struck with the NPA that has now fallen through. And that, of course, is irrelevant to the Commission's mandate, as was clearly stated. But from an investigative perspective, and I wonder how does this influence then the position that the Commission then ultimately took, because they also don't want to be seen to be unfair to the witness.
Yeah, unfortunately, the narrative is that, and it's the word on the street, that the criminals has more rights than the honest people, and that's a huge problem. That is what the people believe. You know, once you're a criminal, then suddenly you are treated even much better than what the criminals has treated us that are innocent. And, you know, they have rights, and they must have rights, but it's abused. It's unfortunately abused. It's very easy. And I mean, let's all be honest, as we should be. And as you know, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. Once you've been identified as a criminal and you have to testify, then you must do it. And you must do it in the time that is set out to you. I mean, what are you doing day or night? You must prepare yourself and you must be ready. But the lawyers are very clever. The advocates are extremely clever. And there are so many. And I'm sorry to say, lawyers abusing this and advocates abusing this narrative that the criminals has got so much rights and they get paid and they make money. And I wonder many a times, how do they sleep at night?
Well, Mike, we have to leave it there, but thank you so much for your insights. Private investigator Mike Boles on the latest developments, 2 postponement applications brought before the Madlanga Commission today. The Commission, of course, will continue after lunch with more evidence from the IDAC investigator, Colonel Brian Padiachi. Thanks to the production team. Thanks, everyone, for listening in. Here's Onda Lambana with your news at 1.
Thank you, Sakina, and the team on the top stories. NPA granted leave to appeal acquittal of Timothy Omotoso and illegal structures demolished at Marble Towers. For SAfm News, I'm Onda Lambana, and a very good day. The Supreme Court of Appeal has granted the NPA leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Omotoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zuki Swasito by the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape in 2024. The trio were facing a string of charges including rape, sexual assault and human trafficking, but were acquitted as the state failed to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. Application for leave to appeal filed by the NPA was also dismissed by the Gqeberha High Court. Last year, Omotoso was deported to his home country of Nigeria and barred from returning to South Africa for 5 years. The testimony of attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala has been postponed to the 1st of September. Matlala's legal counsel, Annalyn van der Heever, argued that his upcoming attempted murder trial involving his former girlfriend, Tebogo Tobejane, could prejudice his constitutional right against self-incrimination if he were to testify before the Commission. The Commission has also ruled that Matlala must file his witness statements by 29 July 2026. Evidence leader Advocate Mahlape Silo says Matlala's testimony will begin on 1st September and continue until it is concluded.
Agreement is the first and succeeding days as much as are required in that week. But I don't want to give, I won't say the 1st to the 4th, it could very well be, but we start on the 1st until he concludes his testimony. Uninterrupted. Thank you.
Former Police Minister Fikile Mbalula has expressed regret over his inability to assist the TRC cases inquiry with information relating to its terms of reference. Mbalula has given testimony at the commission probing attempts or efforts to stop the investigation and prosecution of apartheid-era human rights violations. He served as Deputy Minister of Police between May to October of 2009 and was appointed as Minister of Police from March 2017 to May 2018.
As Minister of Police, I was never involved in TRC cases. I did not have authority to determine, direct, or provide resources to any investigations relating to the TRC cases, and neither did I determine or influence decisions relating to prosecution of TRC cases. I played no role in whatsoever manner. I did not hold meetings or consultations with any member of family related to the TRC cases. I did not receive a briefing from any member of the police investigating TRC cases.
Demolitions are underway in the city of Johannesburg. Mayor Dada Morero is leading a massive law enforcement raid at the Marble Towers in the Johannesburg CBD and to demolish illegally erected structures. This follows failed efforts by the Goldenrod Group to stop the city's shutdown through the courts. Multiple illegal container and shack structures have been built inside the foyer and pavements of Marble Towers. Morero says this is against the municipal bylaws and poses a risk to individuals.
Any form of illegal structures will be removed. Any building landlords who do not comply, they should know that we're coming. We are dealing with this precinct. Once we are done with the Marble Tower precinct, we'll be moving to the next precinct. Some of them are just opposite here. We'll be dealing with those, including illegal advertising that will continue to remove.
Members of anti-illegal immigrant movement March and March have gathered outside the Eden Park police station east of Johannesburg to hand over a memorandum of grievances. They want police to speed up their investigation into the killing of the movement's leader in Ekurhuleni, Andile Somgxada. He was gunned down in an alleged assassination while leaving his home earlier this month. He was rushed to hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The movement alleges that Somgxada had received death threats because of his campaign against illegal immigration and believes his killing was targeted. Lerato Makula reports.
Community members came out in large numbers to honor their leader, Andile Somgxada, carrying placards written "No to Illegal Immigrants." The group marched to Eden Park police station to call on police to provide protection for the movement's leaders, saying they fear for their safety following Somgxada's killing. The group is expected to hold a memorial service this afternoon at the Christensen Tower in Greenfield in Ekurhuleni. Lerato Makula, SABC News in Johannesburg.
Recapping the top story, the Supreme Court of Appeal has granted the NPA leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Omotoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zuki Swasito by the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape in 2024. I'm Mondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
They are a French duo comprising of sisters. I want to say Helena and Celia, but I could be wrong in my francophone pronunciation of it. So you know what I mean. I've anglophoned it to some degree. Lanubians is how we kick off that show with that iconic song Makeba. I always say Makeba because I feel like that's what they wanted to say. I feel like that's technically what they wanted to say, when they titled the song. And they've been around. I mean, they've been around. The sisters are actually originally from Chad, by the way, having then immigrated to France back in the early 80s, around about 84, 85 with their parents. And then at some point moved away and then came back again, bringing us Lanubians. A very important group, I think, when we take into account Afro Soul R&B from the early 2000s, early 90s. You can't have a snapshot at that era without mentioning Lanubians. That is how we kick off the show. We're trying to ease you and smooth you into this afternoon because, my goodness, such drama that transpired by way of the exchanges this morning at the Madlanga Commission. Of course, the man of the moment, much anticipated, central to everything that has been unpacked and uncovered at the Madlanga Commission is Vusumuzi Kat Matlala, and indeed he did make his appearance today in person. That was one of the burning questions leading up to today, whether or not he would be making that appearance in person, and he was in person under heavy guard and supervision. We'll get some context from Sbahle Mota around what transpired for day 140 at the Madlanga Commission. It was definitely a showdown of legal minds between the justices, Justice Madlanga and his fellow commissioners, and Vusumuzi Kat Matlala's advocate representing him in these proceedings. Coming up today, it's our new feature for this season, Moments in Time. We'll be tracing the footprints of childbirth in Africa. It should be an interesting conversation, right? Because we want to really get a snapshot of how do we define the history of childbirth, not only in South Africa, but also place it on like the continental conversation, and also what are those sort of varying indigenous childbirth rites and ceremonies that are observed in different regions of the continent. And then we can never have this conversation around indigenous birthing practices without then asking the questions of, why is it of concern if we move further and further away from traditional childbirth practices? And are there pros and cons, perhaps, in integrating those into Western practices? And is there room for such integration? So that's coming up on Moments in Time. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, we're going to be talking finances. And should finances determine if you should say, I do? Are you getting married, Maune Mali, or you're not getting married, Maune Mali? That's just the bottom line of the question. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. You're more than welcome to chime in on this, Vusi Kat Matlala, and anything else that's on your mind. And of course, 086 000 2032 is the number to call us on. A quick break. Sbahle Mota is coming up.
Mandela is more than a chapter in our history.
And as I have always thought,
He's a reminder of courage over fear.
I will do what I can within the discipline of the broad movement.
Dialogue over division.
For peace and democracy, to which I belong.
Hope over despair. This Mandela Month, celebrate the values that unite us. Only on SAfm.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, let's catch up with Sbahle Mota, who is coming to us live from Pretoria. It was a heated, very tense morning this morning, Sbahle, as the commission sought to handle some matters of the House that pertained to Vusumuzi Kat Matlala's appearance. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and to the listeners. It definitely was heated. At one point, I don't think, I was telling somebody that I don't think I've ever seen the chairperson, this aggravated before when he was in exchange with Vusmuzi Matlale's legal counsel. But as things stand, she seemingly made sufficient grounds to actually have that postponement granted for them so that, they can have even more time to prepare. And she cited issues like, that plea deal falling through. So she told the commission that she actually wants to go through some of the voice recordings as well as the documents from that matter. And as things stand, we can hopefully expect Matlala to be back on the stand this time to give witness testimony from the 1st of September until he has concluded his testimony.
Yeah. That exchange was really, really impassioned indeed, as it was a battle of, I guess, for those of us laymen's looking from the outside looking in, it really was a battle of a legal principle, precedence, and maybe a matter of arguing a position that made sound sense. Because at what seemed to be the crux of it was, what bearing does that now null and void plea deal have in his making an appearance? It seemed like the big sticking matter for the justices was, well, truth is truth, and truth is not dependent on who you are telling it to at what given time or what deal is in place. So regardless of the fact that your deal has fallen apart, you should be able to still come to the commission and account and give a statement of events, collaborate, affirm or deny accusations that were made. And that should have nothing to do with whether or not your deal is or is not in place. It seemed to be the bulk of the argument that, and maybe we are interpreting wrong, that his lawyer, Annelien van den Heever, was putting to the justices.
No, definitely. And that's the crux of this whole argument, where the commissioners as well as the chairperson have said that, his legal case has no bearing on what the Matlanga Commission is going to traverse, right? But what essentially his legal counsel has said is that they want to invoke, sort of his right to not self-incriminate about what he may even say in future. And also, they've cited this upcoming trial regarding his former girlfriend, Tebogo Tobejane. So what we have seen is that Vusmuzi Matlale's legal counsel really did try and put up a fight, and ultimately she won. She won this fight, but again, it didn't. It came at the expense of evidence leader Advocate Matla Besilo, who was really not happy with this application, where she even said, it feels like, these goalposts are seemingly shifting and we can't pin this person down, like we are trying to catch this rabbit, but it always evades us. And she even pleaded to the commission to say that let this man account. Hence why I think even the ruling that was handed down by the chairperson said that he must present himself on the 1st of September. And Advocate Mahlapeselo going as further to say he will be on that stand until he concludes his testimony. So we are anticipating that hopefully he will be on the stand just to conclude his testimony before the Matlanga Commission.
Absolutely. A lot is on the line with his appearance, because there's a lot for him to answer for, issues around Joe Msibi and that appearance at the farm. Who did he see? Who did he not see? Issues around absolving or maybe confirming the allegations made around the suspended police minister, Senzo Mchunu. Did he really provide seeding for that campaign for the minister to pursue presidency in the ANC? There are a lot of questions that are hanging in the air, and the justice is saying, well, he can't simply say that he can't answer any of them. He's got to be in a position to answer, because for how long will they wait for his other cases to come between the courts and run the gauntlet of those processes before he can come to the commission?
No, definitely. If they don't hand down a certain ruling, then they'll have to wait forever, right, for him to sort of finish with his criminal trial. But, he definitely does have a lot to answer for, Bridget. And at the heart of his allegations are the alleged unlawful, or is the alleged unlawful disbandment of the PKTT, and if he seemingly may have had a hand in that. So this is at the core of those allegations, and in those allegations it also implicates the now suspended or who who's been placed on leave of absence. So it'll be interesting if he does actually present himself before the Madlanga Commission. But I honestly see no way, and I know I'm always hopeful, but I honestly see no way that he can't present himself on the 1st of September 2026.
Yeah. Let's take a quick pause, especially we'll come back on the other side and just wrap it up, because we also need to deal with what Advocate Matthew Charkelson put forward when they came back from that midday break around Suleiman Karim. That we'll unpack on the other side of the break.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30th of August. Whether you're chasing a personal best or walking for the vibe, let's turn the city purple along our beautiful coastline. Entries are filling fast. Visit hollywoodathleticsclub.co.za and secure your spot today. If you can't make it to the start line, catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. Brought to you by SABC Sports.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Well, the much anticipated appearance of Kat Matlala Vusimuzi, aka Kat Matlala, finally happened today. However, to a great disappointment, it has been postponed to the 1st of September to give time for his statement to be ready and presented to the Commission, which is due on the 26th of July. And then, of course, this Monday we'll see the commencement of his criminal case that is resuming on Monday, kicking off on Monday. But one of the other matters for discussion, especially once sort of we rested the Vusimuzi Kat Matlala situation at the Commission, was Advocate Matthew Charkelson presenting to the commissioners that he's received 2 different whistleblower reports as recent as yesterday, alleging that businessman Suleiman Karim was seen out and about in Cape Town, socializing and basically living his best life.
Definitely. I don't think any of us actually anticipated what we, heard from Advocate Matthew Charkelson about that detail regarding Suleiman Karim. And he says, you know what, I'm going to get the CCTV footage to the Commission tomorrow. But this is basically what we have from the whistleblower account. And this information has also been corroborated by other people. So it seemingly looks like, Suleiman Karim is definitely living his best life. He's out and about. And obviously, now it passed out through this entire process regarding witnesses who always want to present a medical certificate, but actually are not as sick as they claim to be. So it'll be interesting to see, how the Commission actually proceeds by Friday, since they've asked for these little details regarding his medical certificate and all the other details that his legal counsel must submit before the Commission.
It would be interesting indeed to see how the Commission presses forward on this one and what consequences, if any, if he's found to have been fibbing to the Commission about the state of his health.
No, definitely. And I think this will be the first time that we see, where Justice Mbuseni Madlanga was even saying that they're going to subpoena these doctors. And before he has made, these sort of statements before the Madlanga Commission, saying that he sees that people are now, delaying their appearance before the Madlanga Commission. But I think what we have seen today is that taking action. And ultimately, it's left at his table to decide on the way forward. And regarding Suleiman Karim, who's a very, very important witness before the Madlanga Commission.
Yeah, we'll have to leave it there for this afternoon, especially, but we definitely are hitting interesting ground at the Madlanga Commission right now, because I think this is when we'll really get to see the teeth that the Commission has in terms of ensuring that those are meant to appear before it and don't evade it indefinitely. That was Smahle Mota giving us a day 140 at the Madlanga Commission. All right, let's get into our next conversation now, and it is Moments in Time. We are tracing the footprints of childbirth in Africa with Dr. Matsilo Mutsei, who is a integrative healer, a midwife, and a social science researcher and author of Ways of Being Born, tracing the footprints of birth in Africa. Matsilo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's a bit warm. We're hoping that the winter will be saying goodbye soon. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for the time. Well, listen, we'll take your positive vibes regarding the weather. Let's get into this conversation, because I think we've explored conversations around childbirth on the show, and obviously it's a natural state of being. We've all been birthed.
Yeah.
And it's something we are all very familiar with, but are we really familiar with it? Especially when we start locating it in the context of being African, and African rites, rituals, and ceremonies.
No, we are not familiar with the fullness of birth. And why I say that is that according to African cosmology, birth is not just a medical phenomenon. It is an event that also introduces you to your culture, and it's also it's an experience which is spiritual. That's why elders defined birth as a spiritual rite of passage. And when you give birth, Bridget, you're not just giving birth to yourself, to the baby. You're also giving birth to yourself as a mother. So there are two births happening at the same time. A new soul that's being received into the world, and someone who is also, bringing that soul into the world. There's a whole lot of knowledge. We've stripped off the spirituality of childbirth, and that started historically in 17th century Europe, during the time when there was a split between the body and the mind, and then when the beginning of introduction of laying in hospitals started, and then birth at that point became a medical phenomenon. The spiritual part of it was stripped off. By the time the medical missionary set foot in Africa, they had already stripped off the sacredness of birth in their own continents and countries.
Got you.
And when they landed here, they found us, indigenous people here, supporting birth as a spiritual event, as a biological event, and connecting birth to the spirit of land. That knowledge was suppressed.
Let's hold it there at just at that juncture, Matsilo, just to take the headline news with Ondela, and then we'll come back and continue our conversation. Ondela Mbana is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget, and a very good day. On the news headlines, police have confirmed that a multidisciplinary team of detectives and crime intelligence officers has been assembled to investigate the murder of March and March Guruleni leader Andile Somqada. The Supreme Court of Appeal has granted the NPA leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Omotosa and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zukiswa Sito by the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape in 2024. And Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has announced wide-ranging regulation of the AI sector. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Mandela believed that listening was the beginning of understanding.
We are therefore prepared to work with them to arrive at a just and lasting negotiated solution.
This Mandela Month, SAfm continues the tradition through meaningful conversations that challenge, inspire, and unite South Africans from every walk of life.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, as we engage this conversation, tracing the footprints of childbirth in Africa with integrative healer, midwife, and social science research and author of Ways of Being Born, Tracing the Footsteps of Birth in Africa, Dr. Matsilo Mutsei. And you was just sort of giving us the context of this history, making reference to the fact that back in the 17th century, already, Europeans had stripped off the spiritual, Westerners had stripped off the spiritual connection to birth, childbirth, and the birthing process. So when they arrive in Africa, let's pick up the history from there. When they arrive in Africa, they obviously find us doing things our way, our African way. And what do things look like at that point before perhaps they slowly start to turn and accommodate a Western form of what is acceptable?
We cannot separate the suppression of indigenous knowledge of birth from the suppression of African medicine.
Mm-hmm.
The same way that you had acts like Suppression of Witchcraft Act, which defined African medicine as witchcraft. So giving birth in a way that honors the sanctity of African spirituality was also suppressed. And when they started training midwives, they first were clear that they cannot train black women as midwives. So over time, the knowledge was suppressed, was destroyed. Over time, we then began to see birth, hospital, or let me say institutionalized birth as safer and home birth as risky, especially home birth with an indigenous midwife. So as a trained midwife, I trained as a young woman in a rural hospital in what was called Eastern Transvaal at the time. I have never, during the time of my training, heard of anything that's related to indigenous knowledge, anything that's related to traditional birth, anything that's related to that is meant to make me aware that African people had their way of giving birth. For example, we didn't give birth lying on a bed, on our back. We gave birth in upright position. And for me to be with elders and listen to elders who are saying, who gave birth in hospital, they know nothing about gravity. I remember speaking to an elder who knows nothing about gravity, but was saying that if you are giving birth in an upright position, the body is helping the baby to be born. But if you are lying on your back, it's almost as if there's a force, that counters that birth. So there is a lot that we have lost. But in my interaction with elders, and I spend a lot of my time in the villages, in my interaction with elders, I am forced to think about birth in a holistic way. Number one, we didn't even know about conception rituals. That there are rituals that you can do when you know you're ready to be a parent. There are rituals that you can do to invite the soul to come through you. And, it was just amazing for me to hear all that information. And also rituals that are related to birth, bearing of the placenta as a way of grounding us to our ancestral land, and the perception that the woman's womb is a site of ancestral memory. This is all the information that I'm discovering now, even as a midwife. That there's a lot that we have lost, but there's still something that we can reclaim.
Absolutely.
And I must emphasize, Bridget, that this is not, my book is not a matter of this is good, this is not good. What I am arguing for is that is there a way of it's not a matter of idealizing one model over another, but to think about the practitioner's awareness of their sacred role. The practitioner's awareness that birth is not just medical, and that also birth does not need unnecessary interventions. And also the kind of social responsibility that is involved in holding and ushering a new life. It's something that is sacred. So we can take the best. We can harness the best from both models to rehumanize childbirth. And also finally to say it's also about a choice, Some people might prefer to have a medicalized birth and they don't want anything to do with the ritual. And that is also fine. But it's also good for people to know when we speak about informed choice. When you go to a hospital and the midwife or the physician says, lie down, you lie down because you do not have information. You don't know that you can give birth in a different position. So the idea of the book is to kind of restore the information so that we can retain the sacredness of birth.
Yeah. I'd love to get into also, you mentioned, just the spirituality around birth, that spiritual significance that speaks to birthing rituals and birthing ceremonies. Perhaps you can give us a bit of a lesson around that, how those may differ maybe in the southernmost parts of Africa versus central or western parts of Africa, or are there commonalities in some of those birthing rituals and ceremonies?
What was shocking for me is also finding commonalities not only in African countries, but commonalities with some other indigenous communities in Europe. For example, the Sami people in Norway are doing the same kind of rituals of burying the placenta on the land as a way of grounding the new baby to the ancestral land. They have the same kind of naming ceremony. It was like a bit of a shock, because often when we speak about loss of indigenous knowledge, we tend to just think about what's called indigenous people or the global south. But the rest of the world, I argue, lost some knowledge in terms of spirituality of this. One other ritual I can share is naming ceremony. Elders argue that they don't give a baby a name for some time for different reasons. One, they want to see if the soul is here to stay. Two, they want to also observe this new soul, because there's a belief that there's in the naming, it could be an ancestor that has returned, and they would be observing who could this be. And once they have identified a name, and there's also a procedure in terms of naming, which is quite long. It will take a long time. There's a procedure in terms of naming babies. And then what they do, at the time when the baby is named formally, it's often done at the time when the baby is taken out of isolation, outside of the room or the birthing heart. And the person who carries the baby, who already knows the baby's name, who carries the baby, is the paternal grandmother. And the paternal grandmother hands over the baby to the father and whispers the name of the baby to the father. The father who whispers the name to the baby's ear. And then that's when there's ululation and heroic poetry and ritual and celebration of an ancestor or a soul, a new soul that has come. So when you think about that, it brings the role of, because people also ask me, what's the role of the father in the rituals? There are many instances where men play a role, fathers play a role in the rituals. It was not, in some communities, it was not just an exclusively woman's space.
I mean, such fascinating conversation, I think, because as you say, you know, in the realm of leaning more towards Western medical practices, so much of the cultural significance of this journey into the new being has been fundamentally lost. So how do we begin to, and I think as we wind down the conversation, how do we maybe begin to reimagine how we integrate that beyond just talking about the role of a midwife in, you know, in the Western custody of childbirth? Because I do feel a lot of Western institutions have given room to, at least I know from the experience I had, where conversation was had around, have you thought about your birthing process and whom it should incorporate or how you would like it to be? You know, and the conversations that one needs to have, whether it's with a midwife or a doctor or whatever. But how do we as Africans begin to educate ourselves around some of these practices you talk about, and that also bring the magic and the beauty back into the journey of birthing and the journey of becoming for the parents?
There's different ways. There's different levels in which we can do that. One is advocacy work. The South African maternity guidelines exclude indigenous midwifery. In the entire guidelines, traditional birth attendant is mentioned once under the heading exclusion. This is a government in Africa that is excluding knowledge that comes from Africans. So that's another way. That's one way. The other way is in training of midwives and physicians. It would be interesting to do a scoping of the textbooks that are used to train midwives. Who's written them? What is the philosophy, that is contained in the textbook? The other way is, my intention is to use the book to begin to create conversations, not just to do launches in exclusive books, but do circles of women around a placenta, around naming ceremonies. And also, I have, after being out of active birthing space for a long time, I am going to return and work with midwives, because it's also important for me, because I've been doing more research and there's a lot that has changed that I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back as like a birthing companion.
And
that will also help me to figure out how to inculcate the practices.
Dr. Matsilo Mutsei, we have to leave it there, but thank you so much for the illuminating knowledge. It was Moments in Time this afternoon, tracing the footprints of childbirth, and that book is Ways of Being Born, tracing the footprints of birth in Africa. A quick break, and then we come back with Dr. Zanele Muholi, award-winning photographer and LGBTQI plus and inclusivity advocate. We talk around the upcoming solo exhibition that's opening in Cape Town come Saturday, the 18th of July.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Mandela believed that listening was the beginning of understanding.
We are therefore prepared to work with them to arrive at a just and lasting negotiated solution.
This Mandela Month, SAfm continues the tradition through meaningful conversations that challenge, inspire, and unite South Africans from every walk of life.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfm examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAfm, the home of real conversations.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
With the price of everything going up, a drop in your car insurance premium is just what you need to have extra money in your pocket. Switch to Outsurance and you could save big, like 54-year-old Yaku, who saves an amazing 282 Rand a month on his 2025 Suzuki Swift. Don't pay more than you need to. Get an Outsurance quote to shift and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer, FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Your older car may not have voice control, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 68-year-old Andre pays only 450 Rand a month for his 2012 GWM Steed. Get claims paid in cash and chooses his own panel beater. Still paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Well, get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars that are older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance is a licensed insurer, FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
All right, we are talking to Zanele Moholi now, award-winning photographer and activist, returning back from a global tour that seems to have spanned the entire of 2026. You've been on the road, Moholi. Congratulations, by the way. We spoke briefly on the back of that Hasselblad award. Congratulations once again and welcome back home.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We just came back from Mexico where we documented World Cup activities in Mexico City. It was fabulous. Before then, we were in Brazil.
Yes.
Where we also documented in Salvador, Minas Gerais, and also in Rio de Janeiro, baby.
No, you have been busy indeed. So, I mean, you've been exhibiting, you've been putting out projects consistently for the last couple of years. But after years of exhibiting and teaching internationally and taking up residences internationally, you've now decided that it's time to bring a major solo exhibition back home. What makes this the perfect timing?
They said home is where the heart is, but home is where the art is. It all began here in South Africa. So it's always important to come back to our people. So I'm here to celebrate with my fellows, with my family, with my fellow activists and also colleagues and collaborators. We're showcasing the work that dates back to 20 years. Faces and Faces is turning 20 this year. I started working on this project in 2006. So we are now showcasing the work with our fellow South Africans because it started here at home.
The exhibition is titled Kanye Nawe. All Zulus know translating with you, alongside you, a oneness. Why this particular title, by the way, the significance of this? Because we know you're very multi-layered. You're a very multi-layered artist and narrator. Give us the context from your lens.
For all the Zulus who grew up esontweni bakithi, they know Kanye Nawe Nkosi yami. Kanye Nawe, that's my grandmother's and my mother's favorite song. Ngikhulele enkonzweni, and in as much as I'm out there and doing all sort of things, I believe in God and all the favors and blessings that we have received from the Almighty. So iculele sonto nje that connects with my realities, that also connects with oneness in as much as it connects with all the forces that surrounds me. It's as simple as that, to say you don't exist alone. We're not islanders. We live with people. We breathe with people. We grow up with people. We share most of our time with people. So this Kanye Nawe is more spiritual, and also the Kanye Nawe is everything that I am. That makes me the person that I am.
Still on that multi-layered tip, because the significance of also opening this exhibition on the birthday of the international statesman Nelson Mandela, I think speaks to the sentiment that you've just shared around, we are one with each other. We are community. It's a shared value that the statesman really spent the later part of his years trying desperately to get us all to buy into and recognize. But also, it's your birthday month. In July.
They say all the beautiful people, all the geniuses, they're born in July. I'm a Cancerian, and I'm not only celebrating this birthday alone, for all those who are born in winter. So, ndivuyile. Yeah, no, besides, we just give thanks to our mothers. Those are the ones who deserve these birthdays, because they, but like we had labor. So this is for our mothers. See, now we are just born, and therefore we need to celebrate alongside them and remember where we come from, because umzali umuntu obalekile empilweni, yabona.
Absolutely. You mentioned that the exhibition comprises obviously of works spanning the last 2 decades. Walk us through, if possible, maybe just highlight Nyana of what folks can come to expect from the exhibition. And by the way, how long is it running? It's running for a while though at Southern Guilds,
the show opens on the 18th of July until the 10th of September.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's run through the Women's Month as well, because we're celebrating, 70 years of women in South Africa, 50 years of the youth of South Africa, 30 years of South African democracy, constitution, and 20 years of Faces and Faces, amongst other things. So when people walk into the gallery, they will see Faces and Faces, which is major, and it speaks to works that that's been captured in Brazil, in Portugal, in Panama, in London, in LA, in many places where I've been in the past few years or more. So you walk into the space, you see Faces and Faces, multiple faces, beautiful human beings from around the globe. And you also see intimate images from my Zava series, from my Difficult Love series, because I'm not only documenting, I'm also an intimate person who loves, who deserve to be intimate with someone else. So not too open about my private life, but to say you see images of private, of intimate beings, because we love in as much as we're active as activists. We also see images from my Somya Mangonyama, because race is major in all that I do. And some new sculpture pieces, because I sculpt as well.
Yes.
And then and few documentaries or films that I've produced. And most of the work that I work on is independent, and I get to work with the galleries that embrace and share and transact what I produce.
Absolutely. Well, listen, looking forward to it. It's a pity. I think I'm probably going to be missing the opening night, but hopefully with such a wonderful long run at the Southern Guild Cape Town, that somewhere in your very busy calendar, you'll find some time to slot in an interactive engagement somewhere between the 18th of July and the 10th of September. Congratulations again on what has been another very, very successful and incredible year for you. Prof. Zanele Muholi, award-winning photographer. That exhibition, Ganye Nawe, is opening at Southern Guild in Cape Town this Saturday, 18th of July. And you'll find Southern Guild at Waterfront. And you can catch them also on the social media pages in case you need to RSVP to be a part of that opening. That was Zanele Muholi, internationally acclaimed South African photographer with a meteoric rise to success. My goodness, when we think about her exhibition that opened up at the Zeitsmoker. When Zeitsmoker opened up with some of her photographic work from Sonia Mangonyama, and what that same work now commands domestically and internationally. Whoa! Ondelambana is standing by with the top of the hour news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Solomon Karim allegedly spotted at a Western Cape shopping centre, and NPA granted leave to appeal acquittal of Timothy Omotoso. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Matlanga Commission has heard that Northwest businessman Solomon Karim was allegedly seen having lunch at a Western Cape shopping centre, despite seeking a postponement on medical grounds. Evidence leader advocate Matthew Chaskalson has told the Commission that two independent whistleblower reports corroborated by eyewitnesses placed Karim at the shopping centre yesterday. Chaskalson says video footage will be presented to the Commission tomorrow.
Late in the afternoon yesterday, we received two different whistleblower reports, both confirming that Mr. Karim and an entourage had been seen yesterday going out for lunch at a shopping centre in the Western Cape. The two reports corroborated the same details. They seem to be independent of one another, and they've now been confirmed by eyewitnesses at that shopping centre, who we have independently contacted. So we now have it from multiple different sources that someone who seemed very much to be Mr. Karim arrived at the shopping centre with an entourage, went into Woolworths before going off to have a late lunch at a restaurant in the shopping centre.
Police have confirmed that a multidisciplinary team of detectives and crime intelligence officers has been assembled to investigate the murder of March and March Ekurhuleni leader Andile Somqada. This as members of the movement have gathered in Greenfield in Ekurhuleni to honour him at a memorial service this afternoon. Somqada was gunned down in an alleged assassination earlier this month. He was rushed to hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
The appointment of a multidisciplinary team underscores the seriousness with which SAPS is treating this matter. We are committed to conducting a thorough investigation to establish the circumstances surrounding this murder and to ensure accountability. Meanwhile, the Acting National Commissioner has issued a stern warning to individuals and groups who continue to intimidate, harass and perpetrate violence against foreign nationals, stating that such actions are unlawful and will not be tolerated.
The Supreme Court of Appeal has granted the NPA leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Motoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zuki Swasito by the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape in 2024. The trio was facing a string of charges including rape, sexual assault and human trafficking, but were acquitted as the state failed to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. Application for leave to appeal filed by the NPA was also dismissed by the Gqeberha High Court. Last year, Motoso was deported to his home country of Nigeria and barred from returning to South Africa for 5 years. Demolitions are underway in the city where Johannesburg Mayor Dada Morero is leading a massive law enforcement raid at the Marble Towers in the Johannesburg CBD and to demolish illegally erected structures. This follows failed efforts by the Goldenrod Group to stop the city's shutdown through the courts. Multiple illegal container and shack structures have been built inside the foyer and pavements of Marble Towers. Morero says this is against the municipal bylaws and poses a risk to individuals.
Any form of illegal structures will be removed. Any building landlords who do not comply, they should know that we're coming. We are dealing with this precinct. Once we are done with the Marble Tower precinct, we'll be moving to the next precinct. Some of them are just opposite here. We'll be dealing with those, including illegal advertising that will continue to remove.
Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has announced wide-ranging regulation of the AI sector. He said that legislation will be brought in to prevent AI from using Australian books, art and music to build or train their models without creators' consent. Albanese explained why the changes needed to happen immediately.
Australian writers, musicians, artists and journalists must retain ownership and control of their work. Our laws will spell that out, plain as day. An artist's creative endeavour is their work and their property. No company should use Australian books, music, art or news to build or train AI without the artist's control.
Recapping the top story, the Matlanga Commission has heard that Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim was allegedly seen having lunch at a Western Cape shopping centre despite seeking a postponement on medical grounds. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. In case you missed it.
I want us to talk about other ways to be a father that does not necessarily have to include buying them school uniform if you can't afford it, as much as I know that finances are important.
That's a beautiful thing. And I think that you've just reminded me how difficult it is with the court system. It becomes very punitive. And then it all becomes about, like the money. So I do think that sometimes men want to, and they don't know how to.
That was The Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football, where I've played a lot of my football to with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August, 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The greatest tribute to Nelson Mandela is not found only in monuments or memorials.
Our struggle for freedom and justice was a collective effort.
But in the choices we make every day.
Mandela Day will not be a holiday, but a day devoted to service.
This Mandela Month, join SAfm as we explore the work still to be done in building the South Africa he envisioned.
It is in your head.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Dalipunga, Tela Kufa, Madiba, Nolomsila, Vela Bambensele, Yem. A global icon, internationally acclaimed.
Nelson Mandela, Tata Madiba, father of the nation. Nelson Mandela, Tata Madiba, father of the nation.
We shall sustain the momentum. Madiba, we shall preserve your legacy. Madiba, we shall emulate your values and principles. History demands that we succeed as a nation. History demands that we do not become complacent. History demands that we do not rest on our laurels and work harder. We are duty bound to rise above malice and prejudice. Let reason and wisdom prevail. Sinekolisa Mandela, a human treasure, a chief of Abatembo tribe, a former amateur boxer, a graduate from Robben Island Prison, a lawyer by profession, Madiba, a legendary leader, the first commander of Mkonto Wesizwe, a torchbearer who captured world attention, a trendsetter par excellence, 27 years behind bars in a concrete jungle. Indeed, the long road to freedom, the long walk to freedom.
You're our banner of peace, our pillar of strength, our soldiers' boots. You're the father of nations, the world's icon. Your name shall live on. Long live Tata Mandela. So shall I say good Nelson Mandela. Siyabonga Tata Madiba, father of the nation. Oh, Nelson Mandela, Tata Madiba, father of the nation. Akekho fana nawe, akekho fana naye, hero of the nation. There is no one like him. You united black and white, our rainbow nation.
From prison to presidency, the first black president of a democratic South Africa, Madiba, a catalyst, Madiba, a reconciler, Madiba, a unifier. A unifier who embraced the enemies of our struggle. Love can best be measured by ability to forgive. Madiba, a genius extraordinary.
Tata Madiba, no one like him.
Okay, what it's you you know when you play a song that features folks that talking about a folk that it's almost a very surreal situation. Zahara featuring Zwakambule, the people's poet. Nelson Mandela is the name of this one. And of course, we are approaching the late great statesman's birthday, which is happening this weekend, and in the midst of Mandela Month. And for the month of July, Mandela Month, the theme that we're observing is it's still in our hands to combat poverty and inequity. It's just so sad, though, that, what he initiated and sort of championed around observing of Mandela Month and particularly Mandela Day seems to be slowly but slowly fading off into quietness. There used to be an excitement. There used to be an eagerness for people to be getting out there, doing something, getting their hands dirty, living the legacy, upholding the value. And now it's just kind of something that's left in name only. But anyway, let's have this conversation. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. And the conversation is, should finances determine if you should say I do? At what point in the relationship should you establish how much income each of you will bring into the partnership? When do you start discussing debt? When do you start combining your monthly budgets? When do you decide that you are ready to even get married if you're not married as yet? Siba Njoba joins us now, Certified Financial Plan and Wealth Manager at Imvelo Wealth, and Anele Machisi, author of Relationships and creator of Inside Out Conversations. Good afternoon to you both, and maybe let me start with you, Anele, because we've gone down this road before. When do we start bringing money into the conversation in our relationships? At what point should money be a part of what we are talking about?
First of all, thank you for having me. I think from what I understand is that.
Oh, we lost Anela there for a second. Siba, let's jump you in while we try to get a hold of Anela again. How are you?
I'm great, Bridget. How are you?
I'm fantastic. When do we bring money into the conversation?
I think the minute we agree to get married, or if it has not happened that we started cohabitating, the money conversation is a very big anchoring conversation because it outlines the expectations, what is expected of each of us in our living setup, who's paying for what, and it's quite important because life happens. I had a client recently who passed away. She was cohabitating, and then it becomes an mess. When you've bought assets with somebody you're not married to, and both of you have been contributing financially. So it becomes, when reality hits and you haven't touched on all the important aspects of what should happen, is there a will in place? Over and above that, culturally, your family is going to come and take all your assets that are under your name. But meanwhile, there was somebody else who was here paying the bond for you. So it really becomes a terrible mess if your finances and the financial planning around that is not structured correctly.
I want to throw a curveball very early on to this conversation, Anela, because we always talk about when do we bring up money into the conversation, but I'm wondering how many gentlemen out there actually want to have a money conversation? Like, and engaging from the two here in the studio with me, one very young, one very old, it seems like that sentiment around, just, and Dr. Mast, is something that still carries on.
Yeah, no, I think my understanding is that with guys, it's generally not difficult to talk about money.
To talk about money with your female partner?
It's really not difficult. It's the knowing how to do it. That's the problem. So to talk about it, it's really not difficult. Secondly, it also is, can I trust this person, or how well do I know this person? And so what I've come to learn is that what makes it so much easier sometimes to talk about money from a male perspective, even if I don't know how to talk about money in terms of the language around it, if I have established trust with the person, and if I have established the fact that, I see how she spends her money, I see how she spends her time, I feel safer to say, hey, by the way, I've been working on this. There's this debt I've been trying to clear off. Do you know how to work around it? By the way, I've been trying to save for X, Y, and Z. Do you know how to? So we're now able to talk about money. So and one of the things that I'm also learning in the spaces that I'm in is that often at times we spend a lot of time, especially when it comes to relationships and dating and marriage, we spend a lot of time talking about emotional intelligence, which is important. However, there are other types of intelligence as well that we need to look at, and financial intelligence is one of them, and also sexual intelligence as well. But financial intelligence is very, very important, and it's something that we have to establish during the dating phase.
Let's take a quick pause. We'll be back on the other side of the break.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's My Way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My Way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay, live your way.
In case you missed it.
Today was supposed to be the day whereby Ket Matlala and his legal representative tells the court if they do agree with the 12-year sentence or not. And so what I can tell you, Koko, is that was a very short appearance. The legal representative just started off by saying that Ket Matlala withdraws from the plea agreement. But a week ago when we went to court, you remember that Ket Matlala fired his legal representative, it's Ricardo. Yes. He fired him on the spot.
That was the meeting point with Koketso Sachane. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
So should finances determine if you should say I do? Siba, if we are considering marriage, should he even be proposing if there is no budget or if we are financially unstable? Because we also know as Africans, there's other things that come with that proposal that require money.
Absolutely, Bridget, especially in African culture. I would really say if we don't have a budget or if we're not able to have that conversation around, because, I mean, a typical Zulu wedding, there's abomembe, so there is so many cultural stages that lead up to the actual weddings. And typically in the African culture, you'll find that a couple may want to have a traditional wedding and a white wedding. Those costs all need to be factored into who's paying what. I mean, it's also a norm to say, oh no, my husband will cover it. Does he have the financial means to do it? And if he doesn't, where do you know where to fit in? Or should we actually just have one wedding, a white wedding, not a traditional? I don't know, but it's quite important that the couple should sit down and then assess what can we afford, what can we do now, and what can we do 2 years down the line to allow ourselves the time to save and so that we don't end up in debt whilst trying to start a life together.
And we know that, speaking of those sort of cultural rites of passage, we know socially there's this stigma where people go, uzlobolile, because the couple have gotten together, decided that they want to get married, decided that marriage means combining of their finances, and then the wife dips into her savings to speedy along those steps like lobola. But it's socially, it's shunned upon. So how do couples navigate that? Because it almost has a westernized approach of simunye, together we are one. So let me help you so that we can get to the next step.
Okay, so now every family differs, firstly, Bridget. You will find that there are families who say some of the lobola money we will use towards the wedding, or all of it we will use towards the wedding. Or others say, no, that money is not even supposed to be used. So it really then comes back to the table to say, what is expected of what? And when the families do meet, what is the couple's communication to the family in terms of what they are planning to do so that everything is in line with expectations. And also remember, the parents have their own vision for your wedding. So there are a lot of expectations that need to be managed. And again, if the couple that's getting married is not financially fit for this stage, it's very easy to end up getting into debt because we haven't planned properly, or we're trying to meet everyone's expectations of what's supposed to happen when we're getting married. So it's quite important then again to have the clear boundaries that if it's a private wedding, we're only having 60 guests. I'm just making an example. And, and again, you can fight with a lot of people around the number 60, but if the couple has agreed on the 60 because that is what they can afford, then we need to work around that 60. Or if we're having an open traditional wedding, everyone and anyone can come, that's another thing. There's the venues, the cost ahead. All of those things are real expenses that need to be budgeted for and catered for to avoid falling into the debt trap.
And then, it's said that people get divorced for a host of reasons, but essentially, bottom line, it's also said people get divorced because of money, because almost all those reasons go back to some kind of money strain. So how do we sort of avert that kind of friction? And the resentment that comes with it as well, for couples, if they can't deal with money conversations or money challenges.
I think the quickest solution is that it starts at the dating phase. The moment the dating becomes intentional and that we're clear that we are getting married, we should also then establish that when we have conversations about money, we should establish that money is not just the amounts. It is also the habits that it inspires. So when we get married to people, we're actually getting married to their financial habits as well. So it's not just the spending habits, and sometimes it's the ability to get it. Sometimes it's what do I think money means, because to some people amounts mean a certain level of identity or status in society. To some it means something else. And so the best way to avert all of the point that you just mentioned is that at the dating phase especially, I always say that men are best poised purely because of a patriarchal advantage, are best poised to initiate the conversation about money. You know, in relationships. So and the reason why I say that men should be are best poised to do that, because we are the ones who are most likely to initiate the marriage conversation. So therefore, followed with the idea or talks about getting married, we should also be the ones who initiate the conversation about amounts. This also is a benefit for men, especially with the current setup in South Africa, because gone are the days where we're talking about, oh, we're going to pay lobola and then we're going to go and get married. No, lobola is marriage. And so therefore, we need to talk about even the lobola amounts and everything and all that we're thinking about spending or just incurring with regards to the marriage itself. So we need to be able to be transparent with that from the get-go, pre-lobola. So and that is very important. So I think this one does fall on us and men, and it is not. I'm also not saying that I am gendering money conversations in relationships, but I'm merely saying that it does serve men and women best to be able to have those conversations, but men seem to have a historical advantage when it comes to just say, can we talk about this? Because also the other thing that sometimes is often unspoken about when it comes to money, it's the ability to agree about things. Because at times, if we have not spoken about something, especially if we haven't spoken about it at length, especially when it relates to money and conversations, then we are left with a lot of assumptions. If we're talking about, for example, Siba was making an example about a wedding and how many guests should be at the wedding. So the wedding is just one thing. If we're not able to agree on how many heads do we want at that wedding, that inability to agree is more problematic than the money.
Yeah. As we begin to wind down in our final moments, I mean, bottom line, Siba, a lot of couples don't like to hear this, but if you cannot tangibly afford to get married, if any of the stages of the marriage are beyond your means, we should have an honest conversation about that and reassess that as well, because you shouldn't be beginning your marriage in debt.
Absolutely agree with you. And I'm going to anchor on something Anele said, that transparency. And again, to say, just because we can't afford it right now, doesn't mean we can't plan and save for it to be in 3 years' time, you know? So then you can start to say, what can we do right now? Do we initiate the lobola? Then once we are done with that, take 24 months to do the next step. You don't have to feel pressured to embark on a journey you're not ready for. Whereas, again, it goes back to what I said earlier about managing the expectations. As a couple, you then need to be able to say, this is where we are, and in the next 3 years or whatever, this is our time frames of what we want to achieve. And these are our shared goals as we build our family together. Here's the budget for what we want to do. In that way, all the families and the other parties that will be involved also know that this couple, this is their financial boundaries when it comes to the wedding, and this is what the expectation is, and this is what they need to adhere to in terms of just helping them to get to where they need to go.
We fast run out of time, Anele, literally in 30 seconds. Advice that perhaps you would leave couples with who are finding themselves in this situation with, as of tonight, they need to have that conversation around money.
The quickest one is that they just need to determine what do they want. Do they want to have a financially healthy marriage, or do they want to have an expensive wedding? So they need to establish that, and one must give.
Sure. All right. Anele Machisi, author of Relationships and creator of Inside Out Conversations. And of course, Siba Njoba, certified financial planner and wealth manager at Imvelo Wealth. 2:30, Ondela standing by with the news headlines. And then that will bring us into Kids Corner before we come back on the other side and we wrap up the show.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard that Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim was allegedly seen having lunch at a Western Cape shopping centre despite seeking a postponement on medical grounds. The Home Affairs Department says a Zimbabwean woman who passed away yesterday after she collapsed at the Beitbridge border post in Limpopo was not part of those who were being repatriated. And the Gulf states of Kuwait and Bahrain say they have intercepted fresh Iranian attacks as Tehran and Washington fight for control of the Strait of Hormuz. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Wednesday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. Even though it's the school holidays, it's still important to take good care of ourselves. Today we're talking about personal hygiene. Now that it's the school holidays, do you still bath or shower every day? Why do you think it's important to keep your body clean even when you're not going to school? Do you prefer taking a bath or shower? Besides bathing, what other hygiene habits do you practice every day? And how do you feel after taking a bath or shower and putting on clean clothes? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hello everybody, my name is Karawan. I still bath and shower every day because I feel like it's important to keep your hygiene in check even if you're not going anywhere, so that you don't really sorry if my words are very offending, but stink. Why I think it's important to keep your body clean even when one is not going to school is because you're still going to have people around you in the house or at the park or wherever you are. You're still going to have people around you, so it's important that you actually present yourself neatly and like care for yourself. It's not even about other people really, it's about you caring for yourself. I prefer taking warm showers because I guess I'm just used to showers and I like when the like warm water hits my back. Other hygiene habits that I practice every day is brushing my teeth, washing my hands, and wearing clean clothes because I feel like I don't know, like I can't go a day without brushing my teeth because there's a funny taste in my mouth. How I feel after taking a shower and putting on clean clothes, it makes me feel refreshed. It makes me feel ready for the day. It makes me feel, I don't know how to explain it, but it makes me feel very aware of my surroundings, I guess I could say. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Good day. My name is Mene Angel Nangabera. So yes, even though schools are closed, I still bath every single day. I think it is very important to keep our bodies clean even when we're not going to school because when it comes to germs, they don't take holidays. So if we don't wash, we can get sick easily. Dirt and sweat can also cause bad smells, skin problems, and make us feel uncomfortable. So, when we are clean, we also feel more confident to play with friends and just walk around and do any form of activities, knowing that there won't be any form of bad odor that is coming from your body. I would say that I prefer taking a warm bath instead of a quick shower because a warm bath helps me to relax, especially in the cold winter mornings that we have nowadays. I also love putting some foam bath in the water and just sitting there for a few minutes before I start my day because it makes me feel calm and happy. So besides bathing, I also have other hygiene habits that I do every single day. I brush my teeth twice a day in the morning and before I go to bed. I also wash my hands with soap before I eat, after I use the bathroom, or before I cook. I also make sure that I wear clean clothes every day and I help to wash them so that they don't pile up. The way I feel after taking a bath and putting on clean clothes is basically amazing. It was the best feeling ever because that way I feel confident, comfortable, and proud of myself because clean clothes smell nice and they make me feel like I can do any form of activity. Being clean also shows respect for myself and for the people around me. So even though it's holidays, I will continue to keep my body clean because being healthy and fresh is important every day, not just on school days. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Good day, everyone. My name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Now that it's school holidays, yes, I do bath every day. Why is it important? Because it helps maintain essential hygiene by washing away dead skin cells and bacteria that build up throughout the day. Why do I think it is important to keep your body clean even when you're not going to school? Because good personal hygiene helps protect you from getting sick. It also may help stop the spread of germs that can cause infectious diseases. Germs can spread by touching other people. I prefer taking a warm bath. The warm water reduces the force of gravity on the body, making you feel lighter and relieving pressure on joints, muscles, and the spine. Besides bathing, what other hygiene habits do I prefer every day? Is to scrub my tongue, wash my hands, shower and change daily, clean my smartphone because my smartphone carries more bacteria than a toilet seat. How do I feel after taking a bath or shower and putting on clean clothes? I feel like I am brand new, beautiful, pretty, and more confident about myself. But when I did not bath, I just feel like, nah, I'm not okay. Like my body will start itching and I'll feel like I'm not good enough. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Bona Ramadi. I do enjoy taking a shower because it's faster than a bath. A bath, I have to wait until the water is fine and takes minutes. When I finish bathing, I will need to spend another time cleaning the bathtub. In a shower, I just need to open the water, then shower. It takes not even minutes to open the water in the shower like in the bathtub. Taking a shower is important for my hygiene because if I don't shower, I smell bad. The longest I've gone without taking a shower is 3 days because I was just too lazy sometimes and I forgot.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. The school holidays are a time to relax, but they're not a holiday from good hygiene. Even though we're not waking up early to school every morning, it's still important to bath or shower every day. Keeping our bodies clean helps wash away sweat, dirt, and germs that make us smell bad or even make us sick. Whether you enjoy a warm bath or refreshing shower, the important thing is making sure you clean your whole body properly. During the colder winter months, many children enjoy a warm bath because it helps them stay cozy and comfortable, while others prefer a quick shower. Whichever you choose, remember to use soap and wash from head to toe. Good hygiene isn't only about bathing. Every day we should also brush our teeth at least twice a day, wash our hands with soap and water before eating and after using the toilet, keep our nails clean and trimmed, wear clean clothes, comb or brush our hair, and cover our mouth when we cough or sneeze. These simple habits help keep us healthy and stop germs from spreading to other people. Even though school is closed, germs do not take a holiday. We still play, eat, exercise, visit family, and spend time with others. So keeping clean is as important at home as it is at school. Looking after our personal hygiene also shows that we respect ourselves and the people around us. Have you noticed how good you feel after taking a bath or shower and putting on clean clothes? Most people feel fresh, comfortable, confident, and ready to enjoy the day. Looking after our bodies can even improve our mood and help us feel more energetic. Friends, we should remember that staying clean is a part of staying healthy. Good hygiene protects us from illnesses and gives us confidence wherever we go. So during these holidays, make it your goal to keep up your healthy habits every single day. A few minutes spent taking care of yourself today can help keep you healthy, happy, and smiling all holiday long. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bongi Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right. For Made in SA today, we're looking at fashion and heritage. So Aranda Textile Mills has launched the Young Basotho Designers 2026 cohort. And these are designers that are bringing the Basotho heritage into what is commonly referred to as traditional blankets. We're catching up with Palo Mugwailane now, who's the Aranda Textile Mills brand ambassador, and Muraperi Kebise, who is a designer and artist. And I guess let's start with you first, Palo. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. And how are you this afternoon?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much. Give us the sort of the backdrop of this collaboration, because I think a lot of Basotho are quite familiar, of course, with Aranda blankets, right? As what is commonly known as the traditional Basotho blanket. A lot of South Africans are very familiar with it, in fact. But give us the context, the background, the story of Aranda Textile Mills and how they found themselves centered in the Basotho culture.
The company having been founded here in South Africa in 1953, and for now, it has been producing a whole lot of range of blankets, of which now Basotho adopted the Basotho blankets known for being Lesolanka or Siana Marena, as people would be actually referring to any blanket as they want the Siana Marena, even when they want a different one. But there's a whole lot of range and also a whole lot of names within the Basotho blanket. Now, the most known one was the Lefitori, whereby it was like owned by the company overseas. So the proceeds of that blanket would be going to overseas, but the Victoria, England owners decided that the proceeds must go back to Lesotho to help people. As you know, that you have said it, that they are the consumers of the blankets. So A couple of years ago, we just said and then decided that, look, let us just give the young Basotho the opportunity to design their own blankets with their own patterns. Remember, in each and every blanket, it's all about the story behind the blanket, not necessarily the patterns that you see there. So we'll be like opening for the young Basotho to say, tell us the story, because of the Basotho and the blankets come a long way. And there's always the stories that the grandmothers would be sharing the stories with them. So people will be like giving us the patterns and then the story behind it. So we go through the designers and the designs, and we choose the best that we think the story is more catchy, the story is historic, and then that's how we normally use the criterion. More of that is that now the proceeds will actually forever go to the designer of that blanket, meaning for as long as that blanket is there, the designer will be like benefiting from it until, such as the Siana Marena and many other old blankets that we know of.
It would be interesting, and I think maybe it's something that we will take up on this particular show for moments in time, just to, as you talk about the fact that through this competition, the Young Basotho Designers Program, you solicit young designers to submit designs for new blankets that are inspired or draw inspiration from their heritage, their own family legacies, etc., etc. It would be interesting to also know if there is a significance by way of pattern, by way of color, by way of, similarly to how the Baxhosa traditional garb, for instance, the turquoise beads mean something. They're affiliated to something, similarly to how the Zulus and the beads, Nakhona. I wonder if when you get these submissions from young designers, do they talk of such stories, perhaps? Because some of us are not really familiar with Basotho culture, except to identify it through the blankets. And so it would be lovely to know how much of that history and heritage is communicated through the textile design of the blankets.
Definitely, that's what you see. Probably when you're looking at it, our mothers or grandmothers then, they used to plaster their walls with what they call the dema, which is patterns, like the Ndebelers would do. So we see a whole lot of that coming out on the blankets because of such a opportunity is no longer there because of the modern world in terms of the walls. So I think now the young Basotho now are coming, showing it out on the blankets instead of their grandmother's walls or their walls. So such stories are coming out. I think even Morapedi will share some of the things that they do or the stories behind their design. So yeah, that is coming out quite well, and we seeing a whole lot of good stories. Even now, you start learning even about the Basotho culture through the blankets.
Let's take a quick pause here. We'll come back with Morapedi, who is one of the designers for the 2026 cohort, and we'll find out the inspiration behind his designs. It's fast approaching 10 to 3 o'clock on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masing.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are talking fashion and heritage for Made in SA. Aranda Textile Mills is launching their 2026 cohort of the Young Basotho designers. Let's rope in Murapedi to this conversation. Murapedi Kebise, who is a designer and artist. Let's talk about, firstly, Murapedi, I think just the symbolism of the blanket, for yourself as a young Basotho, and of course, by extension, what you associate the blanket with when it comes to your heritage and your culture, knowing that this blanket is such a very significant part of physical identification for the Basotho.
Thank you very much, Mayor Azar. As it comes to the traditional blanket, referring to my blanket called Silelekela blanket, it comes from the root of music itself. When we were growing up back in the days, even today, music has always been one of those traditional and most considered ways to express how we feel when we are happy, when we are sad, when we are in hard conditions, and when we are in joyful moment. So Selelekela has been designed under a concept that expresses how the music has been affecting and influencing the whole nation, bringing together the unity. Hence why there is a resemblance of Mokorotlo above the country map of Lesotho, which gives us an opportunity to show how we get to move forward together. And also the patterns. I heard you asked about the placement of patterns and everything. Yes. So the patterns that normally are put outside when it comes to Silelekela's reference design is to express how we are not just listening to music as just one country or just as one nation. But traditionally, it has influenced the whole worldwide to be able to express themselves through music, and which I found as an amazing opportunity to show how music is an important entity to the human race as a designer, and also personally as a career based on my side. And it also,
It also?
And it also incorporates the musical waves that shows the movement of sound frequencies around the whole world and also in Lesotho.
I'd also be interested, Murapedi, to know, what is the conversation between younger Basotho such as yourself and an older generation, around the modernizing of the blanket and the constant evolution of the interpretation of the blanket. What have been some of the conversations in your inner circles with Bahulu around, should the blanket consistently find a different expression?
Every single blanket has a different meaning or a different concept, depending on the designer and the stories that they have learned and the information that has been passed on from our elders, generation to generation until today. And then when it comes to the modern side, we get to realize as young Basotho designers that now we have a modern way of expressing our blankets or expressing our traditional heritage. For instance, through Aranda in Blankets collection and any other platforms out there. Yes.
Paulo, where does Aranda see this collaboration moving into in the years to come, right? Because to some degree, it also speaks to the relevance of the Basotho blanket for a younger generation of Basotho and even beyond. I was just saying to my team, I have a Cinnamon, and I think 8, 9 out of 10 people in the studio have one who are not even Basotho. But it has a certain appeal. It has a certain aesthetic appeal, even if we don't understand the true symbolism of its cultural positioning?
I think the good thing is that I grew up within the SABC's corridors, and then we'll be given the opportunity to go to your opening of Parliament in Cape Town. So one of the days, I just rocked up my SAfmRadio, and everyone else was looking at me and then asking me, how possible is that you wear SAfmRadio on your suit? And more than anything, it draws the whole attention, and then from then on, you started seeing people go into the opening of Parliament or any other big events wearing their SAfmRadio on top of their formal, regalias or whatever. Then also, I think your question earlier on was to about this new garments that we see made out of the Basotho, because of our grandmothers or grandfathers wouldn't even allow you to cut the blanket whichever way, because of it was something that is sacred to, a blanket. You can't just cut the blanket. But then coming to the new generations, we see a whole lot of them now cutting out beautiful garments out of that, and you cannot stop young people to express themselves, because of it's not a question of you have to do it the traditional way, and that's it. You have to allow people to go. I mean, we have seen of recent where one of the biggest brands in the world actually turning our blankets into some garments, and if you don't do it, someone is going to do it out there. But the bottom line is you still have to maintain and then teach the young ones as to how is being worn the traditional way. Coming to the question of the future, I think the more we are allowing these young people, I mean, I was laughing the other day to say every blanket that comes through, or every design that comes through, somehow they express themselves. It has the mokoroto, it has the mountain. I mean, those significance that obviously you see when you go to Lesotho. Then I said to them, come out, think out of the box. There's other stories that we know that can show out. I mean, mine, because of our celebrating my 50, now my 50th. So I came up with the Tebeana Nabolela, which is the story from the folk story of Masilo and Masilo Nyani, where the sister went all out to go and then look for the for the sister. But then we all know about the Masilo and Masilo. We don't know about the sister who went out to sacrifice to just go out there. So it's for selfless people. So that's the story behind the blankets that we come up with. So I think in the near future, we're going to see a whole lot of incorporation of the changes in the world that we see, especially around their areas, because of we go across. It's not only people from Lesotho, it's also Basotho wherever they are.
Yeah.
Funny enough, my daughter is in Dubai, and then I wanted to give her a blanket when she left, but then she said, no, Daddy, what are people going to say when I get there? There was a day when they were celebrating heritage, and then everyone else was wearing their regalia. I had to do the first courier. For the first courier for the blanket to get there, and she was so proud when she got it. So we start seeing young people wherever they are, even in the diaspora, to actually embrace their cultures.
Yeah. Muraberi, in our last minute, where can people see your blanket? Are you on social media?
Yes, I'm on social media. They can find me on Morapedi Kebise on my Facebook account, and also I'm available on Instagram. And they can also find me at Morapedi Enterprise. It's another platform page that I have on Facebook.
Awesome stuff. That was designer and artist Murapedi Kebise, and of course Paulo Mugwailane, who is the Arande Textile Mills brand ambassador. That's where we leave it for today. I hope you have a fantastic day further. Interesting as the commission continues for the afternoon. I just glimpsed social media, X in particular. A lot of folks now sort of unpacking Vusmuzi Kat Matlala's advocate Faden Hever, if I remember, Heaven. Van der Heever, if I people now unpacking the list of clients that she's represented, it reads like the criminal who's who of the country. And folks also giving us context around the kind of lawyer that she is. A lot of folks saying that she's quite technical and tactical, because if the facts are against her clients, she then rips apart at the procedure. And this one is at Mandy Ntuta. So it should be interesting to see as that build up, of course, for that showdown, because it is going to be a showdown come the 1st of September between Vusimuzi Kat Matlala's team and the evidence leaders and the commissioners on the one side. From us, we leave it here. Ashraf Gad is coming through with the National Pulse. We'll see you tomorrow. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. NPA welcomes SCA's decision on Umutoso's acquittal, and Suleiman Karim allegedly spotted at a Western Cape shopping centre. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The National Prosecuting Authority has welcomed the order delivered by the Supreme Court of Appeal to grant it leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Umutoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zuki Swasito. The judgment was delivered by Judge Irma Skuman in the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape last year. The three faced charges, which included rape and human trafficking. NPA spokesperson Kaiza Khanyago.
The NPA legal team, led by Advocate Apla Badlani SC, Advocate Bayete Maswazi from the Mtata Society of Advocates, supported by NPA's Advocate Joel Sisa and Advocate Mzotolo Rusi, filed a comprehensive legally sound application for leave to appeal by evoking the provisions of Section 319 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. These provisions allow the state to appeal a judgment by requesting the judge who presided over the trial to reserve the question of law for consideration by the SCA.
The Maldanga Commission has heard that Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim was allegedly seen having lunch at a Western Cape shopping centre despite seeking a postponement on medical grounds. Evidence leader Advocate Matthew Chaskalson has told the Commission that two independent whistleblower reports corroborated by eyewitnesses placed Karim at the shopping centre yesterday. Chaskalson says video footage will be presented to the Commission tomorrow.
Late in the afternoon yesterday, we received two different whistleblower reports, both confirming that Mr. Karim and an entourage had been seen yesterday going out for lunch at a shopping centre in the Western Cape. The two reports corroborated the same details. They seem to be independent of one another, and they've now been confirmed by eyewitnesses at that shopping centre, who we have independently contacted. So we now have it from multiple different sources that someone who seemed very much to be Mr. Karim arrived at the shopping centre with an entourage, went into Woolworths, before going off to have a late lunch at a restaurant in the shopping centre.
Government has rejected claims that South Africa is becoming isolated on the African continent following a recent anti-illegal immigration protest. Speaking in Pretoria today, presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya says President Cyril Ramaphosa remains actively engaged with African leaders and international partners. The comments come amid growing public pressure on government to strengthen action against undocumented foreign nationals. Magwenya says the president's recent engagements reflect South Africa's continued role in regional and international affairs.
As the presidency, we firmly reject and caution against the peddling of misinformation against South Africa, and we further assert that any campaign that seeks to misrepresent what South Africa is and represents will be rejected with the utmost contempt that it deserves. Recent evidence has shown that this false campaign, concerning as it is faltering. South Africa is not isolated. On the contrary, South Africa remains firmly engaged with our African continent as well as the rest of the world.
The Home Affairs Department says a Zimbabwean woman who passed away yesterday after she collapsed at the Beitbridge border post in Limpopo was not part of those who were being repatriated. The department's Chief Director Albert Matsaung says the woman had travelled from Pietermaritzburg in KwaZulu-Natal on a bus that was not part of the official repatriation process. Matsaung was speaking at the Musina Temporary Repatriation Centre, where the processing of undocumented immigrants is continuing.
I must confirm that bus is not a bus that is linked to the repatriation center. Remember, there are buses that continues to commute to Zimbabwe. There are buses that continues to commute to several countries, where ordinarily those buses are transporting some of the people that are moving from all the provinces. But the information that we have received is that this person was one of the people that were moved from Pietermaritzburg. She was traveling in the bus, and then from the information that we got is that it's a lady who was, when they were checking if there are some of the relatives, obviously there were some of the people that knew her.
The Gulf states of Kuwait and Bahrain say they have intercepted fresh Iranian attacks as Tehran and Washington fight for control of the Strait of Hormuz. They have both condemned Iran for targeting them. Iran says it's been attacking U.S. bases in the region in response to American airstrikes. Both sides have threatened further escalation. The BBC's Lise Doucet has this analysis of the latest developments.
A whole new lexicon has developed with this war. A ceasefire became lesser fire. A memorandum of understanding became a memorandum of misunderstanding signed last month, which has a paragraph which has allowed Iran and the United States to read whatever they want into it concerning the future management of the Strait of Hormuz. The best solution will lie in regional management of that strait, but what they need most of all, both sides, is an off-ramp.
Recapping the top story, the National Prosecuting Authority has welcomed the order delivered by the Supreme Court of Appeal to grant it leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Motoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zukiswa Sito. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News. Headlines at 3:30.
Our Adams Memorial on Thursday, Beliat set for Chiefs reunion in Toyota Cup, and David says that box must sustain 80-minute intensity. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I don't know what's more important today. I mean, there's the Ramaphosa Section 89 bid underway, whether the fact that the Kat Matlala testimony at the Madlanga Commission has been postponed, or the news or allegations that Suleiman Karim was seen out shopping and by more than one person, or the fact that the French were not just losing, or didn't just lose to Spain, but were outplayed. In fact, I mean, all that and a whole lot more. This is the National Pulse, and you're a part of it, so welcome to the show. My name's Ashraf Garda. Now, listening in is great. Engaging is even better. I wonder if anybody from South Africa is listening in from France or from Spain. I just wonder. Or from Argentina. And if you are, hey, give us a shout. Or England, right? To call in, 086 000 2032, WhatsApp, text or voice note, 0614 104 107. You know the drill, 30 seconds voice notes, please. You can tweet, tag SAfmRadio and me at Ashraf Garda, and then use that hashtag The National Pulse. Do the same thing on Facebook as well. So we got a lot to talk about on this show, including the issues of the compensation fund and some rows around that, and our daily feature on the big issue, which is around illegal mining. First things first, what about the Madlanga Commission and the postponement of the Kat Matlala testimony?
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup. Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wrist points for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup.
For the love of the game.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's get to the drama of the Madlanga Commission. There's lots of drama on that commission, right? The overall commission and then the subplots as well, right? So what about today? Kat Matlala's testimony has been postponed to the 1st of September, 2026, just so that you know that, a couple of months down the line. His advocate, Annelien van der Heever, relied on his Section 35 rights in the South African Constitution to advance the bid for the postponement, that is, ahead of the Matlala's trial for the attempted murder of his ex-girlfriend, Tebogo Tobejane. Now, Matlala has also been ordered to submit his witness statement by the 29th of July. So really, they're running concurrently. Let's find out what that really means with an independent legal analyst, and that's Bophelo Seleke. Bophelo, I appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Thank you. Right, help us understand what has just happened here.
So on today's proceedings, you would have seen an exposure of the tension between two equally important constitutional principles. On the one hand, you've got Section 35 of the Constitution, which guarantees every accused person the right to a fair trial, including the right against self-incrimination. Now, hold on to that, Ashraf. On the other hand, is the constitutional imperative of accountability, transparency, and the public's right to know whether organized criminal networks infiltrated key state institutions. So what we saw would have been an interesting balancing act of constitutional rights rather than simply deciding whether a witness wanted to testify. But I think the follow-up discussion can be, why is Section 35 being relied upon, Ashraf? And we must then do a deep dive into it. So Section 35 of our Constitution guarantees every accused person the right to remain silent, but it also affords them the privilege against self-incrimination, as well as the right to a fair criminal trial. So Matlala's legal team would have argued that answering questions publicly before the commission would effectively require him to disclose aspects of his defense before his criminal trial actually begins. So from a constitutional perspective, this is not a frivolous argument, I must say, Ashraf. The right to a fair trial remains fully applicable when allegations are serious.
Okay, and to be clear so people understand it, a fair trial is not the Madlanga Commission. That's not a trial. They're running concurrently, or it seems so, but they're two separate issues completely.
Absolutely. I mean, we'd have to look at an important misconception, perhaps, hopefully our discussion is going to dispel, that his previous appearances, this is Kat Matlala's appearances, have been largely procedural. So what would we have seen the last time he appeared? It's that the hearing dealt almost entirely with applications for postponement, filing of witness statements, scheduling issues, as well as preparation for the actual testimony. So there was no examination on the merits in as far as what the testimony of Kat was or would have been. The commission then, would have dealt with these legal administrative issues. So today, the commission continued to hear what the rights of the accused person, or at least the person of interest, would be, and what prejudice would that person suffer if these rights were not observed.
So therefore, I mean, the postponement was granted, but I mean, it also seemed to be a day that there was quite a bit of action, to and fro, certainly from the chair, right? Tell me more about that.
So two things, Ashraf. Section 35 is not an absolute shield in as far as Matlala is concerned. So that's an important legal distinction that I want us to make. What Section 35 does is it does not create immunity from appearing before a commission of inquiry. Rather, it protects individuals from being compelled to prejudice their own criminal defense. So why did we see the frustration on the part of Justice Matlanga? It would have been, every postponement has consequences, and the real consequences of such a delay or a postponement would be a delay in the commission's timetable. Remember, what we don't see, you and I, as members of the public, Ashraf, is the back office administrative work that a commission has to deal with. So a postponement inevitably has an impact on the sequencing of witnesses, but it also has an impact on at least perceived public accountability. And, with a commission that's got a very tight deadline, you do not want any further delays in as far as the conclusion of the commission's work. So from the chair's perspective, I would assume that repeated postponement means serious allegations remain unanswered.
And in remaining unanswered, I mean, just help us understand, and I mean, to a degree you've touched on it, right, about what carries greater weight and responsibility right now between appearing before the commission and dealing with criminal courts at the same time. I mean, what holds sway?
Ashraf, in as far as the work of our courts, there would have to be a priority in as far as allowing our courts to operate unhindered or to function unhindered. And unfortunately, what this spells out for the commission is they would have to wait until an opportunity for them to have Kat Matlala physically present himself outside of the court schedule. Remember, there would be dates that have been allocated in terms of Kat Matlala's testimony in as far as the case is concerned in the court. And once his appearance timetable or schedule has been exhausted, that is when that the commission can again revive its application for the person of interest in the form of Kat Matlala to appear and perhaps deal with the substantive issues that they would have wanted to deal with him. But I think, let me slot this in, Ashraf. I think also it's important to punctuate what the commission would have asked Kat Matlala, having followed the testimonies that implicate him. So his testimony would have been expected to address several central questions before the commission. And what did those include? They would include, and you remember, Ashraf, the 228 subs Medicare tender, his relationship with senior subs officials, alleged procurement irregularities in as far as his involvement, or at least what the testimony of other witnesses place in terms of his involvement, WhatsApp communications that have been introduced as evidence, allegations of political influence, alleged access to confidential police information, and the list goes on and on, including the alleged use of blue lights and police resources. So his evidence, therefore, sits at the center of several strands that are already emerging from the commission. So I completely understand perhaps a bit of frustration from the chair with entertaining a postponement.
Okay, just lastly, very quickly, I mean, would this then hamper their work?
I don't believe they would. Remember, Kat would be only one witness that has to have his appearance before the commission rescheduled or postponed. To put it bluntly, how it came out today. But the work of the commission continues largely unhindered. Remember, there are other witnesses, perhaps in as far as issues like these are concerned, that it
Mm-hmm.
still be requested to appear before the commission and fill in some of the gaps in as far as the commission is concerned before they get an opportunity to finally have the testimony of Kat Matala.
Points noted. Bopelo Seleke, independent legal analyst, much appreciate you engaging me here on the National Pulse.
His speeches inspire a nation.
Never and never again.
His value to continue to guide it. His legacy belongs to us all. Throughout Mandela Month, experience the voices, the memories, and the conversations that keep Matiba's legacy alive. This is SAfm, where South Africa remembers, reflects, and looks forward together.
Annual Mandela Day in our honor.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, is that a case of the calm itself before the storm? I mean, you don't know, right? I mean, there's just so much that's going on there. So maybe you want to pick up on that, as well as lots of people want to talk about the World Cup, understandably so. But then also, not just the Kat Matlala postponement. Have you also did you follow the actual engagement today at the Commission between, the Judge Matlala on the one hand, but also the legal team representing Kat, and just that type of testimony. Just interesting thoughts on that. Let's get to some voice notes. And then Suleiman Karim, apparently been out shopping or having coffee somewhere. That's the allegation.
Hi Ashraf, the reports that South Africa has been isolated in Africa. Isolated for what? For trying to bring law and order in its own backyard. I can't believe this. It's fine, they can isolate South Africa. I really don't care. But we need documented foreigners here. Our country is almost rotten. Women trafficking, prostitution, drugs, everything. It's bad. I even feel that much on much has not done enough.
Thank you, Tebogo. Well, listen, you may be right on just about everything you said, but why would you link all the woes of the country on foreign nationals? That doesn't mean they mustn't be documented. I hear that. And just so that you're clear, you can't defend to say it's okay that they don't have to be. But I'm saying when you then talk about all the woes of the country, you then link it to foreign nationals. Now, why?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Takata in Mangwevi in Land, Kofi Ashraf, it is so touching to notice that people just leaving their countries deliberately to come to South Africa for hiding from their own wrongdoings. For instance, this guy who just left the UK after he killed his family, he ran straight to South Africa because he knows that in South Africa, if he's going to found guilty, he's going to get a prison-like hotel. I also think our government, and we also, the voters, we can just make a referendum and call some of the sections on our constitution to be just redressed. Thanks, Takan.
Okay, but that suggests almost like, he came here and he actually got off scot-free, which is actually not quite the case, isn't it?
Ashraf, 2-1 Argentina is taking it. 2-1 Terence from Davidton.
Argentina. Well, listen, I was very clear that France will win last night. I was wrong. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf Mataboge. Ashraf, I want to share the same frustration I'm sitting with about the Parliament's ad hoc committee. The report or the draft report that is released does not address real issues. There's nothing that is recommended for disciplinary or for any criminal issues that may lead to people being arrested or facing discipline at their workplaces. Clearly, it looks like the parliament is wasting time and monies or resources with committees like this one. I think something must be done. Really, it seems as if people went there just to enjoy asking questions. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, so you're suggesting the big differences that, and people, in the past, people used to debate the one difference between the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee. So now we are. Right, let's get on to another issue. The presidential spokesperson, Vincent Magwenya, addressed the South African today. In fact, I'm going to get to that in just a moment, talking about the issues of President Ramaphosa's program and other issues that are very, very topical. This is what he had to say.
As the presidency, we've observed a sustained campaign that seeks to isolate South Africa from the rest of the African continent, under the guise of protesting against the recent wave of anti-illegal immigration protest that we have recently experienced here in the country. This campaign has sought to create an impression that South Africa is now a pariah state that must be referred to international courts, as some have asserted. This is despite numerous official government communication condemning acts of vigilantism against foreign nationals, asserting the state's primary role in enforcing immigration laws, and the commitment to the supremacy of our Constitution. More concerning has been the peddling of false information by a diplomatic representative of a country that has become central to this campaign. Even ordinary diplomatic exchanges over meetings have been deliberately misrepresented or distorted to create an impression that South Africa is being isolated. As the presidency, we firmly reject and caution against the peddling of misinformation against South Africa, and we further assert that any campaign that seeks to misrepresent what South Africa is and represents will be rejected with the utmost contempt that it deserves.
All right, let's move on to, so that's the one thing, and it's an issue, as you know, others have brought up already. Do you get a sense South Africa is being isolated on a few fronts, and it's not just the issue of foreign nationals. There's been allegations around coming from Ghana about gold issues, basically economic warfare, if you want to call it that, and then the global isolation from some countries in response to what may or may not have happened around the ICJ, right? Okay, let's move on to another issue. The Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa held talks with the AmaZulu king, that's Misuzulu Kwazweletini, and the Pondo Ase Manyandeni king, and that's Indamasi and Indamasi in Harare, as efforts intensify to tackle migration challenges in that region. Now, this is what the ZANU-PF Secretary for Information and Publicity, that's Christopher Muchangwa, had to say about these talks.
Had the visit of King Misuzulu, the king of the Zulu kingdom in South Africa. He came with a fellow king from the Amapondo of South Africa, King Damase. And together they were a delegation of 20 chiefs and indunas. They came to see President Idi Mnangagwa as a senior statesman at a time when the region is facing a lot of unfavorable publicity due to the groundswell of weaponized poverty, which is the poor in South Africa fighting against their own poor African colleagues who have emigrated to South Africa because of the historical circumstances which owe to the colonial era, when capital made South Africa a preferred destination, and to some extent Zimbabwe, and labor has naturally followed that trend where there's opportunity because of capital. For the newly independent African countries, post-apartheid, post-racism, post-colonialism, this is a development challenge. How do we offer a development dividend which creates prosperity so that our people can have the movement of labor within the sub-region without the ructions which we are now facing between Zimbabwe and South Africa at a time when alone Zimbabwe is at 80,000 Zimbabweans, diasporans coming back home. The kings came to say, we are not part of the weaponization of poverty. We feel that we are part of Africa, and we want to assure President Mnangagwa as a senior statesman that we, the kings of South Africa, are not at all associated with this negative aspect of the weaponization of poverty which is going on. We want to assure President Mnangagwa that we are part of the Ubuntu which was taken to a highest level by the late President Nelson Mandela. We also have a lot of respect for the National Liberation Movement of Southern Africa, whose greatest hero is Samora Machel. We are the same people. We also have historical links. They assured the president that we have historical links. The Zulu people, they are found all the way from South Africa up to Congo, to South Africa, to Malawi, to Tanzania, to Zambia. This is we are part of the same people. We are also in Zimbabwe. We are also in Botswana. So we are the same people, and we have always found a way where we relate to each other regardless of the colonial boundaries. This was also the message which came from the president, and he says we understand, and despite the pain, we understand the sensitivities which are involved when we are trying to correct, to remedy historical wrongs. And the only way to remedy those historical wrongs is for Africa to come together, to develop together, to bring more opportunity through capital inflows which create labor for our young population. And when there's labor, when there's business, there's opportunity. And when there's opportunity, there is harmony. Then we can live together. This was the message which came through. It really debunks all what our detractors have been trying to do, which is to set one African people against another. The king of King Misizulu, the kingdom of the Zulus, has dispelled that and given every assurance. And remember, he had two separate audiences with the president. The first audience was private. The president gave them a private audience because he says, "You are my African king. You are my senior." And then the king says, "No, I cannot go back without seeing you in your state." So today the president was intended the host again of the king at the state house. It became a state occasion, and the king left a very happy man. And the message to our South African brothers and sisters is, we are together, we have been together, we will be together.
Okay, and that's to reflect on that, right? But and I'll pick out your reaction to it and I welcome it. But let's put that reaction on. Well, you can send out comments right away. But I need to get up to date with the world. Around the world and here. Here's the news headlines with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf, and a very good afternoon. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission's evidence leader in Pretoria, Advocate Matthew Chaskelson, says the commission will subpoena the hospitals where Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim has received treatment, as well as his Cape Town doctor, to verify his medical consultations. National Treasury has released the equitable funds for the Buffalo City Metro in the Eastern Cape, and a court in Kenya has dismissed a petition from the country's Rastafarian community to legalize cannabis for religious use. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Shumi, right, what are we going to talk about? France, Spain, Argentina, England, which one?
I think the only thing I can say right now is that my predictions were horribly wrong. But the big question right now is, are France the greatest side ever to miss out on winning the World Cup?
No, I don't even think you can even say greatest side ever. I mean, great. How do you define greatness? What have they won? I think they've definitely been one of the finest sides, not greatest, but there are some great sides who have probably the Netherlands team of 1974. the outstanding football team in the world at the time. And in fact, if you go back, Hungary, 1954. Now that team beat West Germany 8-3 in the first game, and then 2-0 up against West Germany in the final after 8 minutes. They lost that game 3-2. Now that team, I think they went unbeaten 10 years. Now that's a team to think about. For now, I did tell
Brazil? What about Brazil back in 1982?
Yeah, I think that team of Socrates and Zico, and they played the most beautiful football. No question about that. As far as this team, you remember, I've told you before that this French team, I said, I'm not doing predictions, but they're definitely the best team I've seen in the World Cup. But I've also said the World Cup has a history of the best team not winning the World Cup. Yeah.
That is so true, but should they finish fourth, they're going to walk away with at least $27 million, which is around 441 million rand. And if they win the third place spot, they're going to walk away with $29 million. But one thing that is interesting is that Kylian Mbappe hasn't kept a cent of national team earnings since 2018, and he's still expected to carry on with that kind of thinking. He usually donates most of his money to charities, so it'll be interesting just to see how France are going to finish at the World Cup overall. But still staying with football news, the memorial service of former Mamelodi Sundowns midfielder Jaden Adams will be held tomorrow at the Stellenbosch Town Hall. Family, friends, teammates and supporters are expected to gather to remember the 25-year-old footballer who passed on the 11th of July. Now, 2 memorial services have been arranged. The first will be a private service for invited guests. That's from 9 a.m. to midday. And a second service, which is open to the public, will begin at 5 p.m., giving supporters an opportunity to pay their final respects. Meanwhile, former Kaizer Chiefs star midfielder Kama Billiat says that he's got no point to prove when he faces his former team in a friendly match next week. Amakosi will take on Scotland FC in the third installment of the Toyota Cup on Sunday, July the 26th in Rustenburg, with Billiat turning out for the Zimbabwean champions these days. Now, he spent 5 underwhelming seasons at Naturena, heading back home to apply his trade there. And he says that he's just excited to come up against one of the biggest teams on the continent.
Facing Kaizer Chiefs, of course, Kaizer Chiefs is one of the big teams in Africa, and we all excited as a club. Most of my boys, and to just being part of the club that is going to make history. Meeting Kaizer Chiefs is just amazing on its own, and me personally, I don't feel like there is any point to prove. I worked for Kaizer Chiefs, and now I'm working for Scotland. We just looking forward to a great game on the day.
Well, still talking about World Cup news, England coach Thomas Tuchel has confirmed that Declan Rice is fit to start in tonight's World Cup semi-final against Argentina in Atlanta. All players trained except the likes of Jordan Henderson, who is sidelined with a broken arm. Rice, who had been struggling with illness, is now fully recovered. Tuchel described the clash as a meeting of two great football nations expecting an intense and emotional contest. He acknowledged the historic rivalry but stressed England are focused on the present, arriving hungry and determined to secure another win. In terms of cricket, England captain Harry Brook insists that the side's white ball cricket is progressing. This is despite a 6-wicket ODI defeat to India. The loss means that England have dropped 14 of their last 20 ODIs, raising concerns ahead of next year's World Cup in Southern Africa. Now, Brook, however, remains confident, pointing to the team's resilience and T20 sweep of India. In rugby, Springbok assistant coach Deon Davis says that the team is determined to turn explosive starts into complete performances after allowing opponents back into matches against England and Scotland. At Ellis Park, the Boks surged 17-0 ahead before England closed the gap to 3 points at halftime, while at Loftus they led 14-0 before Scotland levelled by the break. Davids admitted that the lapses were frustrating, but said that the coaching staff have reviewed every department from set piece to defense to ensure greater consistency. And he also added that squad rotation and introducing less experienced players under pressure also requires adjustment. On that note, is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Right, thanks for that, to me. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I mean, listen, just for the record, I think that French forward line has been magnificent, but to also now reflect on it, which I think is what people would ask, how is it that a team can so neutralize an outstanding team? You see, it shows you there is a way. There's always a way. Right, I'll take your calls, but in the meantime, listen to this. I mean, there's a tweet from Ngola Ngola. He was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development. He's also an ANC MP, was part of the ad hoc committee, right? So listen to this one. He said, "Let me address this quickly. There is no ad hoc committee that cleared anyone. The report has not yet been adopted by the committee. The Secretariat brought a draft. We amended it, though through written submissions. They brought it again. The committee entirely rejected it and altered what it termed a complete ignorance of the written submissions. For example, the committee strongly submitted that on 3 directives by the Minister of Police, the minister misconstrued his powers on dissolving the PKTT, and the moratorium on filing of vacancies at CI was illegally meddling with operational issues. I don't know what the media said, but I know no vindication of anyone by the ad hoc. The report, which says Adams and the likes had no business meddling with intelligence information, making flimsy accusations of doorstep brown envelope. I will plead with everyone, including the media, to allow the committee to complete its report, and it will be made publicly. The media should know by now that what is presented in parliamentary meetings is presentations, not resolutions." Okay. How telling is that? I need to hear you. Now, how do you engage me? You call in live. 086 000 2032. If you're a first-time caller, please announce yourself. Really do. I want to say hello. Welcome to the show. WhatsApp 0614 104 107. And then tweets, that's a text or voice note. Tag SAfmRadio if you're tweeting, as well as on Facebook. I will certainly pick it up. Right, I'll get to your thoughts next.
Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football where I played a lot of my football with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana performance is like Bafana's performance right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, I need to hear what you have to say. You're part of the Pulse community. Thank you for that. So Kibiti, we go to Germiston. We speak to Kibiti first up. Let's talk about South Africa in isolation. Hello.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good indeed, and I hope you are well.
I'm well. I just want to talk about this thing of South Africa being isolated from Africa.
Yeah.
In short, I want to stress this. South Africa, even if they can isolate us, we don't particularly need them. They need us more than we need them. Why I'm saying this, I will give you my reasons. Some countries like Nigeria, their economy strive with corruption. So for them to strive, they need to be corrupt officials and corrupt citizens in their country. So that's why they are all over the world to spread their corruption. That's how the economy of Nigeria thrives. And then coming to Ethiopia, the others, Ethiopia and Somalia, they have civil war that is between the government and Islamists. So they need South Africa, their businesses in South Africa, to fund those Islamists to fight the government.
But who needs them? I mean, you got all your facts. How do you know?
I'm telling you, Azraf, there's a war in Tigray. Is it Tigray or is it Ethiopia or somewhere there?
Okay.
There's a war between the Islamists and the government. That Islamist movement is funded by the money that is made in South Africa by this Kaza Shops mafias.
But you got all the facts. I'm just
them.
asking. There's a difference between an opinion and you got all the facts. So if we asked you to deliver that all to a commission, you could give us all the information. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, do you have all the facts? Do you have the receipts? That's what I'm saying.
No, it's my opinion.
Yeah, so then it's an
opinion.
opinion. That's exactly the point. You sounded like you got all the facts. That's what you said. If you listen to yourself, play it back, you listen to how you spoke about it. It's like, not in my opinion, like, this is what's happening. Okay, but you put it on the agenda, Kibiti in Germiston. I'm sure others will challenge it or not. Sipo at the Biking Garage. Hello, Sipo.
Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it, man?
I'm good. Ashraf, on this day, I just want to stand with Salim Karim being spotted on the malls and stuff like that.
All right,
Remember,
tell me why.
Ashraf, these gentlemen, these people are going through a lot of stress, having to answer for all that has been laid bare in public. Now, a doctor, Ashraf, can recommend when you are stressed that you can even take a vacation. Isn't it so, Ashraf?
Yeah, that is true.
Yes. So him being spotted at the mall, it might be some kind of a therapy, being preparing him for just to ease his mental well-being, you know.
That may be true.
So
Except his legal team didn't know about it. That's the interesting part. Because you'd think then the doctors would tell the legal team to say, listen, our chap has been now, he's been discharged from the hospital, but we can tell him 2 weeks off, whether he's going to a busy place or whether he's going to an island. He needs time off for himself. Why would they not tell the legal team?
No, when you are sick, we just decide. Even at
no, but you
hospital,
can't. Not in a case like this. They have to tell the legal team. It's such a big issue. If you simply tell the legal team, then they wouldn't be on the back foot when it gets raised at the Madlanga Commission. Yeah.
Yeah. Just that, Ashraf, we as people, we want to use legal in every time, but it's a simple therapy. Even when you are in the hospital, they sometimes say, stand up and walk around here.
All right, no, I get that. Okay, let's move on. See, I'm not debating the fact that he may need recuperation and sometimes sitting on the beach is the best thing. I'm just saying, why would you not tell the legal team? Considering the hot potato it is. Tabo, let's get your thoughts. Tabo, hi.
Ashraf,
yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed. Yeah, good talking to you. Right, what's your point?
Good man. Ashraf, this hypocritic, nonsensical, blackmail of South Africa by certain African leaders, because obviously we're talking about isolation and so on and so on. It's very, it's blackmail. It's blackmail in a sense that what do they want South Africa to do? So they want South Africa to accept their citizens to come into the country illegally, and when they're here, commit crimes. And they expect the government of South Africa and South Africans to clap hands and say, no, it's okay. When South Africa, as a sovereign country in Africa and globally, talks about adherence to the laws of the country and enforcement of the laws of the country, then they come up with all these monkey tricks, this mischief, trying to blackmail South Africa. That's very disingenuous.
Well,
I think it's high time that we tell them. We have to tell them that South Africa is a sovereign state. It has got laws, just like in their countries.
I think we've told them that a lot of times. I do think, and I take your point, we mustn't underestimate the ability for global powers and their proxies to meddle in the affairs of other countries and fiddle with it. Now, I know we had the previous caller talking about Somalia, Ethiopia, effectively saying something similar along the line in that region. We mustn't underestimate that countries can do that, and they do that. And it could well be that South Africa suddenly is being targeted. Yeah. Okay, point made. Tabo, thank you for that, right? Lowert in Alberton. Go for it, Lowert. Yeah.
Yes, Ashraf.
Yeah.
You know, Ashraf, I'm observing a particular phenomenon since the commencement of the Madlaga Commission. And then Franz Omar Fanon, he profoundly referred or stated to it as a core belief. Why am I saying this? For instance, my brother, you know, the witness currently on the hot seat, I think it's Colonel Patayachi, for testifying as we speak. His testimony is based on the evidence at the IBEX disposal when it comes to Lieutenant General Kumalo and his co-accused in the fraud and corruption pending case in Pretoria. You know, I am fully cognizant that the credibility of a witness testimony shall be thoroughly scrutinized and probed. But my gripe, Ashraf, is that those who are perceived to be not on the side of your Lieutenant General Mukwanazi, your Kumalas and the likes, their evidence and testimonies are conclusively being rejected, even in the inquiry itself. Ashraf, my last point is this: I'm neither for or against anyone, but justice requires that everyone's testimony shall be scrutinized objectively.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I mean, you know, there's often been testimony, and I don't mean in this case, but in other cases where people, you know, they can just cry, they can just shout fire, essentially.
Yes.
And you know, you have to also say who's doing the screaming, because people can have strange motives, and there's been histories of people's careers being destroyed because of flimsy, you know, evidence based upon on these shouting about fire. So, okay, point noted there from Lowert in Alberton. Thank you for that. Now, there's still a range of other people who've WhatsApped, and you know, you're very much a part of the Pulse community, so really appreciate it. We'll play those voice notes as soon as we can, but every day around this time we get into big issue mode, and the big issue is around the issue of illegal mining. Let's talk about that next.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
We're going to get to that big issue in just a moment. There has been lots of comments from people. I think Mbappe was a spent force. I think you're talking about Mbappe was a spent force in the time they played Morocco, doing a mistake, and that lucky goal he scored. He was not the Mbappe I know. My daughter, give the guy a break, one day break. He never had a chance to even get much chances at goal. I mean, these things happen. Some of the finest players have anonymous games. They do have anonymous games. Doesn't make you a spent force. It just means on that day you've been checkmated, if I can call it that, right? Okay, let's talk about the big issue into illegal mining. And today we look at the issues of the economic impact, really, of illegal mining in our country. With me, Professor Heinrich Bollman, who's an economist from the Department of Economics at the University of Pretoria. Prof. Bollman, appreciate you engaging me on the National Pulse.
Yeah, good Ashraf, and good afternoon, listeners.
Thank you. I mean, can we put a figure in terms of, you know, what is the value of illegal mining in South Africa?
Oh, yeah, look, I mean, like anything illegal or undocumented, it's of course very hard to pinpoint, but the estimates out there put it at anything from 40 billion to 70 billion even. But perhaps more important or interesting is all the various channels through which we get to that now. It's not just the one direct impact of, for example, the stolen gold or whatever. It's all the various opportunity costs and lost tax revenues and that type of thing, ecological costs that adds up to that very big number.
Okay, so that's the one thing. It is a large number, and by its very nature, it's complete loss of profit. It's loss of revenue for the country, right?
Yeah, some of it is. Like I said, there's so many different facets to it, and sometimes, you know, obviously how these estimates are made up can be slightly differing in how it's approached. But nonetheless, yeah, it's a large chunk of that number we are mentioning can be seen as a loss to the country. And perhaps the most notable number in that would be the loss in tax revenues, in a very similar way to what we see with the illegal tobacco trade.
Let's then run through some of the aspects. So, you're already making the point about tobacco, and I think it's a good example of that, right? But are we able to determine which, within the greater scheme of mining, and we talk about illegal mining, which sectors of which sectors of mining are more prone to encourage illegal mining trade? I mean, just some things are just easier to do than others.
Yeah, look, obviously, I mean, where most of this stems from would be the abandoned mines with some of them quite deep mine shafts. And some of those shafts have been put on sort of care and maintenance and have then simply been overrun by the illegal miners because protecting these shafts just becomes too big a cost. So yeah, it's often the sites that are or have been abandoned for a while and are perhaps slightly out of eye. And there's many of them. We've got over 5,000 of these abandoned sites where the illegal mining is flourishing.
I mean, are you able to tell us who drives this illegal mining trade?
Oh, look, I mean, like any of these big type of illegal enterprises, there are crime syndicates behind all of this, and perhaps more worrying is who in the on the side of those who should be fighting it are perhaps also implicated in this. We've seen all the drama around SAPS in the last year or so, and the corruption there. And like any kind of mafia-style enterprise, for sure there are people who are being paid to turn a blind eye and that type of thing. So that is worrying in that regard. That for sure that has to be going on.
What impact does this have then on the rest of the mining industry? That mining industry, that larger part that actually goes about their business legally.
Yeah, look, there's two main categories. There's obviously a couple of others too, but the first would be in terms of all of this illegal activity and then what it requires to fight raises costs and reduces profitability of the mining sector as a whole. And that, of course, deters investment and further employment and growth, because a lot of that call it gross profits are then being put towards fighting this type of activity instead of perhaps expanding operations. And then the other one would be, a long-term impact through just a general loss in investor confidence, because really what this type of activity shows is a little bit of a failure in terms of macroeconomic institutions and policy, etc., that allows these type of activities to proliferate. And that hurts our long-term growth across the economy.
When we just say hurts the long-term growth, give us a sense of how it would hurt. I mean, how would you measure when you say it hurts?
It's the activity we don't see, right? So when we do our economic modeling in that regard, we can run various scenarios that shows, look, if investor confidence is up, if rates of return are up, if everyone is feeling more buoyant and certain about the economy, then investment is kind of the big macroeconomic variable that we see show big changes. And it's no surprise then, just looking at the mining sector, that investment as a whole in the economy today is lower than it was 20 years ago in real terms. And mining output follows a similar pattern where we are just not seeing the growth in these sectors. We're not seeing investment. And why? Partly because of these macroeconomic institutional failures we see.
Just the last thing in terms of the ability or being able to actually stamp it out. I mean, what's your thought, considering that it's sizable in terms of economic value? What would be the best way to stamp it out completely, or do we have the same conversation in 10 years' time?
Yeah, look, it will obviously have to take a multifaceted approach. I know the minister has been talking a little bit about formalizing some of the artisanal mining sector and some of the informal mining. So that's definitely worth exploring, that option. But that will then, of course, require a lot of resources to then regulate and monitor this type of activity. which we don't necessarily have and would take, quite a lot to pull off. But yeah, look, we got to make sure that there's not a hint of corruption and bribery in this whole process to combat the illegal mining. We saw that with Operation Vala Umgodi not too long ago, where the kingpins got wind of it and got away. So, yeah, look, multifaceted approach like any of these big socioeconomic problems, but very interesting to see what will happen with the formalizing of some of the artisanal mining we have.
Yeah, point taken. Let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time, Professor Heinrich Ballman, economist from the Department of Economics at the University of Pretoria, reflecting on the big issue today of the economic impact of the country's illegal, mining sector, if I can put it that way. You may want to comment, and particularly if you know someone in that space. No names, if you don't want to. But tell us about the story that you do know. In the meantime, there's been a whole range of responses to some of the biggest issues that we've already raised. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Arshaf. You know, those African leaders who are continuously, coming with this blackmail nonsense of trying to blackmail South Africa, they're the ones who are mostly to be blamed because they allowed their citizens to come to South Africa, to leave their countries and to come to South Africa illegally and to commit crimes in South Africa. Instead of them coming on board to try and discuss, assist us on how do we resolve, this crisis in South Africa, they are coming up with nonsense isolation. They can go to hell. They can go to hell with their isolation.
You're angry. I hear you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon, Reverend Adam Manganyi in Musina. Touching on soccer, Argentina will win 1-0. As is for the things happening in Zimbabwe, they're not fair on their own people. Because South Africa has done everything they can. Us as the pastors, the reverend, and all the organization in South Africa, we did everything good to the people of Zimbabwe and Malawi, but they're not fair on their people. Thank you. Amen.
Well, listen, the reality is many countries in Africa, and it's not only Africa, the rest of the world too, they're unable to govern themselves for the benefit of their own citizens. Think about, you could put the same accusation about South Africa too, isn't it? Think about that. It's 4 o'clock. Here's the news headline, the news itself, news proper, with Thondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Madlanga Commission seeks details of Karim's hospitalization, and NPA welcomes SCA's order on Umutoso's acquittal. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The Madlanga Commission's evidence leader in Pretoria, Advocate Matthew Chaskalson, says the commission will subpoena the hospitals where Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim has received treatment, as well as his Cape Town doctor, to verify his medical consultations. Chaskalson says Karim's postponement application, due to be heard on Friday, must provide details of his hospital admissions, medical appointments, travel, social engagements, and involvement in the management of his businesses over the past 4 months. This comes after Karim was allegedly seen at a Western Cape shopping centre, travelling with an entourage and having lunch. Karim cited ill health for his failure to appear before the commission. He had allegedly suffered a heart attack. Chaskalson elaborates.
But what we do expect the postponement application to address is at least the following issues. The dates on which Mr. Karim has been admitted to hospital over the last 4 months, the dates on which he's attended medical consultations over the last 4 months, his travel movements over that period, whether he's attended social engagements over that period, and whether he's played any role in the management of his businesses over that period, and if not, who's been responsible for these businesses which continue to turn over in his absence.
President Cyril Ramaphosa's legal team has argued that the High Court in Cape Town that misconduct without evidence of acting in bad faith does not automatically equate to impeachment. The president wants the Parliamentary Impeachment Committee process suspended pending the review of the Section 89 independent panel report that found that he has a prima facie case to answer over the Phala matter. The committee is the result of a May Constitutional Court ruling that the National Assembly acted irrationally when it voted against the implementation of the report and that impeachment proceedings should be instituted against the president. Acting on behalf of Ramaphosa, Advocate Vimtran Grove SC told the court that the panel never considered whether there was ever bad faith on the side of Ramaphosa.
It's not an impeachable offence if it is not in bad faith. That means intentional. A serious violation of the Constitution or the law means behavior by the president amounting to an intentional or malicious violation. So for the misconduct to reach the level of an impeachable offence, you must find that the president intentionally transgressed the rule.
National Treasury has released the equitable funds for the Buffalo City Metro in the Eastern Cape. The Metro is among 69 municipalities whose shares were temporarily withheld following persistent non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act and wasteful and irregular expenditure. Municipality spokesperson Luzuko Buku says this will go a long way in ensuring that services are delivered to communities.
This means crucial funding is secured and we are moving forward with critical infrastructure upgrades and service delivery provisioning in our city. We're accelerating our drive to upgrade our roads, stabilize electricity, secure clean water, and keep our city clean.
The National Prosecuting Authority has welcomed the order delivered by the Supreme Court of Appeal to grant it leave to appeal the acquittal of Timothy Omotoso and his co-accused Lusanda Solani and Zugi Swasito. The judgment was delivered by Judge Irma Skuman in the Gqeberha High Court in the Eastern Cape last year. The three faced charges, which included rape and human trafficking. NPA spokesperson Keza Khanyago.
The NPA legal team, led by Advocate Apla Bodlani SC, Advocate Bayete Maswazi from the Mtata Society of Advocates, supported by NPA's Advocate Joel Sisa and Advocate Mzotolo Rusi, filed a comprehensive legal sound application for leave to appeal by evoking the provisions of Section 319 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. These provisions allow the state to appeal a judgment by requesting the judge who presided over the trial to reserve the question of law for consideration by the SCA.
A court in Kenya has dismissed a petition from the country's Rastafarian community to legalize cannabis for religious use. They argued marijuana formed a central part of Rastafarian worship. The BBC's Akisa Wandera has the details.
The Rastafari Society of Kenya argued in court it was not seeking to legalize cannabis for everyone, but wanted a limited religious exemption, allowing Rastafarians to grow, possess, and use the drug privately during worship without fear of arrest. But the government held that creating such an exemption would undermine Kenya's anti-drug laws, making them harder to enforce and posing a public health risk. Justice Bahati Mwamuye in his ruling said the Rastafarians had failed to prove that cannabis is an essential practice of their faith and that Kenya's ban on the drug is a justified limit on constitutional rights.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission's evidence leader in Pretoria, Advocate Matthew Chaskelson, says the commission will subpoena the hospitals where Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim has received treatment, as well as his Cape Town doctor, to verify his medical consultations. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, England coach ready for any scenario against Argentina. Cardoso pays emotional tribute to Jaden Adams, and Smith embracing recovery while backing Bok youngsters. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
The backlog coming out of Santon on both Catherine Street out towards Greyston and on Santon Drive out through Parkmore, looking very slow today. Let's get you an update from Durban. There's been some roadworks a little bit earlier at Sabaya. That's all been lifted. If you saw that earlier today, that big queue up to Sabaya, that's out of the way. There is a bit of a backlog between KwaMashu and Gateway heading north, but once you get past that obstruction, you're in the clear. And a breakdown, the usual spot between Umgeri and Spaghetti Junction going southbound. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburn looks all okay. No major problems there. Now, if you're going out of Cape Town, a major alert for motorists on the N2. The highway is closed for some emergency roadworks between Macassar and Somerset West. There is a queue and a half of traffic lined up back through Baden-Powell Drive and working back into Khayelitsha. If you're heading out of Cape Town, look at coming off at Baden-Powell and taking the R102 as the alternative route rather than sitting in that N2 queue. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I wonder what for you is the big issue that you'd like to pick up on, meaning, what for you moves the pulse, the national pulse today. We all have our own thoughts on that. You can tell me what you think. But also you can reflect on the conversations we've been having. The issue of Mnangagwa meeting the Amazulu King, that issue, the issue we've had some callers about meddling in South Africa, an attempt to isolate South Africa. It's been an ongoing narrative in the last few weeks, in fact, and gaining momentum at that. You'll be able to pick up on that. The issue of the Cat Matlala postponement and many other issues that whatever you feel you'd like to get off your chest, of course, and the conversation about illegal mining in South Africa and the business of illegal mining. But let's do this. I want to talk about other issues as well, including the compensation fund. There's some dramatic things happening there. We'll talk about that next.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975. A small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. In case you missed it,
He's got now an opportunity to break the record, say everything. If he goes to the Madlanga Commission, he's going to another level where they have already investigated and got everything they want. You must even tell them, listen here, I agree.
Plea bargain agreement, the court can't use that because the strength of that agreement depends on him standing in court and telling the court and attesting to the affidavit itself.
that was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
In fact, we're going to talk about that issue of the compensation fund, some drama around that, and that comes up just now. But let's do this. There's lots of people wanting to talk about issues. Here's another, they talk about the mining mafias. What about the sponsor shops?
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf Lala from Bolokwane. Sir Ashraf, the issue that the sponsor shop mafias are sponsoring and funding the ISIS, it's not new. America has already told South Africa almost 2 years ago, and South Africa ignored that because some of our politicians are also the beneficiaries of whatever that is coming from the sponsor shops. Thank you.
Yeah, but when you say America told us a lot of things. America also said there's a genocide against white South Africans, Afrikaners. So which one believe it? Meaning, did they bring receipts? Telling you, just speculating is another story. It's like saying a referee has been bought out. How do you know that? How do we know that for sure? As opposed to just, forming some form of conclusion or not.
It's only from the
I'm listening to this man from Zimbabwe saying we are one, Ubuntu, all of that. Let us be one and documented so that we can be able to trace each other. There's no problem there. Look at this man, for example, who killed his family in England. They found him because he was documented. That's why they could trace him through the port and all of that. Let's make each other's job easy. John Imploford.
Okay. Let's make it easier. I hear that. There's another one I just want to pick up on here before we get to the next guest.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Baggy in Cape Town. I hear what the man has just said about the wonderful state visit or the kingdom's visit to our dear brother, our dear leader, President Mo Nangagwa. However, something that worries me here is that South Africans are facing very serious socio-economic challenges. As a result, it has actually led to the recent occurrences. What did he say about it? This is Paki in Cape Town.
Thanks for that, Paki. There's just so many different thoughts. So we're going to park, I'm saying Paki, we're going to park the compensation fund story for just now by coincidence. But let's pick up another issue that we think is particularly important, right? So the TRC cases, commissions of inquiry, right? And that's the Kampepe Commission. It resumed this week, in which it focused on whether police and prosecutors deliberately stalled the prosecution of some TRC-related cases. In many ways, it seems to have gone under the radar, considering there's so many other things happening. So let's find out what's been happening over the last 2 days. With me is Busi Chimombe, the SABC reporter covering the story. Busi, it's been a while. Good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Yes, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Thank you so much. Right, what's happened, over the last 2 days?
Okay, well, let's just start from this week. What we've seen this week is that there has been a focus on the South African police services. Now, the reason why this is important with regards to this TRC cases inquiry is that one of the things that have been attributed to these stalled investigations and prosecutions of TRC cases has been a lack of investigative capacity on the part of what was called the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, which was housed within the National Prosecutions Authority. Now, one of the things that its heads, the likes of Chris McAdam and Anton Ackerman, complained about for many, many years was the fact that it was difficult to actually get any prosecutions going, simply because there was nobody to actually investigate many of these cases. And this was very key, given the fact that many of these cases were historical and required quite a bit of expertise in terms of the kind of people who were going to investigate. And they were finding that the South African Police Services and the Directorate for Priority Crimes Investigations within the NPA were not coming to the party and actually providing the kind of investigative capacity that was needed. So this particular week, we're looking at what some of those in a position, like as in the police ministers, were in a position to do during their periods in office.
Okay, so some of the specifics around Becky Clear's testimony, what came through from that?
Well, the thing about Becky Clear's testimony is I would say of those that appeared, it was probably the most holistic, because he was the police commissioner between 2008 and 2011, and then he was police minister from 2018 to 2014. So, quite long periods in different roles. What comes through from his testimony is that he says that one of the things that was always an issue was the fact that the South African Police Services has always run at less than 60% of capacity in terms of vacancies and people that have been employed. He says this is across the board, and this is in various divisions in different units, basically making the point that if in fact there was a problem with capacity with regards to the TRC cases, it was not just the TRC cases that would have suffered, that this was a broader problem, and there wouldn't have been, the suggestion that the TRC cases were actually put on the back burner or somebody tried to interfere, as far as is concerned, is absolutely not true. He says it was just a function of the fact that the allocation that SAPS receives from Treasury is such that they are not able to actually keep up with the demand in terms of the cases that they have to service. And this was the true with the TRC cases. So generally, basically, laying blame at Treasury's door for some of these lapses.
What about Imbalula then?
Balula was a little bit disappointing in the sense that he was the deputy police minister for about 5 months in 2009. He says about that period that, as deputy ministers generally are assigned by their ministers in terms of whatever roles they're supposed to play within a particular ministry. And he says in that 5 months, under police minister then, Natin Tetwa, and had no knowledge or had no insight in terms of the TRC cases. Between 2017 and 2018, less than a year, it was 2017, February 2018, less than a year, he was a police minister. And he says about that period, first of all, he says that he was not really aware of what was going on in terms of the TRC cases during that particular period. He says that what it is that he did know was something that he knew from the point of view of an activist, but it was nothing that he directly had any influence over. In terms of the legal framework, a police minister is supposed to deal with policy and the operations and operational activities of the ministry are left to the police commissioner. So in terms of who would have been assigned to do investigation where would not have been something that he would have been privy to. Yeah. One of the things that does come through, Ashraf, which is quite interesting, is that in their testimonies, what comes through is the relationship between the DPCI, or what is otherwise known as the Hawks, and the South African Police Services. Now, both of them are basically reporting to the Minister of Police, but what is coming through in terms of some of these testimonies is just how apart they are from each other. When they go to Parliament, they go together, but they present totally different reports. And what is coming through in some of the testimony is that there was an idea on the part of the South African Police Services that the TRC cases and their investigation was actually the responsibility of the DPCI, which falls within the National Prosecutions Authority. And as far as they're concerned, because the NPA, in terms of this legal framework, basically gives independence to the NPA in terms of their prosecutions, then it became a situation where it was the DPCI is responsible for this and not the NPA. But underlying this also comes the idea that they've been running turf wars between those two units that basically house police people.
And that point, turf wars. It reflects so much of what's wrong in our country. Thanks for that. Really very elaborate reflections on what happened today, Busi Chimama. Much appreciate your time. SABC reporter covering the TRC case commission of inquiry. That ongoing conversation that we've had around that. This is the National Pulse.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way. Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
X at SAfmRadio, and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, so that was so interesting in terms of the information brought forward by Busi Chimombe. And you may want to just reflect on that as well, but also on some of the other issues. And you know that point, I'll make that point because it came up again just now, about what the Americans said 2 years ago. The Americans said lots of different things. I just think we also, I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'm also saying we must not default to the point where whatever certain countries say, it's always the case that they are always right. And whatever other countries say, they're always wrong because they're other countries. It's that type of, tribal thinking that that affects all of us, and it's just wrong. Be aware of it.
Well, on the issue of South Africa being isolated by African countries, I find that very absurd. South Africa is not fighting Africans. It is fighting illegal immigration. There is a clear difference between lawful migrants who enter, work, and live in the country legally, and those who violate immigration laws. I think people need to distinguish between that. Every sovereign national or nation, as far as I'm concerned, has the right and the responsibility to protect its borders, enforce its laws, and enforce that everyone within its territory complies with those laws, as it were. That principle applies across all African countries in the African continent. It's not only South Africa. Supporting lawful migration is not xenophobia. Respecting the rule of law is not xenophobia. We want our country to have legal people who are living in it.
Yeah, look, I think you're right about that. But accepting when you've had problems, and now that people then get targeted, not by officialdom, let's get that right, by just others who, it just could be 10 people who jump on the legal illegal bandwagon, but then take matters into their own hand. That can't be acceptable, can it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I don't know whether he's a spokesperson of the chief King Mesuzil. What about together? We are together in this, we stand together. What togetherness? We are not together, nothing. Even Mnangagwa, his people are suffering there in Zimbabwe. They are talking about togetherness. We don't want any togetherness. We want illegal foreigners or immigrants. If you say they must go back to their respective countries and come here in South Africa legally. What togetherness? What we are together? Together what? Together my food. Thank you. Martina from Bloemfontein.
Sure, man. How do we say that? We don't want togetherness, together my foot. I understand the problem. Listen, let me repeat what I've said before, because for me this is important. Nowhere can you say that if a person's entered the country illegally, that they are legal. You can't say that. So you know where I stand on that. That's the reality. I also accept the other reality that we've had mass unemployment, and there's many, many South Africans who are unemployed, and that we need to find jobs for them. I completely accept it. The third factor is it doesn't mean that you have foreign nationals in the country, that they always strip the country of the economy. In fact, a lot of them actually contribute big time. They create employment. There are examples of that, right? And the fourth one is, even in apartheid South Africa, when you did something wrong, when 27th April 1994 came, we didn't in 1 minute just collapse what happened before. There was a process to move from the darkness to light, if you understand what I'm saying. And even now, even then there were amnesties that were granted, as you've heard me even talking about the TRC Commission. And the last thing, even right now, if you get accused of doing something and you go to court, you are entitled to bail, so the process can continue. What we're experiencing right now is where government has done nothing right about the issue of immigration for 20 years. They're trying to fix it in 1 week. So you're creating this mass migration of people at the borders, and go and see what's happening. And there's been testimony about that from people who know. Michael in Tebega. Hi, Michael.
Ashraf, just a quick one.
Yeah.
March cannot be called a vigilante group. I think the narrative must change. The narrative can't be that March is vigilante or a xenophobic group. What exactly is xenophobic? I think we are even using the word willy-nilly. I tell you why. When there is anti-migrant protest in Europe, right, it is called anti-migrant protest. That's what they call it. how come when the same thing happens here, it's called xenophobic attacks? That's my question.
All right. So, I mean, listen, I certainly have not called them a vigilante group or guilty of xenophobic attacks. But you have to concede that some of their pronouncements may incite others to commit acts of othering other people, which is not the same as saying people who are undocumented or who don't have a visa shouldn't be here. That I understand that. You must understand that in anything in society, when you say one thing, then it just spills over into so many others. So, for example, if you get a footballer who comes off the pitch and said the referee just robbed us, then he can't hold account what happens to the 50,000 supporters in the stadium. If you get what I'm saying.
No, I don't. Unfortunately, Ashraf.
Okay.
Because if you say, have you ever heard March and March saying that people should go out and attack undocumented migrants? If people are choosing to have their own agendas, that's that. We call it their own agendas. Maybe even criminal. Let's place it there. But we cannot say it's because of March and March, that's why people are attacking people.
Well, I agree with you. That's why I didn't say that. I am saying, however, that there can be a case of cause and effect for all political parties. When you say certain things, it can have an effect of how others construe it. And then it's even beyond the realm of March and March, if you know what I'm saying. Michael, let's move on. I think you've made your point very, very clearly and got us thinking, as you always do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf Mbongo Sundisa Mbuyisa. Even that draft report, if it's like that, then it's flawed. There is no way that Cedric Sibia can go like scot-free. No ways. Even them, we voted them to be there. If they can see that like they can't do the job, they were supposed to tell the president, no, man, let the Madanga Commission investigate. There was no need for parallel investigations. They are just wasting taxpayers' money. Some of those people who are in parliament were former teachers, principals, nurses. So they don't have expertise when it comes to investigation. It was flawed from the beginning. There was no need for it. Thanks, Mr. A.
All right, got that. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, the people who phone on radio and claim that South Africa don't need anybody, they have no idea what they are talking about. But they will see it in the coming few months, because the isolation will definitely be coming with the way they have treated Africans, with the way the leaders haven't pushed, they've encouraged it. The whole of Africa is watching, and they're going to react, and there's going to be consequences. So if you think that you don't need anybody, you will realize how much you need your fellow Africans.
Well,
very soon.
I agree with you on that. I think we need to manage processes. If they were not managed before, they need to be managed now. But the principle of saying we don't need anybody, like nobody, no, that does not work, not in this world. Then don't trade with anybody either. Just trade with yourselves and see how far that works. It doesn't. 4:30, here's the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Department of Home Affairs says the highest number of undocumented immigrants that have been repatriated so far through the Beitbridge border post in Limpopo are Malawians, followed by Zimbabweans. The legal representative for Parliament's Impeachment Committee, Advocate William Mukari, has told the High Court in Cape Town that the question to be answered is whether President Cyril Ramaphosa has a case to answer regarding the theft at his Palapala farm. President Cyril Ramaphosa and Namibian President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah will co-chair the 4th South African-Namibia Binational Commission in Pretoria on Friday. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg House.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We take you straight down to Cape Town for an update on the N2. The highway between Macassar and Somerset West was closed today due to some emergency roadworks causing absolute chaos. The good news is, in the latest development, the N2 outbound through Macassar towards Somerset West has been reopened. The N2 inbound remains closed at Broadway Boulevard. Now, the problem there is as you come off of Broadway Boulevard, there's no lights for, at least all of this week on that bridge. So N2 is heavily backed up and the off-ramp of the bridge system hardly moving because because all that traffic coming into Cape Town on the N2 has to divert off at that closure point. See if you can't work around that by coming off before you get to Broadway Boulevard. A little bit of traffic around Macassar, Firgrove and Croydon areas as a result of the closure on the outbound side earlier, but that has since been reopened. Just staying in Cape Town, the roadworks still with us on the N7 North up at Dunoon. If you're heading that way, queues from just after Plattercliff Road. He's just squeezed into a single lane. Crash at Uncle Charlie's, southern part of Joburg, the Mike 1 ramp onto the N12 at Southgate. That's very slow. Catherine and Grayston Drive into that junction coming out of Sandton. Heavy Sandton Drive going out through Parkmore towards Willie Mandela, very slow as well. Crash on Durban's N2 southbound between Gateway and Kwamashu. So queues coming south, queues going north as well. I guess having a look at that. A lot of congestion around the Bayhead and Rossborough areas again today with truck traffic, which has been stacking and backing in that area since early this morning. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Well, Chumi, we know we had a semi-final last night. There's a second semi-final tonight, and there's a big cup final at 9 p.m. On Sunday, that is. You got a story to tell us about that.
Absolutely. And England coach Thomas Tuchel says that his side is prepared for every possible scenario as the Three Lions take on reigning champions Argentina in tonight's FIFA World Cup semi-final. England are one win away from reaching their first World Cup final since lifting the trophy back in 1966, but must first overcome Lionel Messi's Argentina. And speaking ahead of the blockbuster encounter, Tuchel says that his players are ready for the challenge and expecting a fiercely contested match between two of international football's heavyweights.
Rivalry. It's two big football nations. Like everyone who loves football, everyone who follows the World Cup as a football fan knows about this constellation and knows about what it brings. It's two big football nations. We expect tomorrow an intense match. We expect an emotional match. I expect a match with a lot of momentum swings, and everything else would surprise me.
So we all set for this evening, Ashraf, and obviously moving on to the weekend. We're moving to the final on Sunday. I think it's just crazy, this whole idea of a 30-minute halftime show that is going to happen at the final.
I felt the need to express a little bit what Jayden meant to us, what he means to us, what he'll remain to and continue to mean to us. But I had to write like if I was writing for him. Basically, Jayden, I don't have words to tell you what you were, what you are, and what you mean to us. We received you in our family not long after my arrival in the club, and we grew together. I remember watching you play against Stade Malien in Loftus for the Conference League. It was your last match in Stellenbosch. Goal, that incredible first post movement you usually have, and that beautiful header. I saw you easy, medium pace, reading the pitch and placing accordingly, like you had a GPS and could avoid the traffic. That ball was clean, the game becoming quick, the teammates playing better. I remember asking in what position you were better player, and there was no clear answer on that.
Well, that is Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso just paying an emotional tribute to midfielder Jayden Adams. Remember, his memorial is going to be tomorrow, a private one from 9 a.m. to midday, and then a public one for the public and the supporters from 5 p.m. In terms of cricket, Ben Stokes is set to play his first match since retiring from international cricket, turning out for Durham against Derbyshire on the One-Day Cup. The former England captain who stepped away from national side last month has rekindled his love for the game at county level, and he says that he is buzzing to represent his boyhood club again. In terms of rugby, double Rugby World Cup winning Springbok loose forward Kwagga Smith says that he's taking a patient approach to his recovery after suffering the most serious injury of his career.
I haven't had an injury this big in my whole career. So for me, obviously, I'm just taking it step by step, following obviously the medical staff and what they're telling me to do. Taking it easy, we're not rushing because we want to make sure when I'm back that I'm back for the last bit of my career.
Finally, in golf, Justin Rose believes that time is still on his side as he bids for a first Open Championship title. It was here in 1998 that a 17-year-old Rose announced himself with a stunning pitch shot on the final hole to finish tied fourth as an amateur. He turned professional soon after, enduring 21 missed cuts before building a glittering career that includes a US Open crown, Olympic gold, and 25 professional wins. Now, 28 years later, Rose returns for his third Open at Birkdale, determined to become the first Englishman since Nick Faldo in 1992 to lift the Claret Jack. Before I leave, Ashraf, I was touching on the World Cup earlier on in terms of how crazy it is that there's going to be a 30-minute halftime show.
It's not even crazy. It is an absolute
Bizarre.
farce. It is ludicrous. I mean, I'm trying to think of another example because, there's an issue about how many minutes of a break can you have and lose momentum. And you obviously need to then warm up again. Like, just think about it.
Yeah.
And they're not testing it in a school ground for under sixes. They're testing it in a World Cup final. A World Cup final has got a 30-minute break, not an under six game. Like, you cannot believe this is happening. I know the why, but the why is not as relevant as the impact that it has on the game of football. So, I mean, I was trying to think about the best example of what it means. So, I mean, just think about it. You play a one-day game of cricket, right? So 20 over game. Let's say 20 over game. And then the one team plays it at night, and then the other team chooses to play in the morning. And so they have a break. The entire structure of how that game works with the conditions have just been gone completely. So this 30-minute break, they have to start up all over again. What do they talk about? Do they go and watch a movie during that period or what? I mean, there's Netflix. What do they do? I'm going to actually watch on Instagram to see which of the players are bored, because how many minutes can the coach talk to the players for 30 minutes?
But for me, I think, Ashraf, is why can't all those performances happen during the closing ceremony?
No, for me...
Why does it have to happen at a half-time?
No, well, we know why. Because there's a massive money spin-off. It's a huge thing in American, football and Super Bowl. I mean, that's what they do. The big thing is, why did FIFA accept it? That's it.
Turning football into Super Bowl.
Yeah, why did they accept it? That's it.
Yeah, I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And let's get to all those facts and figures with Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers. You want to start with Richmond?
Yes, Ashraf, the share price is up 6%. That is after their Q1 update, with group sales up 20%, leading mainly by jewelry, as it is up 24% when it comes to sales. But all business segments had decent growth. Japan and the US were the best performing regions, with the Middle East and Africa lagging behind. And China's economy slowed more than expected last quarter, to the weakest in more than 3 years, raising pressure on policymakers to speed up public spending, that is to ensure their annual growth goal is met. Q2 GDP was only up 4.3%, and Ashraf, it's all warranted for market participants to focus on the closure or opening of the Strait of Hormuz. But it is also important to remember that the Houthis have shown that they can choke global commerce, as after the Gaza war erupted in October 2023, the Iran-backed group launched attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea, and also an underlying gauge of U.S. producer price inflation was softer than expected in June, suggesting the fallout from the Iran war remained somehow contained. And that follows yesterday's cooler than expected consumer inflation, leading to a sharp decrease in interest rate hike bets. Easing inflation worries helped to offset the fresh escalation when it comes to the Iran conflict. Yellow metal turned positive after the June producer price reports, which was read as trimming interest rate hike expectations. Gold is up 0.3% at $4,065 $1,084. Platinum up 1.4%, a ton of $1,659. Oil prices climbed for a third straight session as U.S. launched fresh attacks on Iran and resumed its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. But the profit kicked in later in the session. Brent crude is now down 0.4% at $84. Stocks and bonds are up as tame inflation dimmed Fed bets, and there's no near-term pressure, Ashraf, with the JSE up 0.1%, and our industrials are doing the heavy lifting. Rand firmed 0.3% against the dollar, 16.32, 21.94 against the pound, and 18.66 against the euro.
Okay, got all of that. Thanks for that, Makwe. We'll connect again with you tomorrow. And we're an hour of the markets. Let me remind you with Jimmy Muyaha in the hot seat, 6 to 7 this evening.
Some voices fill a room. Others echo across generations. This Mandela Month, SAfm honors the life, the leadership, and the enduring legacy of Nelson Mandela.
Democracy and freedom for all.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy. Reflect, remember, and continue the conversation. Only on SAfm.
In case you missed it.
What do our responses to people who arrive at our borders say about us?
We become what we consistently do. So when we treat people without dignity, when we descend to animal instincts where when there is food we kill, we attack in order to claim our stake, that's not Ubuntu. We are part of the world. In Sepedi, there's a saying that says, if you kill the lizard, don't think the crocodiles are not watching.
That was the Alternative Breakfast with Khomotso Mutsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, would you like to call in? Would you like to get, well, something off your chest? And if so, what is it that you want to get off your chest? What are you thinking about? What's moved you today? What are you feeling about whatever? What are you winning at? Seriously. 086 000 2032 to call in. And then WhatsApp 0614 104 107. Appreciate the fact that many people are limiting their voice notes to 30 seconds. Really does help. You can text me as well with that same number. And then you can call in on, you can tweet on that social media platform, on the X platform, and post on Facebook as well. There's been comment about these spaza shops. Let's pick up on that.
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf. Lala from Bolokwane. Sir Ashraf, the issue that the spaza shop mafias are sponsoring and funding the ISIS, it's not new. America has already told South Africa almost 2 years ago, and South Africa ignored that because some of our politicians are also the beneficiaries of whatever that is coming from the spaza shops. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, we played that already, and sometimes these things just don't get deleted. My apology for that. Let's get to Mokopani now. Selo, hi. Selo, hi. Selo, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, you're live on the National Pulse. Go for it, Selo.
Hi, sorry, Ashraf. I'm so sorry, man.
No problem. No problem.
Ashraf, you know what moves me today?
Mm.
It is how people in general are struggling. My point is, you know, when you bump your car, you have to take to be repaired by panel beaters. Ashraf, people do not have that money called access. They are struggling. They end up driving their car with the damage on it because they cannot afford to pay access money.
I hear you.
Which is it is very painful because it is sad. This economy is affecting lots of people and we are not aware of it. And imagine your car has been fixed and then we keep it for you for 3 months or 4 so that you can do arrangement so that you can pay it off in 4 months. And when I see these things happening, it is happening across. It's not a black issue, it's not a white issue, it's across the board. People don't have money, Ashraf. People are struggling.
I agree with you. And you know what? It is so huge. That's why when you have councils or ASCOM or someone says, are we raising, the rates another 10%, and they think people may just get the money. People are absolutely battling. And, the poorest of the poor are battling. The middle class is battling. I mean, maybe the super rich is not. But for many, for the vast majority, it is a massive struggle. And we just expect it to pay all the time. And you're right about the excess. I mean, people just they don't service their cars. They don't fix it. They just can't afford it.
Exactly. Yeah, they just drive around with them with the headlight not on and everything is looking. And then you wonder. But if you do understand that, then you'll say, okay, I think Silo spoke about it. That's why I think Ashraf is driving around with the tailgate not on and so forth. Ashraf, let's live. I hope this economy can get better so that everyone can have a better life. But at this point, Ashraf, is a big struggle. I'm telling you.
I agree with you, and I can hear the frustration in what you say. Absolutely. Thanks for that, Salo in Mokopani. By the way, I mean, I heard Bridget chatting earlier today about the couples. What do they discuss about money issues before they get married? A really fascinating conversation, just about what's on the table and when do you talk about money as a couple? When is the first time you actually do discuss the fact that the relationship is in fact centered to a large degree around rands and cents, like it or not? Quinton in Polokwane, hello.
No, Ashraf, hello.
Yeah, good talking to you, Quinton.
Good. So, Ashraf, I just wanted to talk about criminality in South Africa.
Yeah, go ahead.
In general. So, we have a big challenge in South Africa in terms of criminality, and I think our biggest people that are causing it are the pawn store shop owners. So they are buying these goods from people who sell them, and then they wipe everything to system. They have all the software. They wipe everything, whether it's stolen or not. So I think as a government or as a country, we need to have a chat and say, what do we need to do to make sure that this crime can be stopped? Because if you go to all these pawn shops, you'll find amazing phones, whether it's new or latest, they always have everything that you can want. But I have never heard of anyone saying they're going to do regulation in these shops. The same way the municipality does regulation in these buildings where they're checking if people are staying illegal or not. I think it's time South Africa will also go. If we want to stop the crime, let's make sure that the criminals, they won't have a place to sell their goods. But now, because the pawn store are allowing it, people are selling their goods there. Even if they are stolen, they will say they'll wipe everything. Their software are so dangerous that they wipe everything.
Yeah, well, look, you're right about the criminals and not encouraging them, and I get your point. I want to move on, Quinton, because I think you made your point. But you see, here's the point, right? The amount of cell phones that get stolen, because, it's the easiest thing to steal, right? And to dispose of. And the amount of, TV sets and other electronic equipment. But, I mean, not just that. I mean, motor cars. The bottom line to all of that, those people who are stealing it are not stealing it because they like your car. They're stealing it because there's a contract, there's an order, because somebody is buying it. So how is it that it is such a flourishing industry if there are no buyers? So the problem is the seller, the owner is you, the one who steals is you, and the one who buys it is you, if you get what I'm trying to say. It's all of us within our communities. We should be asking our question, why are we doing that? Why are we buying stolen goods, if we are? Right, we'll get to Brett Herron after this.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Well, I mean, think about that. I mean, it's not the first time somebody's raised it, that I talk about it today. An entire industry flourishes because there's a willing seller and a willing buyer, excepting the seller is not the owner itself, because the owner's lost the asset already. The willing seller in this case is the crook, the thug, who then sells, and the willing buyer is the one who's buying from that crook and thug. And it's not happening once, it's the norm. It happens far too often. We know that. I mean, if I told you, tell me one person tell Tell me one family who have never had a phone stolen in their family of 4 or 5 people in 20 years. Tell me who they are. You're going to struggle. I think you will. Right, let's get on to another issue. And that's to do with, the issues of housing in the Western Cape. It's an issue that's come up before. Brett Herron is the Secretary General of the Good Party, and he's put together a piece in IOL, just reflecting his own thoughts on that. And we'll pick his brain about it. Brett, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thanks very much, Ashraf.
Thank you. You've written a piece that's pretty long. I'm just going to read the initial part, right? Because I think it sums it up. And you say, in a propaganda piece seeking to explain declining housing delivery numbers, published by an online news site on May the 18th, 2026, the Western Cape MEC for Infrastructure, Tertius Simmers, blamed national government's underfunding. He also profoundly pointed out that it costs more to build a 2-bedroom, 40 square meter home in 2026 than it did to build a 1-bedroom, 27 square meter home 22 years ago. In order to sustain these arguments, Simmers didn't mention that the province recently forfeited 821 million rands in funding specifically allocated for housing due to not being willing to be or able to spend it. Now, that's 664 million rands earmarked for the construction of free basic houses, and there's a bit more detail which I won't go into. Now, here's the bottom line. By leaving out these facts, the MEC's argument is a classic case of the DA-led province and the City of Cape Town's politics of deflection. Take credit for the good stuff, including the natural splendor and the pristine suburbs, while blaming all the other stuff on national government, of which it is incidentally part of. Right, Brett, tell us more.
Well, thank you, Ashraf. The MEC, so the Western Cape provincial government's housing delivery numbers are collapsing. Over the last 5 years, from a height of maybe just over 8,000 free basic housing units to last year delivering just over 3,000. The MEC penned a piece in which he basically argued that the provincial government and the municipalities in the Western Cape can only build houses to the extent that the national government funds them. And as the cost of building a 2-bedroom, 40 square meter house has increased, the cost of delivery, because RDP houses initially were 27 square meter houses, so they are asked to do more with less funding. But what he omitted to say is that over the last 2 financial years, the provincial government has forfeited over 800 million rand allocated to the province to deliver housing and to upgrade informal settlements because they were unable to spend it. So penning a piece arguing that the housing numbers are declining because of funding shortages is dishonest when you've had to return 821 million rand because you were unable to spend it.
So let's stay with that. Why did they explain why they were unable to spend it?
Well, the excuses are the usual. Contractor failures. They will blame extortion. The list is endless. But it's a substantial amount of money, and that money is allocated to beneficiaries, especially the money that is for the top structures, actually, the building of the house. Just remember that funding is linked to beneficiaries who are waiting for their housing opportunity. And when the province is unable to, or unwilling, let's stick with unable to deliver, there's a beneficiary attached to that money that goes back to National Treasury.
It certainly is. And look, Cape Town, specifically Western Cape, there's been this argument of the absolute splendor or the good and not the bad. So here's an example where there are just so many people living on the Cape Flats who are deprived the type of accommodation they so desperately need, right? Since this issue was raised, and you've put your thoughts to it, what's happened next? There's what happens in the Western Cape Parliament, but there's also the type of conversations, Hyde Corner type of conversations that we're having right now. What has been the responses so far from key decision makers to what has been like an oversight or something they've just ignored, and now people are pointing holes into this issue?
Well, I think the Western Cape government has faced severe pressure and criticism, including the Constitutional Court's judgment, which found that both the province and the city of Cape Town are not taking location into account, and where they are building houses, they're building them on the urban periphery, thereby perpetuating spatial inequality and failing to address the apartheid spatial plan. So there's a lot of pressure on these two governments as their services or their service delivery in the housing space is facing scrutiny. I mean, the public protector also went to an informal settlement over a 2-year period, monitoring, after the community complained directly to her, monitoring the implementation of basic services to informal settlements. I went there to one of those informal settlements on Saturday, and the conditions are appalling. And the public protector finds that the city of Cape Town claims that they have installed 145 taps in this informal settlement using GIS data. But when she went and walked the informal settlement on the ground, she couldn't find a single tap. So what we're seeing is a government that is increasingly is getting accolades for clean audits, but the outcomes of what you would expect from a clean audit are not there, which is improved delivery. The sound financials are there, but the improved delivery is not there.
So what then would you propose? And I say this to you because, I mean, you're a key member of the Good Party, and the reality is political parties are poking holes at other parties and what they do, but at all times, but particularly in the build-up to a local government election. So, I mean, part of what I'm talking to you about the DA and the Western Cape government is effectively what would the Good Party do about it?
Well, let's go back. I mean, for a short period of time, I was with the DA and I was responsible for the delivery of public housing. And if you're going to deliver what you promise, it takes hard work and it takes holding contractors and project managers accountable. And in that short period when I was responsible for housing, I met with project managers every single month, and we went through every single project that was on the City of Cape Town's pipeline. And that period was the first time ever the City of Cape Town not only achieved its target for housing delivery, but exceeded it. And so it takes leadership and it takes management in order to deliver what you are able to deliver in terms of the funding you've been provided. But I don't think that a democratic government in South Africa's responsibility ends there. It's not about I can only deliver within the envelope of the funding that I received from national government, because it's a concurrent function between national government, provincial government, and metropolitan city governments. And it's about time the provincial government and the city government started looking at financing additional housing projects, because if we're going to rely only on what is transferred from national treasury, we're never going to address the housing crisis.
Okay, just a quick one. We're on to news, so a short answer on this one. I mean, ultimately, whatever we're talking about the people. There's been the sense that, life's just great in the Western Cape. What impact does this, unspent money and therefore no homes have on the people of the Western Cape?
It relegates people to continued suffering in the most undignified spaces, when money was actually allocated for many of them to receive a formal home.
And that's where we're going to leave it. Brett Herron, the Secretary General of the Good Party. You can read his piece on Independent Online. He's probably tweeted it out as well. And you can add your own thoughts on that too. Right now it's 5 o'clock. The news with Greg Hose.
Thank you, Ashraf. More details of repatriated undocumented foreign nationals in Ramaphosa to meet with the Namibian leader. Good day to you. The Department of Home Affairs says the highest number of undocumented foreign nationals that have been repatriated so far through the Beitbridge border post in Limpopo are Malawians, followed by Zimbabweans. Mozambicans form the third largest group of those repatriated at the border post. The department's Albert Matsau.
The total number of the people that have been processed thus far, who have raised their hands to say we need to be repatriated, are now moving around 55,900 and some odds. So countrywide, what it means is that only for the center has managed to process over 34,000. That is the people that have been processed in this center. And you must understand that because this center is the center that is closer to the land port, which is Beitbridge.
The Matlaga Commission's evidence leader Matthew Chaskelson says the Commission will subpoena the hospitals where Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim has received treatment, as well as his Cape Town doctor, to verify his medical consultations. He says Karim's postponement application, due to be heard on Friday, must provide details of his hospital admissions, medical appointments, travel, social engagements and involvement in the management of his businesses. This comes after Karim was allegedly seen at a Western Cape shopping centre travelling with an entourage and having lunch. Karim has cited ill health for his failure to appear before the Commission. He allegedly suffered a heart attack. Chaskelson elaborates.
But what we do expect the postponement application to address is at least the following issues. The dates on which Mr. Karim has been admitted to hospital over the last 4 months, the dates on which he's attended medical consultations over the last 4 months, his travel movements over that period, whether he's attended social engagements over that period, and whether he's played any role in the management of his businesses over that period, and if not, who's been responsible for these businesses which continue to turn over in his absence.
The legal representative for Parliament's Impeachment Committee, William Mukari, has told the High Court in Cape Town that the question to be answered is whether President Cyril Ramaphosa has a case to answer regarding the theft at his Palapala farm. The committee is the first respondent in the urgent application to stop Parliament's impeachment proceedings. The President wants the parliamentary process suspended pending the review of the Section 89 independent report that found he has a prima facie case to answer. Arguments made by Ramaphosa's legal team state that the panel didn't find sufficient evidence, and the committee referring was simply not enough. But Mukari told the court that argument is moot.
Whether you say prima facie, whether you say sufficient evidence, but you are actually referring to one simple thing. Is there a case to answer by the President? That's all what you are asking for.
National Treasuries released the equitable funds for the Buffalo City Metro in the Eastern Cape. The Metro was among 69 municipalities whose monies were temporarily withheld following persistent non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act and wasteful and irregular expenditure. Municipality spokesperson Luzuko Buku.
This means crucial funding is secured and we are moving forward with critical infrastructure upgrades and service delivery provisioning in our city. We are accelerating our drive to upgrade our roads, stabilize electricity, secure clean water, and keep our city clean.
President Ramaphosa and the Namibian President, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, will co-chair the South African-Namibia Binational Commission in Pretoria this Friday. Presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya.
Since its establishment in 2013, 3 BNC sessions have been convened. The 4th BNC will be preceded by the Council of Ministers that will meet on the 16th of July and senior officials meeting today. Namibia's political stability and close ties with South Africa position it as a key strategic partner within the SADC region, the African Union, as well as on the global stage. The two countries share aligned views on advancing the political and economic integration of the African continent.
The top story of the Department of Home Affairs says the highest number of undocumented immigrants that have been repatriated so far through the Beitbridge border post in Limpopo are Malawians, followed by Zimbabweans. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Kuss.
In sports this hour, England coach ready for any scenario against Argentina, Smith embracing recovery while backing Bok youngsters, and Rose targets Claret Jack at Birkdale. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, let's take you straight out of Cape Town for some more good news. Well, good and bad news. The good news certainly is the N2 has been fully reopened. All lanes open between Macassar and Broadway Boulevard. It was closed just after 12 o'clock today for some emergency roadwork. So the highway is open, but there's a lot of congestion. It starts back around Croydon, goes down through Macassar and Firgrove, and it's heavy on the N2 through Somerset West, both directions. And of course, right in the middle of that, there's no traffic lights on Broadway Boulevard at the N2 bridge as well. So it's a bit chaotic, but the N2 has been reopened. Pretty heavy getting out of Sandton CBD in Joburg today. Catherine out to Greyston, Greyston to Catherine. Sandton Drive out to Murray, out through Parkmore. Quite slow going that side as well. Breakdowns on key routes. The N1 south before William Mandela. So delays coming down from Allendale through Buccleuch towards Fourways. The breakdown on the M1 north at New Road causing a backlog there from Buccleuch interchange heading up into Midrand again today. Durban still with delays between Cormarshu and the Gateway. It's a crash on the southbound side before Cormarshu, but motorists going up from Queen Nandi Drive on the N2 North having a look, getting caught up as well. Another breakdown on the N2 before you get to Spaghetti Junction, so that's jam-packed back through Umgetta Road towards Inanda Road. And we had a crash coming out of Pietermaritzburg going into Pietermaritzburg, I beg your pardon, by Ortman Road. That scene has been cleared, and that backlog heading through Pietermaritzburg on the bypass is easing. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, listen, that conversation I had about the cost of living and the caller saying how difficult it is for people to make ends meet. I mean, he wasn't talking about himself directly. It could well be that he was talking about himself, but the reality is it's not off the mark statistically to say that thousands of people, in fact millions, are literally struggling along with their lives every single day. And when you can't pay certain bills at the higher level, it's a case of like, shame, man, we sympathize with you. I hear you. I feel for you. And then you just move on. What do you, I mean, you want to share your thoughts about it? It could be about you if you're up for it, but it could also be about just others, and you can be anonymous about that. Just seriously, how do you make ends meet? How do you? Government can't make ends meet. How do you make ends meet? Love to know. Share that story with us. We'll talk about I think an important one around education coming up. In fact, two takes on education. One about teaching mathematics in the mother tongue. Very, very topical, going back to what happened around June 16th, all those years ago. And then the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation with an opportunity to get a scholarship. And that's a game changer. You know that will change your life or your children's life. That's the one we're talking about. But let's talk first things first about an issue we touched on yesterday about Patrick Dlamini being suspended by the within in terms of the PIC and what that means for that entire sector. That comes up next.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor, available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Nelson Mandela's journey did not end with freedom. It lives on in every generation called upon to build a more just, more equal,
I am the product of the people of the world
and more compassionate South Africa.
who have cherished the vision of a better life for all people.
This Mandela Month, join SAFM as we revisit the words that continue to inspire a nation.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
So we had a caller from Greece the other day. Where else was it? Was it Ireland? So who else from around the world? Who's going to call in from anywhere in the world right now, listening on live streaming or on our YouTube channel? And you can watch us visually as well. If you are, I'd love to hear from you. That's the one thing. The other one is, notwithstanding that you could be calling from some village anywhere in South Africa, I want to hear from you too. Okay. But that story about money, or also just if you are able to share the human story of someone you know who's had to go back home, even if they had no documentation, just to understand what has happened to that person so that we understand it. Okay? I'd like you to tell us about it. Right, in the meantime, South Africa's financial industry watchdog, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, FSCA, right? They've launched an investigation into the Public Investment Corporation, which, as you know, is the PIC. Trade union, business organizations and political parties have also voiced concern about, what we're now hearing about mounting allegations of governance issues or governance failures at this PIC, which is, in fact, state-owned. We touched on the fact that the CEO has been suspended, Patrick Dlamini. Let's find out more about it with Claude Nyker, who's the Assistant General Manager at the Public Servants Association. Claude, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Very good afternoon to you, Ashraf. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I mean, from where you sit, when you find that there's a need for the PIC to suspend its CEO, you think what?
Well, look, as the events unfolded, what is interesting is that it was the PIC's own whistleblower policy that was actually followed. In other words, an employee or somebody that actually blew the whistle on governance issues. So quite rightly, what the board and majority of them decided to do was to place the CEO on precautionary suspension. Obviously, this does not fine or mean there's a fine of guilt. He's just merely placed on precautionary suspension pending an investigation where he will be given an ample opportunity to obviously respond to those allegations. And if it's found wanting, or if he's found wanting, obviously the board will take appropriate steps. And you must remember now, this is on the backdrop that 4 executives were suspended last year as well and remain suspended. And the financial officer, as well as PIC, has been removed from his portfolio. And I think now, if you remember a few years ago, there was a commission of inquiry, the Imparty Commission of Inquiry, that also highlighted governance issues at the Public Investor Corporation. Now, this is mainly in the unlisted investments. Now, those investments that are obviously left to the CEO and so forth to invest. And I think that's where the problem comes into effect. You must remember that the PIC is one of those corporations that manages the Government Employees Pension Fund and the Unemployment Insurance Fund. It's one of the most biggest, huge portfolios that you can actually get. And this entails that all employees or of the public sector and other entities, pension fund savings from the GEPF, then obviously the PIC invests this on behalf of the GEPF. This causes problems because although a public servant who contributes to the pension fund over a number of years, his pension benefits are guaranteed when he resigns or he retires. However, ordinary public servants don't understand this. When they see investments going AWOI, the returns on investments are so poor, it's been squandered. It obviously creates panic, and then they start to question, listen, is my pension savings safe? When I retire, am I going to get this pension fund money? Is it, and it creates panic. And we've seen a couple of years ago that quite a few of them resigned simply because they were so scared that when they retire, they're not going to see their hard-earned savings. So I think this investigation by the Conductor Authority couldn't have come at a more opportune time. It could have become earlier, but as they say, better late than never. And I think it's about time governance issues at the PIC needs to be restored, where there's public confidence in the investments that have been allayed, and that we don't see any more articles or poor investments that are done by PIC that turn out very, very badly. A severe example was the Daybreak investment that was widely publicized in the media, where people lost their jobs, livestock had to be culled, simply because of the management of resources, the management of money, the investments that were done there were so poor itself. So as a Public Servants Association, we've always advocated for the last couple of years that governance issues at the PIC needs to be sorted out immediately. Remember, the funds that are invested on behalf of the PIC is for developmental purposes. What it simply means is that for transformational purposes, that when they do invest into the public spending or into public infrastructure, it creates jobs, it creates opportunities, it improves the economy. That was the ideal, that was the main aim of PIC investments in projects itself. But if we see so poor returns, like the ones we saw at the Lanseria airport, how do you then create a stable economy? How do you inject funds into the economy? How do you create jobs? So it's a very big fund. It's astronomical. It can do wonders for our public, for the economy, but unfortunately it's not doing. The Government Employees Pension Fund, make no mistake, they are doing absolutely well at this stage.
Overall, okay. Right.
Overall, there's no panic.
So I mean, two things on this one. I mean, it's almost like, as we talk about this suspension of the CEO, the downside is like, oh my goodness, you see, this is the type of rubbish we're facing. I'm just putting it out there. But as we talk about it, we can also say, look at the level of good governance to ensure that the president is suspended in the first place, isn't it? So we can look at both and be critical and complimentary at the same time.
Absolutely. I think, as I said, it's a step in the right direction. I think the wall, or what does it say? It is a set home now by the board to say, listen, we cannot continue with this. With all the bad press, with the criticism that we're facing, it's time that we take appropriate action. And from the Public Servants Association, we've always advocated and said that we should always follow due processes when there's irregularities, because this must not be a political football pitch where people use their muscle to try and fight their battles itself. It must be followed due process in terms of Whistleblowers Act, in terms of this policy, give the person an opportunity to respond to his allegation, and fairly, if he is found guilty, due consequences must follow.
Now, lastly, where then does the Public Servants Association, where you sit as the assistant general manager, where do you fit in as an association, and what pressures do you put on with regard to good governance?
Fortunately, over the years, we've been strongly advocating for representation on the board of PIC. And to the amazement, we've just got that part right a few months ago, where there's organized labor representation. It came at a time where a lot of bad has been done. So we're trying to rectify it, and the fact that we've got organized labor represented on the board now, we're trying to see some results as far as good governance is concerned. We're making sure that our workers' funds are safeguarded and there's no panic and good governance set in. So to answer your question, we are represented on the GPF board, we are represented on the PIC board, and obviously we are the workers' voices there, so we need to ensure that everything is done above board in these boards.
Point made, Claude Naiker, Assistant General Manager at the Public Servants Association. Appreciate your time. And we're talking on the back of the news that we touched on yesterday, wasn't it? The PIC, Public Investment Corporation, suspending its CEO, Patrick Dlamini, around the issues of governance and massive failures at that across the board. Your feedback, your comments, most welcome. Let's engage.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Listen, let me remind you of this song because we had the chat about it yesterday, right? So the inaugural Nelson Mandela Global Leadership Forum takes place tonight. So they had their annual lecture in South Africa, but this is now a global leadership lecture or forum. So it takes place in other countries. And today, like we have a World Cup semi-final at 9 p.m., but at midnight South African time, so 6 p.m. New York time, the first one will feature the mayor of the city of New York, Mayor Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Looking forward to that. I plan to certainly watch it, and you can catch it on all of the Nelson Mandela Foundation's different platforms as well. So look out for that. Okay, let's talk mathematics and raise an issue that has been raised a long time ago. Mathematics in the mother tongue. Lufuno Mutubi Mtetwa is the executive director of the Jump Start Foundation. Let's find out what their plans are and what they think, how we can solve some of society's big problems. Much appreciate you joining us for the National Pulse.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you. So let's understand this. I mean, if I go back to June 16, 1976, we know that problem was around mathematics in Afrikaans. And I'm like, goodness, man, we can't even learn mathematics in English, even if you're fluent in a certain language, right? That was the problem then. You see certain problems even now. What are they?
So the problem that we are seeing is that children are struggling with mathematical concepts. And for us to really bridge this gap, we found that teaching in mother tongue actually can help because it builds solid foundations for those concepts, and it does it in a mathematical a language that they understand, which is their mother tongue, instead of them being taught in a different language where they first have to get over a barrier of understanding that foreign or second language before they can actually absorb what that concept is. So we feel that it's quite important that we align ourselves with mother tongue education, particularly in maths, to achieve and close those gaps that we're experiencing.
So what then is the reality in South Africa? Can you learn mathematics in your mother tongue or not?
You can definitely learn in your mother tongue. There isn't a case that says we couldn't. I mean, we take learnings from other countries, China, Taiwan, different countries that teach maths in their mother tongue. And they're successful. And Afrikaans as well, dare I say, has been taught for millennia, for many years in this country, in that language.
But
and
maybe
there's a case for that in South Africa.
Maybe let me rephrase that. Can, as in, do people have the ability? Of course, they have the ability to learn mother tongue, mathematics in their mother tongue. It's just spoken, it comes across differently. The point is, if someone chooses to, amongst the many languages that we have in South Africa, to be taught in the mother tongue, can they do so right now at a school? And if so, what is the capacity to do so?
So currently, the mother tongue based education framework is being rolled out in the country. I think right now it's from between grade 9 to grade 1 to 3, and it's going into InterCen, which is grade 4 and 5. These are the beginnings of this framework rolling out. And in terms of materials, definitely materials are moving to that part of aligning to that mother tongue. So there is a capacity to teach in mother tongue language. There are materials that are being developed. There's lots of cases and also academia that are behind regarding teaching in mother tongue. So it's quite practical. It's just the implementation now that needs to roll out throughout these.
All right. So what then specifically are you doing?
So we at Jumpstart, we focus on foundation phase maths in grade 1 to 3. And we utilize materials that are mother tongue aligned. So all our materials are translated to the local language of the schools that we are in. And we also capacitate teachers utilizing bilingual materials to allow them to be able to translate or even code switch where it happens between two languages. So because we feel that teachers are quite central in ensuring that those gaps are closed. When they are confident in teaching in a certain language or confident in their own maths, we'll see that translation happening with children. So that's the work that we're doing. We're at about 138 schools in the country, servicing about 26,000 learners, and it's been successful. And we are seeing gains in those schools that we are in.
Okay, and therefore, I mean, in terms of your own research, I'm talking of historically. When I say historically, I'm only talking maybe say the last 10 years, right? About learners who are learning mathematics in their mother tongue versus learners who are learning mathematics in a language that I won't say it's foreign, but that they're uncomfortable with because it's not their spoken language at home. How do they play out then?
So when you're saying it's foreign and it's uncomfortable, I'm saying
it's not foreign, but it's one of the many official languages of South Africa, but it's not their spoken language at home. It's not a language in their own culture, right? So they almost have to translate before they even answer the question in mathematics, for example. So I'm saying, I mean, that has been the problem all along. So how is that playing out? What does your research tell you about that?
So what's playing out in the schools that we are in, grade 1 to 3 is still in mother tongue language, in mother tongue. So we are not dealing with schools that are code switching. Where the issue that we're seeing is when they get to grade 4 and grade 5, where then we start code switching into English or adapting into English at those ages. So what we see there, that there's a steep drop-off of understanding and also support, particularly from teachers. So what we want to do is support the mother tongue-based education going forward so that it's rolled out a little bit better. I think the policy is strong. Implementation needs to come together and support that. So we are seeing, I mean, if I can give you examples of schools that we are in.
Please do.
We've got into a school in Finetown, and over a 3-year period, utilizing mother tongue materials, we've seen those learners move from grade 1 up to grade 4, outshining all the benchmarks of all the schools that we are in. But particularly because the materials are engaging, they are learner-centric, and they are mother tongue focused, and the teachers are capacitated to teach in that language. So we've seen a lot of gains.
Yeah, so I mean, let's just, as we wrap up, the capacity to teach in that language is critically important. You mentioned the rollout that's now being phased in, right? Tell me about that and how that may well change things.
It can change things, but only if it's not a once-off cocktail, only if three pillars are included. If teachers are capacitated to teach in that language and comfortable in that language, where areas where there's multilingualism, that is also, and such as places like Gauteng, where in a class you can find 3 or 4 languages in a classroom, teachers are capacitated to teach and switch between those languages. The materials are able to cater for that, number one. Number two, data is very important. We cannot say purport to teach and assume that learning is happening without us having real-time data and solving the issues as they happen instead of solving them later. Thirdly is material. Materials are very important, having pedagogically sound materials that learners can pick up, get it, and the teachers are able to support them going forward. So it's a cocktail of solutions that need to come together to make that happen.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your insights, Lufuno Mutubi Ntetwa, the Executive Director of the Jumpstart Foundation. Bottom line, teach mathematics in your mother tongue. 5:30, here's the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. A jumpstart with the headlines. The presidency says retaliatory action against South African businesses operating in countries such as Ghana and Nigeria would damage investment and economic growth. The Department of Home Affairs says the highest number of undocumented foreign nationals who've been repatriated so far through the Beitbridge border post in Limpopo are Malawians, followed by Zimbabwean nationals. And the US military has launched a fresh wave of airstrikes against Iran. It's the 5th day in a row as they battle for control of the Strait of Hormuz. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, we started Centurion with a crash on the N14, the Ben Skibben Highway, northbound at Jean Avenue, just before Jean Avenue. So coming off the N1 at Brockfontein, that's all jammed up. There is a bit of pressure again this evening on the M1 South coming through Borta Avenue down towards Brockfontein interchange as well. Crash on the M1 South just after the Buccleuch interchange down towards Winnie Mandela. So there's a bit of a delay there. And then you've got a queue all the way down to Four Ways due to a broken down vehicle on the highway before Winnie Mandela. And then as you come off the highway, the bridge is congested because Winnie Mandela and Monte Cassino, those traffic lights have not worked forever, and they're causing delays again this afternoon. The N12 from Xavier Street going out towards Soweto, that's slow. It's a broken down vehicle just before the Deep Cliff interchange, causing the delay. Crossing to Durban, a crash on the N2 South between Umhlanga and Kwamashu. Traffic a little bit slow. Northbound is starting to move. There was a northbound queue there earlier. That's eased up. Southbound just a bit slow through Gateway. M19 with the roadworks at Reservoir Hills, again queuing traffic on the way out to Claremont and New Germany, and a breakdown after Umgena Road, still holding up traffic on the N2 South. Inanda Road, busy towards the N2. A lot of congestion around Umbilo, Bayhead, particularly the Rossborough area. Those trucks have been backing and stacking that area all day today. Cape Town, fairly heavy on the N2, out of town, passing the airport. Clog up down towards the R300, and there's quite a backlog working its way through Somerset West today. The highway was closed between Macassar and Somerset West earlier this afternoon. It has been reopened, but there's just a pile-up of traffic between Macassar and the Victoria Road or Victoria Street Junction in that Somerset West area. Also, no lights on Broadway Boulevard over the N2, causing some additional delays in that area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Well, with the price of fuel going up, we all need to drop expenses wherever we can. So switch to Outsurance, and you could save big on your car insurance. Like the 48-year-old Adam, who saves a jaw-dropping 1,803 rands a month on his 2020 Audi Q3. Well, no matter what happens in the economy, Outsurance is still committed to dropping prices and saving you money. Get a quote today. SMS OUT to 30754. That's OUT 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and further information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS OUT to 30754. That's OUT to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Timmy, maybe most eyes are on the World Cup, but there's a story about the WAFCON that we need to take note of, right?
It's coming up soon, and Banyana coach Desiree Ellis says that it's important for them to maintain their identity as they aim for another successful Women's Africa Cup of Nations campaign. Ellis is currently in camp with the Banyana preliminary squad, assessing her players ahead of naming the final squad for the tournament on Friday. The 63-year-old insists that Banyana will not abandon their philosophy, believing that staying true to their identity will be key to progressing beyond the group stages and competing successfully through the tournament. South Africa will kick off their campaign against Tanzania, and that is on the 27th of July at 7 p.m. Meanwhile, tonight, all eyes on England taking on Argentina, and England coach Thomas Tuchel says that his side is prepared for every possible scenario. England are one win away from reaching their first World Cup final since lifting the trophy back in 1966, but must first overcome Lionel Messi's Argentina.
It's a big rivalry, and it's two big football nations. Like everyone who loves football, everyone who follows the World Cup as a football fan knows about this constellation and knows about what it brings. It's two big football nations. We expect tomorrow an intense match. We expect an emotional match. I expect a match with a lot of momentum swings, and everything else would surprise me.
Kick-off at 9 p.m. Meanwhile, the memorial service for former Mamelodi Sundowns midfielder Jaden Adams will be held tomorrow at the Stellenbosch Town Hall. Family, friends, teammates and supporters are expected to gather to remember the 25-year-old footballer who died on the 11th of July. Two memorial services have been arranged. The first will be a private service for invited guests from 9 a.m. to midday. A second service, which is open to the public, will begin at 5 p.m., giving support supporters an opportunity to pay their final respects. In terms of cricket, Ben Stokes is set to play his first match since retiring from international cricket, turning out for Durham against Derbyshire in the one-day cup. And the former England captain, who stepped away from the national side last month, has rekindled his love for the game at county level and says that he is buzzing to represent his boyhood club again. It will be Stokes' first domestic 50-over appearance for Durham in 12 years, with his last coming in the 2014 Cup final. In rugby, double Rugby World Cup winning Springbok loose forward Kwagga Smith says that he's taking a patient approach to his recovery after suffering the most serious injury of his career. Smith damaged his knee while playing for his Japan side in a League One clash against the Canon Eagles on the 9th of May, an injury that ruled him out for the remainder of the season. And just speaking in Johannesburg at the launch of the 2026 Rugby's Greatest Rivalry Tour against the All Blacks, the 33-year-old says that he's working closely with the medical team to ensure that he returns fully fit and can extend the latter years of his career rather than rushing back too soon.
I haven't had an injury this big in my whole career. So for me, obviously, I'm just taking it step by step, following obviously the medical staff and what they're telling me to do. Taking it easy, we're not rushing because we want to make sure when I'm back that I'm back for the last bit of my career.
Finally, in motorsport, McLaren have confirmed that they will bring a significant upgrade package across the upcoming doubleheader of races in Belgium and Hungary before Formula One's break. The reigning Constructors' champions have so far made a disappointing defense of their title, falling 154 points behind leaders Mercedes after 9 rounds of the season. That's it from my side. Ke Natumi Nkgapele, Modimo.
Okay, and of course tonight, that big game. So yesterday I said France will win it, and France are the best team in the World Cup. They probably were the best before yesterday. You can discard that now. They didn't win it. The Spaniards taught us something. Tonight, we shall see England versus Argentina.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And as always, that show is hosted by Jimmy Moya. Jimmy, setting the scene for your show. Let's talk about the FSCA.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. The FSCA has made several announcements this week alone, one of which we're going to be focusing on today, and that is the announcement that they would be partnering with the National Prosecuting Authority to go after organizations that are regulated and supposed to be contributing towards pension and retirement contributions, but that have failed to do so. So we're going to be looking at that and exploring that with the FSCA and trying to make sense of that. We did also have a request out to the FSCA around the PIC developments that are unfolding there. We're still awaiting feedback on that, but that is another matter that we might be taking a look at as well if we are able to. In terms of the rest of the show as well, we're going to be dipping into where to find value with the team at Allan Gray. They want to share some thoughts with us around how it is that they're seeing the market and how it is that they're identifying value. We have a conversation with a councillor at ICASA taking a look at digital infrastructure following the latest draft regulations that they'd put out around the digital infrastructure landscape, and the conclusion of the oral testimony that has been taking place this week. So we're going to speak to them, get a sense of where it leaves us and where it is that we go to from here. Then we have a conversation with the presidential envoy on agriculture and land, Wandile Sihlobo, on the challenges that plague the agricultural sector. We're going to be looking at everything from the weather-related challenges around El Nino to the potential conversations around food security risks that are being posed by the ongoing escalating tensions in the Middle East. So we're going to get his thoughts around that and what that potentially means for South Africa, for our agricultural landscape, and for the food sector in the country. The other conversation that we're going to be having is, of course, an executive lounge conversation. We have the Chief Executive Officer of Personal and Private Banking at ABSA joining us in studio to get to know him a little bit better a little later on. So that's what's coming up on the show today. Before we get to those conversations, a sense of some of the market movements that have been unfolding. Whilst I've been trying to track and keep track of what's been happening with everything related to the Public Investment Corporation, the equity markets have had a relatively mixed day. Shanghai was the only index in Asian markets that finished in the red, down 0.33%. The Nikkei in Tokyo, the biggest winner, up 1.5%. European markets, a bit of a mixed bunch. The CAC 40 was up 0.1%, but the DAX in Germany was down 0.5%, and the FTSE in London down about 7 basis points. Locally, our markets were in the red. The industrial sector stocks were up 2%. That was completely cancelled out by the losses made by resource stocks. They were down 2.8%, and financials were down 0.25%. The all share overall was down 0.25%. The top 40 down 0.1%. If we look at those commodity prices, the gold price, $4,048 a ounce. Brent crude is still below $85 a barrel, which is quite interesting because it's sitting around $83.50 where it's been for quite some time. I don't know if we're going to see it come below 80 just yet. The silver price is below $58 a fine ounce. Platinum still above 1,640, around 1,648. Palladium still just above $1,300 a fine ounce. It's been dipping above and below that level. The rand against the US dollar, though, that's back at 16.33, 0.1% stronger. 1 British pound, 22 rand and 2 cents. We're back above the 22 rand level there. And 1 euro, 18 rand and 67 cents. 1 Bitcoin is off from the $67,000 levels we saw yesterday. It's at $65,400 a coin. In rand terms, with that firmer rand, still $1,069,000 rand, for a Bitcoin. So we're going to be looking at these and other market movements with David Shapiro of Auto 1890. I want to get his thoughts on US's inflation numbers and what it means for interest rate cuts, and potentially what that could signal for something like the rand and the dollar index. But those conversations after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, thanks for that, Jimmy. Enjoy your show, 6 to 7. And of course, sport follows that, 7 to 8 o'clock. This is the National Pulse.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get on to other issues. I'm going to get to some of your calls. We'll take your WhatsApp comments. And I challenge you again, if you're a first-time caller, listener, tell me so I can give you the shout-out you deserve, and I hope you can listen in always. By the way, you can catch podcasts of all the big conversations we've had today, yesterday, the day before, all of them. Go to SAFM's website, safm.coza, but then specifically just go, podcast and then / the National Pulse. You will certainly find that. So I'll get to your thoughts in just a moment. In the meantime, here's another important issue of opportunity, windows opening. The Alan Gray Orbis Foundation has opened its high school scholarship program applications, which invites listeners can become learners in both ways, I suppose. It invites learners to apply for this opportunity, which I've no doubt is all empowering. Let's find out what this really means in the practicality of it all with Lita Nkatini, Scholarship Selection Officer at the Alan Gray Foundation. Lita, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Maybe let's start with this. I certainly know, but let's not assume anything. Alan Gray. Who's Alan Gray? What role do they play in uplifting society?
Yeah, so basically the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation, which is the name of the organization, is we've been around since 2005. So the organization has been around for about 21 years now. Actually, this year is the 21st year. Last year we celebrated our 20 years of existence. And very simple. The mandate of the foundation is to invest in the education and development of individuals that have entrepreneurial potential. And, the organization through its programs, seeks to build and develop, what we often refer to as high impact responsible entrepreneurs. And that's just in simple terms, individuals that, exemplify, ethical leadership and want to see, change in society and bring some kind of like social transformation. And so that's basically in simple terms what the organization is about. Yeah.
Okay. So then let's go back to today's need and this call out. What is this about?
Yeah. So the bursary opportunity is basically it's a 5-year program. It's an opportunity for grade 6 learners. So if you're a grade 6 learner in the country this year in 2026, this opportunity would be for that particular audience. And the opportunity gives access to an entrepreneurial development program, which is rolled out by our organization and facilitated by our organization. And there's various ways that we are rolling the program out through seminars, an online learning platform and workshops and camps that these young people attend. But also over and above that, these individuals or young learners are given the opportunity to then get access to, a quality education, well-resourced schools, schools that we have a partnership with. Yeah.
All right. So I mean, this is high school specifically, right? So how would this scholarship program differ from maybe many others?
Yeah. So how it differs is that this particular bursary is it has an entrepreneurship focus, so it's focused on entrepreneurship development. But what I would say is very unique about this particular bursary is that we walk the journey with you. We have individuals that are employed to take the role of a mentorship role towards the scholar when they're on the program, to support them and to help them to thrive within their school environment, but also on the program that we have enrolled them in. So I think that is what really sets this program apart. But also we after they've completed the high school program, then they're able to then get the opportunity to then access the university bursary program, which also has an entrepreneurship development a focus as well. And then after having graduated from that particular university bursary program, then they're able to then be part of our alumni, which we then refer to those who are part of our alumni as Alan Gray Fellows, which then gives them opportunity to access lifelong sort of like opportunities.
And that will certainly open doors. Absolutely. All right. So just lastly, in terms of the criteria and what needs to happen.
Yes. So in terms of the criteria and who this particular opportunity is for, what we are looking for in order for one to be considered. So as I mentioned already, that the opportunities for grade 6 learners in 2026. We're looking for learners that demonstrate, academic excellence. We do specify exactly what it is that we are looking for in terms of the kind of marks that they should be receiving. We stipulate that. We generally looking for a 70% minimum in maths and English, and the overall average must be at least at 70%. The learner must be demonstrating financial needs. We do have an income threshold of 20,000 gross income per month, so the gross income per month mustn't be exceeding 20,000. That also includes the business revenue, and then we've got other requirements as well, like, for instance, citizenship and age requirements, which are all specified in the application form in detail and in specifically exactly what it is that we are looking for when it comes to that criteria. But we're also looking for young people that show some kind of interest in being a means of change, bringing change to our society in our country. Yeah.
Point made. Just give me, perhaps obviously a website. They can Google you, but give me a website address or something that I could direct people to.
Yeah, so we've got a website, www.alangrayopus.org. That's where all the information is available in terms of the scholarship opportunity, and one is also able to access the application form, to download the application form to complete it, if one prefers to complete a paper-based application. But we're also able to apply online. And that the information would be on the website as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate the invitation. Really, I think it's a life changer for not just one person, more than one, and we know that. So fabulous indeed. Lita Nkatini, the scholarship selection officer at the Alan Gray Foundation. Now that's a good example of how somebody listening in could champion a great cause, and you could build another person into a champion starting today, but you need to take the action. Right, I'll get to some of your voice notes as well as calls right after this.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Before we get to Chris in Cape Town, let me remind you, so, we've had lots of questions about immigrants and even South Africans dealing with foreign nationals in the country, documented, undocumented. What can you do? What can't you do? Issues of asylum and work permits and being sent home and lots of questions around that. So tomorrow we will chat to an immigration specialist lawyer, happens to have my first name, Ashraf Assop. We'll talk to him around, I think it's 4:45 tomorrow. So listen out for 4:45 tomorrow. Listen out for that. For about 15 minutes, we'll chat to him and hopefully he'll answer all your questions around the who, what, when, where, why of immigration outside the protest, but more with the reality of how you facing with it, dealing with it. It's very important. So listen out for that. Chris in Cape Town, hi.
Hi, good evening, Ashraf.
Yeah, good evening. Go for it, Chris.
Ashraf, so I listen to SAFM a lot, but the last few months, I've just felt like there is a propaganda net that is being pushed by some, force, to paint like African migrants as criminals, and drug dealers. I don't think South Africans, like the ordinary South Africans, are xenophobic, I mean, I live in the township of Gugulethu in Cape Town, and everyone is just getting along, and it's like, it's really strange when you put on the radio and you hear all this. So I feel like there's a force that is, just like the March on March, I feel like there's also a force that is getting some of these callers to call in and make all these outlandish claims about African migrants, So if you come like to Gugulethu Township or many townships, there is drug houses like everywhere, you know what I mean? And most of these drug houses are run by South Africans. It's not African migrants selling drugs in the townships. It's South Africans, Even in the colored areas, it's like South Africans, So, I mean, to leave the township and say you're going to march on march in the CBD, fighting for drug dealers, why don't you march to those drug houses in the townships that are selling drugs to your kids? Take the police there and close them down. So when Jacinta and her cabal, they're marching to the CBD, start with the drug houses in the townships, and close them down, So who is fooling who here?
Okay, point made. I mean, I hear you, Chris. Let's move on. I hear you. Listen, I mean, we certainly don't stop people calling, and people call. Now, who they are, what they decide, we don't know. That's why these airwaves are as democratic as can be. But there is another narrative, not so much here. There's been a narrative played out that, in fact, certainly on the Twitter spaces, there's like a flood of bots where people will if I just said give an immigrant a chance, I can tell you now there'll be a flood of people who'll comment to discredit me, for example, right? Or others too, right? And whether that's been orchestrated, I mean, there's been evidence that some of the comments have come from the USA and from India. Now you can just work out somebody is peddling these accounts to try and just smirch South Africa's name, and that's usually problematic. So you may wonder who's setting the agenda here. Point taken. I think, therefore, what needs to happen is we need to deal with the issue of foreign nationals and undocumented in a way that's responsible. We also need to ensure that the humanitarian aspect of South Africa, that voice must be heard. So I take your point, Chris. Thank you for that, right? Right. Okay, let's just see. Okay, here's one about salary. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the team. Trust you guys are well. Just listening to the gentleman regarding the bursaries, I think there's the assumption that guys who maybe, for example, earn 50 or 100,000 rand per month are sort of better off. I think the institution should have actually a look at their budget, and you'll find that yes, they might earn more than the 20,000 rand, but the budget commitments is actually a lot, and that might just be basics. So maybe the institution should just consider that. Thank you.
Maybe.
Bye-bye.
But look, I mean, listen, if you're earning 100,000 versus 20,000, you are better off. If your budget commitments are higher, it just means you've committed yourself to a lot more spend and maybe a lot more comforts. I mean, the next point, and I hear you, is like, maybe they should keep that because maybe that child of that family has got less disposable income, and I get that, and you don't want that person to slip by either.
Yeah, Ashraf, I'm making ends meet by selling some stuff at my Smolanyana tuck shop, but unfortunately I'm being suffocated by the Pakistani and Somalis. That's unfortunate part of it, of whom I would have loved them to leave the country so that I could survive. Thanks. It's Willie here in Kuma.
Thanks, Willie. When you say you're being suffocated, you're not explaining what does that mean. I'll tell you why. I can also say that I want to open up a tuck shop, but Woolworths are suffocating me, because they are. I mean, if they're coming, meaning they're that good at what they do. So I'd like to know more about the detail of what you're saying about suffocation. But I must tell you, I've always felt, I'm going back years ago, when the Somalians and the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis arrived, that I always felt, why doesn't our, whether it's Department of Trade and Industry or township entrepreneurs, why don't they do joint venture relationships, partnerships with them? Because these foreign nationals know something about working in townships, not in suburbs, that South Africans didn't quite know, and big township guys, big shopping malls like the Woolworths and the Pick and Pays didn't quite know. There was an expertise that we could borrow from them, and that didn't quite happen.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. Bonga from Gqeberha. The problem of the Western Cape is, I think it's